The Undetectable Strongest Job, Rule Breaker 2. Covering chapters 22 to 55. How wonderful it was to have breakfast at a leisurely pace. Jill, who had just finished eating at a cafe on the main street, was on her way to the Adventurers Guild. Only those who made a considerable amount of money could afford having breakfast at a cafe. As a matter of fact, receptionists from the Adventurers Guild were actually highly paid, which wasn't surprising since in order to placate rowdy adventurers, either brute strength or beauty was necessary. Whether the receptionist was pretty or not directly affected the number of disputes that occurred within the guild. In other guilds, like the Merchants Guild and the Alchemists Guild, they didn't necessarily have beauties as receptionists. They could be men, too, not just ladies exclusively, and they didn't earn that much. Having great looks was a must in order to be an Adventurers Guild receptionist. In that regard, there were plenty of beautiful ladies around to choose from. But what the guild looked for was not only beauty but brains as well, whether or not they were competent enough to do their job. For Jill, who worked as a receptionist, having breakfast at a cafe was a very fulfilling way to satisfy her pride. Good morning. Morning, Jill-chan. There was already a receptionist at the counter, the one who accompanied the submaster to the capital, a gloomy-looking pretty lady. Aurora-san, did something happen? Aurora's features turned even more grim. Unken-san wants to see you. Unken-san? Wondering what he wanted this early in the morning, Jill stuffed her things inside her locker and changed into her uniform. The guild was crowded, but Aurora was capable of handling things. Jill made her way to Unken's room, i.e. the guildmaster's office. Oh, Jill, come here. There were seats for guests available, but Unken called her directly to his desk. Jill was relieved, thinking that it wasn't anything serious that she'd have to take a seat. She didn't think she did anything wrong, but being called to the office like this was enough to make her nervous, all the more so with Unken wearing a bitter expression. Did you need anything from me? I need to tell and ask you something. Okay. As for the former, the adventurer party Distant Glittering Stars led by Nogisa failed in their escort mission yesterday. What? Jill remembered who Nogisa was. The highest ranked adventurers in Pond were rank D. She was curious what kind of a person this Nogisa was, so she checked him out only to be disappointed since he was pretty much like the rest of the adventurers in Pond. Even then, he was still rank C. I see. Ranked adventurer failed? They usually took quests that involved killing monsters, the kind that the guards in Pond couldn't handle, or worked for nobles. Did they get ambushed by bandits on the road? Or was it a vicious monster? No. Don't tell me they themselves kidnapped the young girl and went into hiding. No. At first I thought that was the case, but apparently that's not what happened. Then what did happen? Please stop beating around the bush and tell me. Jill, this case is a disgrace to the Adventurers Guild. I know. Then why do you look so thrilled? You like gossiping or something? Come on now, Unken-san. I don't indulge in such inappropriate pursuits. Now please, hurry up and tell me about it. News is gonna spread soon anyway, right? It was a big news so early in the day. Jill didn't particularly care about Nogisa. Plus it was the Royal Capital branch that sent their party. It was none of the Pond branch's concern. News as big as this would be immediately known to the adventurers. I'm gonna tell Hikaru-kun about this. He was curious about it. I wonder how he'll react. Unken heaved a sigh. Well, it's better than someone looking serious at least. According to Nogisa's testimony, this is what happened. When they peeked inside the carriage during their second break, the girl had vanished into thin air. Vanished? Wait, Nogisa and his men testified. So they went to the Royal Capital's Adventurers Guild? They did, but they'll get suspected first. Humans can't just vanish into thin air. Yes, if they were the ones who set the girl free, it wouldn't make sense for them to give such a ridiculous statement. It's too stupid. So where did the girl go? We wouldn't be having trouble if we knew. Good point. There are two things that are making matters complicated. First is the coachman's statement. Apparently Nogisa demanded the keys from him. Why would he do that? Based on their character, they must have developed an interest in her. Jill quickly knew what he meant. She was able to read Duncan's emotions. What a bunch of idiots. That's true. But they're still rank C adventurers. They ruined the image of the Royal Capital's Adventurers Guild. You said there were two things making matters complicated. What's the other one? I assume you know about the guards at Count Morgstad's residence. Yes. They're knights specially dispatched to be the Count's guards. The master at the house got killed under their watch, so the image of the Order of Knights is also ruined. Like I said. Why are you so thrilled? So anyway, one of the knights said he didn't trust those adventurers, so he went after them. Sounds like he really hated those guys. But he never did catch up to Nogus's party. He said he got attacked by a bandit. A bandit? Between Pond and the Royal Capital? That's unusual. So what happened to the knight? He'll live, but his bones were broken with surgical precision. A passing caravan picked him up and brought him to Pond. He's in a clinic right now. An investigator from the capital who happened to be around questioned him. They didn't allow me to be there though. Oh, it's quite strange. I know. Jill was sharp. She didn't get through the tough selection process to becoming a receptionist for nothing. There was something baffling about this case. Knights, except for trainees, are quite skilled, aren't they? Yet he got beaten easily. Exactly. And according to him, it was a kid that ambushed him. He got sniped by a kid is what he said. What? That's disgusting. Ah. Jill closed her gaping mouth. But a kid defeating a knight is ridiculous. This sounds similar to Nogus's statement. He said the girl just vanished. They're both saying things that sound impossible. Do you think the two cases are related? The odds of that are highly unlikely. It was surprising, but sometimes there are just people out there who are gifted in the ways of combat, even kids. But would a kid like that actually rob people? Maybe it was a short person. Furthermore, there doesn't seem to be anything in common between the girl vanishing into thin air and a kid gifted in combat. Or are you saying that the girl who vanished noticed the knight and attacked him? No. According to the knight, it was a boy. You have the same idea as Aurora. In that case, they're unrelated, but something about it is bothering you. That's right. I can't help but think there's more to this. So are those the things you wanted to tell and ask me? Yeah. No, wait. I wanted to ask if you know an adventurer. No, not necessarily an adventurer. But do you know of a skilled young boy? Hikaru immediately came to Jill's mind. But he should have been reading books the day before yesterday, when the convoy left Pond. I can't think of anyone. Is that so? I should ask Gloria as well. I don't think I'll get much from her either. 2. Hikaru left the hotel together with Lavia. But first he had to go through the effort of going out alone, activating his stealth, then going back in and use group obfuscation so he could bring Lavia out with him. They couldn't take 2 rooms as the hotel required a guild card or soul card to be presented. Lavia had the latter, but it had her name on it, showing it would get her exposed. The fact that she's an escaped murder suspect was already causing them some trouble. There were other options they could take, like card forgery, or paying to borrow someone else's, but there was no need for all that. They just had to suck it up for now. They walked around town. Plenty of people were already up and about at this hour. Pond was situated on a plain. Being the royal capital's satellite town, it was also being systematically developed. The streets were level, following a grid plan, with little chance of getting lost. So this is a town. This might be Lavia's first time to walk through a town, Hikaru thought. He wasn't tactless to actually say the words out loud. Lavia's eyes darted round town. Everything looked new to her. The housewives gathered around a well behind a tree, the elderly walking briskly, carrying a shopping basket, the boy getting scolded by a shop owner, the man pulling a wagon full of jars for sale. Everything. Hikaru. That man staring daggers at you. Yeah, it was the hot dog stand owner. Hands folded, the muscular man was staring at their direction. No, he was practically glaring. As they approached him, He held out his massive hands. 60 gallons. Bold of you to assume I'm buying too. I would love to partake. I mean, I wanna try it too. Lavia couldn't bring herself to talk rough, so she settled for a somewhat milder tone of speech. Hikaru handed the money and took 2 hot dog sandwiches, one for Lavia, who regarded the food with great interest. It looks exactly like the hot dogs in Japan, Hikaru thought as he took a bite. Exclamation mark. Hikaru's eyes grew wide. How is it? It's too spicy. Are you an idiot? Hikaru exclaimed. Crap. This hot dog is literally hot. It was too spicy. He almost blurted out a lame pun. He felt his body temperature rise. Sweat could be trickling down his face any second now. The ketchup wasn't watery. Now the question was, what did you do to the mustard? Answer me. I was curious about these spices that a peddler was selling. Why'd you buy them? It's your fault. You didn't come yesterday. I let a different regular taste it and he said it wasn't spicy enough. Don't blame it on me. Damn. It's too spicy. Let's go. It's best if you don't eat it. What? Lavia was staring blankly at Hikaru. She had already eaten half of the sandwich. It's delicious. Hikaru shot a suspicious look at the owner. The man shook his head. It's the same as yours, was what he meant. Do you like spicy food? Lavia simply cocked her head. All right. Let's go see more of the town. You, Renklo. Okay. The two of them started walking. The hot dog was too spicy for Hikaru, so he returned it to the owner. Lavia was full from the one sandwich. This is no big deal, the shop owner said, tears rolling down his face as he ate. Renklo was a fake name. Lavia was too feminine. Hikaru asked her what name she wanted and she answered, I like Renklo. It was apparently the name of the protagonist of an adventure novel she once read. Renklo, Lavia, was in a great mood. Even with a serious expression, she was humming a tune. That's Todorono's armor workshop where I bought your clothes. It's an armor shop, but they sell casual clothes as well. So that's an armor shop. The owner is a dwarf who's just a bit crazy. A dwarf. And that's where I got my dagger, Lena Wood's weapon workshop. So that's a weapon shop. The owner is an elf, who's also a bit nuts. An elf. Lavia reacted with great interest to everything. They still had no idea how far the news of her disappearance had spread, so Hikaru refrained from entering the shops for now. She just stared from outside, promising herself that she would get inside someday. That's the Adventurers Guild. Lavia, I've dreamed about this place. You even dreamed about it? Wow, you must have really wanted to become an adventurer, Hikaru thought. It wasn't the right time for jokes, though. Hikaru. Yes? I'm so happy to be alive. Yes. If I went in there, people will say something like, what's a kid doing in here? Right? Yes, it happens. Hikaru experienced it firsthand. We'll go in next time to gather information. We can go in there. Well, I make a living by being an adventurer. People will know soon that I'm working with you. It would be strange if I didn't bring you to the guild at all. I want to get inside. Yes, next time. Next time. In a few days. Okay. For a moment Lavia looked dejected like a puppy being scolded, but quickly flashed a bright smile when Hikaru said, in a few days. That's not fair. It makes me want to take you in there now when you smile at me like that. Hikaru needed more information first, though. Before he could do that, he just had to fight off the urge for today. Are we going to walk around town some more? No, there's something I want to try. Let's go outside town. We're going adventuring? More like preparations for an adventure. I want to see how powerful your magic is, Hikaru said, scratching his cheek. Using group obfuscation, Hikaru and Lavia went outside. After walking a while down the highway, they got off the road, crested a gently sloping hill, and arrived at a spot not directly visible from the direction of the town. On a plain covered by bushes, there were insects and birds, but no monsters. If one showed up, There were plenty of places to hide. Hikaru could then use group obfuscation to escape. Hikaru, how far does this plane go? It rolls for a bit, but it would probably take a horse a whole day of running to get to the edge. It's that big? Wow, a breeze slipped by between them. Her silver hair would have flown in the wind. But right now Lavia's hair was cut short and she was wearing a cap. Hikaru felt just a little bit sad. It's quite hot. The sun shone bright and strong. Hikaru thought he needed more clothes than just his black overall outfit. What are we going to do now? Use magic? Before that, may I see your soul card? Of course. Soul card name Lavia registration Ponji Elka Temple, Kingdom of Ponsonia Religious Services Sun God Festival, 6. Job class. It's different from the guild card. He thought. Adventurers Guild card name Hikaru registration Pond Adventurers Guild, Kingdom of Ponsonia rank G job class Stealth God, Darkness Wanderer. Lavia. Your name? Her family name, Morgstad, was gone. Lavia stared at her soul card for a while. I'm free now. You're right. So why did you want to see my card? She must be over her family. I wanted to know what you had under job class. What's the number on religious services anyway? I think it's the number of times you donate to the festival. Donate? A festival is held every year at the temple and if you donate, they record it on your soul card. They say your devotion will reach the sun god. Hikaru groaned. A person acquired the blessings of a god through their job class. They didn't have to do anything like give donations. I think it's probably just a money-making scheme. So you knew? Well, yes. The temple's VIPs are fat and wear fine clothes. Sounds like the organization's core is rotten. Not that it has anything to do with me, Hikaru thought. All right. So what classes do you have? You don't have anything selected right now. Hikaru? What? Please don't get weirded out. She began writing on the ground. Ordinary Spirit Magic User God. Basic Spirit Mage 7. Wide Area Noble Blood Rescue God. Noblesse 7. Magic Principle Creation God. Challenger of Magic Principles 5. Flame Spirit God. Flame Magus 4. Something like that, she said. Hikaru studied the writing, nodding to himself. What does Magic Principle mean? That's what got your attention? I'm just curious. 2 points were allocated to Magic Principle on Lavia's soul board. Roland had decent knowledge on magic, but he seemed to have been self-educated and it felt like he lacked plenty of information. Roland's knowledge was incoherent, although it was remarkable how he managed to study magic thoroughly on his own. To be honest, I don't know much about it either. My magic just developed on its own. On its own? What do you mean? Before I explain, would you look at my magic? Hikaru nodded. That was why he brought her here today in the first place. Fua magic mostly referred to spirit magic. It was believed that spirits were the backbone of nature. On the soul board, there was spirit affinity which was further categorized into fire, air, earth, and water. It was presumed that there existed a spirit for each element. Using one's own mana to manipulate the power of the spirits and cause supernatural phenomena, that was spirit magic. There was also healing magic which Paula used. It involved expending one's own mana to directly manipulate someone's natural healing power and multiply it. It differed from spirit magic in that it didn't draw power from spirits, but the mana expended was still basically the same in both cases. A spirit, heed my call. With the primordial flame, burn my foe to ashes. To use spirit magic, an incantation was necessary. This was apparently in a written agreement between spirits and humans back in ancient times and it was believed to be absolute. But in the soul board, there's this magic creation thing under spirit affinity, so I don't think it's really absolute, Hikaru thought. But that was neither here nor there. Lavia's incantation was the same as East's, although what he did was simply release magic that was stored in a ring, magic similar to that of a fire spirit's. As soon as Lavia finished her incantation, A ball of fire about 3 meters in diameter materialized above her, floating in the air. It was hot enough that Hikaru could feel his skin getting fried. The ball of fire flew forward, the flames bursting like a water balloon dropping to the ground. Heated air started rapidly climbing, sucking the air around like a vacuum. A pillar of flames then rose like a swirling vortex, about 5 meters high, before disappearing. Verdant grass was completely reduced to ashes where the flames initially spread. Otherwise, everything else was unscathed. "This is fire breath, a basic fire spell," Lavia said, her face like that of a child rebuked for doing something wrong. "Incredible. I've imagined it to be this powerful. But it's still surprising to see for real." "You've imagined it?" "Yeah." Lavia had 5 points on Fire Spirit Affinity. That, and 2 points on Magic Principle as well. The C-ranked adventurer Nogasa had 4 points on Sword and 3 points on Earth. Unken, the national hero, had 6 points on Short Sword. So it was safe to assume that 5 points was quite something. There was, of course, the possibility that the standards for measuring power for weapon mastery and spirit affinity differed. "So you're not afraid of me? You don't fear me?" "Of course not." Lavia pressed her hands on her chest and let out a long breath. "Thank heavens. I was actually really nervous, worried that if you saw my powers, you'd leave me." "That won't happen." Even though it didn't directly harm anyone, Hikaru's stealth, to a degree, was more terrifying than Lavia's magic. "Hikaru." Lavia held his hands tight and placed her forehead on his chest, her cap almost falling off. "I'm glad you were the one who saved me. You don't fear me. And you won't leave me, right?" "I won't. I promise." "Hikaru." She looked at him with teary eyes. Hikaru wanted to give her a kiss. "Someone's coming. They might have seen the magic you used. Let's get out of here." Activating group obfuscation, they left the area. "How many times can you use that spell?" Hikaru asked as they were walking. "Let's see. I can use it 30 times without rest." "That's incredible. I wonder if I can use magic too." "Everyone has magical powers, so if you practice, you should be able to." Hikaru stopped and started reciting the incantation for fire breath. "I got nothing. Normally you need to first deepen your relationship with the spirits and practice releasing mana. Normally." "Was it different in your case?" "Yes, it was." It was a delicate subject for Lavia, but she didn't want to hide anything, so she started talking. Lavia was 6 years old when she became aware of her aptitude to magic. That time she was still living in their main residence as the daughter of the Count's second wife. It all started when a horse that strolled next to her stepped on a nail and went wild. It was on the verge of hurting Lavia when she suddenly released magical powers that lay dormant within her. It was a simple magic discharge, like the one she used when Hikaru met her in the cell, only enough to alter the air around. But the amount of magic she released was enormous. The horse fainted, the coachman and her retainers all collapsed. Lavia alone was on her feet. The Count then discovered her powers and made her use magic. Large beasts and tied-up goblins were brought before her to test her abilities on. After a few trials, making her recite different spirit magic incantations, it was found that she had great affinity for fire. She somehow just learned to use fire magic without studying or training. Combine that with her incredible power, all the monsters brought before her were killed in one shot. The Count and his family feared Lavia. They isolated her, forbidding her to go outside. Ordinary men wouldn't be able to handle her if she went on a rampage. That was when the family started hiring knights as guards. They weren't there to protect Lavia, however. They were hired to protect the Count from Lavia. While Count Morgstad put Lavia on house arrest, he thought of ways to use her powers. Hikaru thought that perhaps it was him who proposed that Bonsonia go to war. How could he use his own daughter, his own blood, like some kind of a tool? His chest tightened just thinking about what she'd been through. The good news was that she could enjoy life to the fullest now, and that was enough to make him feel better. "Lavia, how much of the fire breath can you control?" "Control? It's the same spell that East used on me, right? But unlike you, he didn't have control. All he did was burn some bushes. Well, I can change the location where it'll appear and the direction it flies to. But I can't change how much mana it consumes. That part is constant, even though it consumes the same amount of mana. Yours was bigger. I think that's why they saw me as a valuable asset for war. I see, Hikaru thought. She was 5 points on fire. The higher the number, the bigger the fireball. In other words, even with the same amount of mana, there's much higher firepower. Hikaru had no idea what war was like in this world, but he assumed magic played a big part in it. If 30 of those fire breath spells hit the enemy, there would be no hope for them. Can you change the shape of the fireball, then? Or perhaps compress or expand it? I've never thought about doing that before. Let's try it when we get the chance. Unfortunately, we can easily be spotted out here, so we'll have to run some tests some other time. Grassland spread out nearby and 2 small birds were frolicking about in the skies. Hikaru didn't want to burn the place twice. We'll have to examine your job class's abilities some other time as well. Hee. What's up? You sound like a scholar the way you talk about running tests or examinations. Really? Doesn't it bother you when you don't find answers to your questions? It does a bit, but I'm not as fixated on them as you are. Speaking of which, I have one question. Hee. Forget it. No, go on. I said I give you everything. That includes what I experienced and my knowledge as well. Hikaru was taken aback by Lavia's sincerity. Alright, then. Did you have that much mana from the start? Lavia had 0 points available and Hikaru was curious about that. She most likely got her 6 levels on soul rank from killing the monsters brought to her. It's definitely not something you make a young girl do. In any case, her points were allocated to mana and fire spirit affinity at some point. No, I didn't have many opportunities to use magic, but sometimes I felt like my mana increased. Lavia had a remarkable 11 points on mana. She could use fire breath, a basic fire spell, 30 times without rest because of that. Did you do anything special? No. Okay. So the points were automatically allocated. That's probably how the soul board works. A human's potential was quantified as points. One earned more points as they grew older and by increasing their soul rank. If they excelled at something, it would manifest as something like a natural gift that enhanced their abilities. The points would be allocated accordingly. In Lavia's case, it was quite unbalanced as only her natural gift in spirit magic developed. Still, using up all her potential until she had 0 points left and pouring them all to magic was, in some way, a curse. Did that answer your question, sir? She asked in a teasing tone, peering into Hikaru's face. The mystery just deepens. Which is why racking your brains is fun, Miss Lavia. Hikaru replied with a smile. What's wrong? SSH. There's something there. What? Hikaru spotted a creature with a red horn on a slope 100 meters ahead, its face buried into the ground, eating. I'm gonna kill it. They're worth decent money. Is that a rabbit? A red-horned rabbit. Can you wait here? Can I come with you? Sure. Don't let go of my hand. Hikaru hesitated for a moment. He was simply going to get closer to the rabbit and stab it with his dagger. Nothing special for Lavia to see. Though the act could be seen as cruel by some people, there was one more reason he really didn't want her to see him hunt the rabbit. She had killed helpless creatures with her magic in the past. He figured those were painful memories for her, but Lavia said she wanted to go adventuring. She had to get used to killing living beings. It was too late for playing nice, so Hikaru changed his mind. Hikaru activated his group obfuscation and inched closer to the red-horned rabbit. It didn't take long for them to close the distance. A thrust of a dagger to its back and the creature quivered before going limp. Wow. That was all she said. She was neither elated nor too shocked, only a bit shaken. Her wow must have been directed at Hikaru's stealth skill. If she's still alright after seeing that, There shouldn't be any problem if she went adventuring with me. Hikaru noticed the dirt where the red-horned rabbit stuck its head. Is this how they live? Not that it matters to me, I guess. I can kill them in one shot with my stealth anyway. Hikaru? What's wrong? It's nothing. I'll just drain this thing's blood then we head back. Isn't it heavy? I can carry one just fine. He put a point on strength for this purpose. After all, Lavia was surprised to see Hikaru stuff the rabbit in a sack and carry it like nothing. All right. Let's head back, shall we? The sky was already turning red. In the distance, he spotted someone running out of a forest, panicking. What the? She turned back to face the woods, brandished her mace, and started chanting a spell. Her friends jumped out of the forest, chased by a green giant, a forest barbarian. It was Paula and her friends. Forest barbarians were 3-meter-tall giants that moved in pairs. They were similar to humans except they had 4 arms. Only one eye. The surface of their body was smooth and greenish, and they didn't wear clothes. They were also called green giants or forest guardians. Not much creative thought went into naming them, but they posed a great threat. One could tell by their ripped body that they were much stronger than humans. Plus they had 4 arms to take one down. It was standard practice to have 2 people with shields to pin them down. That was what the book in the reference room said. However, Paula's party had Pia on the front lines who had a long sword as a weapon. While excellent at landing a blow at the tall forest barbarian, it wasn't suited for a defensive battle. As a matter of fact, as Pia blocked the monster's club with her sword, its other arm swung a log that hit her right in the gut and sent her flying. Paula, go heal her. Priscilla cried. I know. Paula ran over to Pia and started chanting a healing spell. In the meantime, Priscilla drew the attention of the forest barbarian with her bow and arrow. The monster, however, simply shot a glance at Priscilla before charging to Pia. TSK. Priscilla fired an arrow at its defenseless back. It was a direct hit, or at least it was dash, but the tip just barely managed to stick to its flesh. It fell off immediately afterward. Forest barbarians had tough skin. Only a powerful blow or a particularly sharp blade would have any effect on it. Paula, run. Priscilla's warning came too late. Paula had her back turned, reciting the healing spell incantation. Pia was too hurt to move. The forest barbarian was behind them, swinging its club down. Run, Paula, Pia said as tears streamed down her face. If Paula didn't get away, she would die with her. Paula knew this as well. But she didn't stop reciting the incantation. She didn't stop pleading to the gods for a miracle. You said you'd protect me, so I'll protect you as well, was written on Paula's face. She even smiled a little. No. You can't. You must go, Paula. Pia begged. Paula simply shook her head. The monster's club swung downward. Huh? But the blow never came. Slowly, its arms dropped and so did the forest barbarian. How? While Pia was baffled by what happened, the healing magic came into effect. This magic, the magic to bring about a miracle in someone else's body, required a prayer to the gods. The incantation itself was long, like the so-called ritual prayers in temples. The weakness of healing magic was that the user was vulnerable while reciting the spell. In exchange, it was extremely effective. Pia felt her crushed ribs reconnecting themselves. While healing magic was indeed powerful, Paula's high aptitude to it played a part as well. However, now was not the time to think about her injuries. How did the forest barbarian just collapse like that? You girls have been on death's door twice now in just a span of a few days. Do you have a death wish or something? A boy with black hair and equally black eyes stood there. Hikaru. Let us go back in time for a bit. As soon as Hikaru saw the forest barbarian, he left the sack with the red-horned rabbit with Lavia and started running. He could have used group obfuscation so they could both get closer. But to kill the tall forest barbarian with one blow, he needed to jump. It was much faster for him to go alone. One hit at its spinal cord and the creature was dead. Hikaru felt his soul rank increase. Hikaru-sama. Paula was exhausted from using her healing magic. Yet she made an effort to look cheerful. She tried to get on her feet only to fall over. Paula, don't push yourself too hard. You're the one who pushed herself too hard, Pia. Ugh, I'm sorry. Priscilla ran over to them to help Paula up. Meanwhile, Lavia just made it to Hikaru's side, breathing hard as she dragged the heavy sack with her. Sorry you had to bring that all the way here. Hikaru, are these your friends? More like acquaintances. Lavia cast a glance at Priscilla's ample bosom, narrowing her eyes, but Hikaru didn't notice. Pia, Paula, can you stand? Can you get back to pond? Why yeah. We'll manage. Sorry about all this. You saved our lives not once, but twice now. You guys are too rash. Why were you facing a forest barber? Hikaru stopped mid-sentence. A forest barbarian this close to town? Strange. The girls thought it was weird as well. We were out to collect materials and hunt smaller monsters so we'd have money for the time being. We didn't expect to encounter a lone green giant out here. Lone? It didn't have a partner. We'd be dead by now if there were two of them. So you didn't take down one? Hikaru had his hand on his chin, thinking. Then it hit him. He killed a forest barbarian back in the forest by the lake. It was operating solo back then, but he thought nothing about it. In hindsight, that might have been this one's partner. The forest was huge. So huge, in fact, that it was connected all the way to the one near the lake. The forest barbarian thought it was a human who killed its partner, so it came all the way here for revenge. So they were attacked because of me? Cold sweat trickled down his back. What's wrong? Lavia asked. Nothing. Hikaru tried his best to look calm. Of course. It could all just be him overthinking things, but the guilt wouldn't go away. Hikaru-sama, you may take all the materials you can get from this monster. Of course, you have the right since you took it down. No, I can't. You're the ones who fought it. It was you who killed it. That may be true. But I can't. And that's final. What's wrong? You seem to be flustered. I'm not flustered. While thinking about how to refuse Paula's offer, he looked at Lavia and at the sack she was carrying. Dragging, rather. We already got ourselves a kill. We can't bring any more with us. Besides, the forest barbarian has plenty of injuries. It won't fetch much, so paying for someone to carry it is not worth it. Okay, how can we thank you, then? It's okay. You don't have to do anything. Anyway, let's go back to town. If you want to, you guys can take the materials from the monster. I only ask you to not give my name. I seem to attract trouble. The girls didn't seem to agree at first, but they gave in after what he said. The forest barbarian's skin could be harvested as materials. Tough and smooth, some processing will make it easier to dye. The standard price for the skin from one forest barbarian was 50,000 gilans. But standard in this case was a deceptive term. The standard price referred to the price ceiling for a spotless skin. It was natural for monsters one fought to have injuries. Plus the girls seemed to have had a drawn-out battle with the forest barbarian, so they would probably only get around 10,000 gilans. Priscilla, who was relatively fine, started peeling off the skin from the back of the forest barbarian. Hikaru-sama. Who's that? Oh, right. His name is Renclaw. My partner. Hikaru introduced Lavia to the girls. As Renclaw, she felt just a tad bit embarrassed from being called his partner. Lowering her cap over her eyes. Partner. A pretty boy partner. Paula was strangely excited. The town was close, so Hikaru and Lavia went on ahead first. It was almost sundown when Priscilla finished peeling the skin off. Let's hurry. Can you run, Pia? Yeah, no worries. Priscilla? What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? I'm not spacing out. Priscilla was staring at the forest barbarian's corpse. On its nape was a wound from when Hikaru stabbed it. What? Is something wrong? It's nothing. Let's go back, if you say so. The three of them hurried back to town. As soon as they got back to town, Hikaru and Lavia headed for the Adventurers Guild. Hikaru. Yes? Who was that Paul? A girl. A novice adventurer who uses healing magic, I guess? That's it? You're acquainted with her, right? Yeah. Is something bothering you about her? Wait, was Lavia's identity exposed? Hikaru wondered, stopping in his tracks. Hikaru. Why yeah? I felt something. What? Gulp. I'm sure that girl likes you. What? I just know it. A woman's instincts are often right. Hikaru sank down on the ground, feeling exhausted. You had me worried there for nothing. I think well of her, but that's it. Nothing more. Nothing less. Really? You don't have to worry. You're the only one I see. Lavia's face turned beet red. Ah. That's not fair. What are you even worried about? That I'm making eyes at her? I don't really intend to do that. No. I'm sure you're popular with the girls because you're cool. Yeah, no. Newer. Back in Japan they called me cocky, a smartass, cocky, that I had a philosophical outlook in life, and that I was cocky, but never cool. Oh wait. There was actually that one time Hazuki-senpai said you're a cool guy. Hikaru-kun thought it was more like she was making fun of me. Nothing more. I said we were acquaintances, but I actually saved her life once before. So there's a possibility she idolizes me. Basically what she felt was similar to the suspension bridge effect in which someone mistook the increased heart rate from fear to be that of love. Well, in that case, I guess it's all right. I'm glad you understand. Now let's go to the guild. Here, we're holding hands? I thought we weren't going invisible while in town. I just want to hold hands. Geez. Like I said, that's not fair. Sulky and flushing from embarrassment, Lavia held Hikaru's hand. But isn't it weird for two boys to be holding hands? You're right. There's not a lot of people around anyway, so I guess we can hide ourselves. In the end, Hikaru used group obfuscation. Lavia moved closer to Hikaru until their shoulders touched. She giggled. You're the one being unfair. Hikaru said. Did you say something? No. It was closing time when they arrived at the guild. Most adventurers had already left and Gloria was the only one at the counter. Apparently, it was Aurora's shift from early morning until noon, Jill's from morning to just past noon, and Gloria's from noon until sundown. Gloria was able to shoo the adventurers away quickly, so it made sense that she was the one in charge of closing the guild. So this is the Adventurers Guild. There weren't a lot of adventurers left, so Hikaru brought Lavia inside. She looked around restlessly. Her clothes weren't exactly cheap, so they seemed quite out of place. Oh, if it isn't Hikaru-san. Is Uncle-san around? He is. But I don't think he can see you today. Is this perhaps about a red-horned rabbit? I'm glad she's quick on the uptake, Hikaru thought. I'll just dress the meat and hand it over. The assessment can be done tomorrow. Is that all right? That would be great. I'm sorry for all this. Uncle-san is the one who wants to assess them, and yet you're the one making a compromise. It's okay. I can practice dissection as well. I'm not really good at it yet though, so the meat might not be all that great. Oh, and I'm taking the innards. Okay, the guild doesn't buy those anyway, but what are you going to use them for? The manager over at Pasta Magic wants them. I see. Hikaru failed to notice Gloria's eyes shine for a brief moment. I'll be using the dissection area at the back if you don't mind. Of course. Are you taking your friend with you? Yeah. Over here, Renclaw. Lavia quickly went over to Hikaru and bowed her head at Gloria. The receptionist looked like a saint with her bright smile, but Hikaru knew she was a scheming woman. He was not buying it. Do you want to become an adventurer, Renclaw-san? Yes. I want to. Would you like to register, then? She asked cheerfully, like she was simply asking one out for tea. Lavia's eyes sparkled from Gloria's suggestion, but Hikaru interrupted them. Whoa, don't just decide things without me. Didn't you say your parents haven't given you permission to register for the guild? That's right. Lavia said. Is that so? The Adventurers Guild is a legitimate and proper organization, though. Sure, the organization itself is proper. You seem to be implying something, Hikaru-san. Unfortunately, there's a receptionist who sends a novice adventurer to the Thieves Guild for errands. An organization might be proper, but its employees could be crooked. Oh, my, there's a receptionist like that around? Gloria said, smiling. How can she even smile like that? Hikaru thought, smiling back. So anyway, we're headed to the dissection area later. Okay, let's have a nice, long talk next time, Hikaru-san. If I'm free. Hikaru made his way to the dissection area with Lavia. As always, he had no idea what went on in that woman's head, which terrified him. I'm sorry, Hikaru. For what? I can't even register for the Adventurers Guild. If she registered here, her name Lavia would come up and things would go horribly wrong. You can't. Not in this country, at least. What? They'll be looking for you only within the kingdom, right? It should be all right once we're out of Ponsonia. The Adventurers Guild network spreads far and wide even beyond the kingdom's borders. You can simply register abroad. So we're not staying in this town forever? Nope. Only until the heat dies down. Once it does, we can go anywhere. So cheer up. Hikaru. At the back of the guild, where it was dark and no one was watching, Lavia moved closer and held his arms. Thank you. Lavia whispered in his ears. No problem. Hikaru answered curtly, feeling nice and warm inside. After that, he dissected the red-horned rabbit like crazy. With the dissection done, Hikaru, carrying the innards, headed to Pasta Magic with Lavia. As expected, the bear-like manager was overjoyed. I can't give you food for free like last time, but I'll give you some good discount, he said. They were led to the same table as before. Customers who were already there looked at them with great interest. It wasn't exactly a place for two boys to hang out in, but the manager's attitude made it so that no one really talked to them. I'm so happy I get to eat in a restaurant with you, Lavia said. Come to think of it, every meal we had I bought from food stands. He was worried about nutritional balance at first, but there were surprisingly many kinds of food stands. From seafood to meat, vegetables to fruits. It didn't feel like the food they had were lacking in nutrition, but eating in a proper diner would be great for the mind and spirit as well. Impressive. What? Hikaru was watching Lavia eat the cold appetizer. Her back was straight and the way she handled the knife and fork was a thing of beauty. I haven't learned any etiquette at all. I only have the knowledge. Roland's knowledge, to be specific. But that was all it was, knowledge, not actually ingrained in his body. I don't look like an actual adventurer, do I? Kinda. Should I tone it down a bit? No, just stay like that. It's fine to have an adventurer whose every little gesture was lovely. Hikaru thought the way she ate was quite pleasant. I'll give it a try as well, he said. You have the knowledge, so I'm sure it'll take no time at all for you to learn. I don't think it's something you can learn quickly, though. They had dinner while talking. Their topic was different than usual, perhaps because the mood changes when in a different place. They mostly talked about fun stuff. Lavia's favorite food, favorite fruits, and even the adventure novels she read. Welcome. Oh, long time no see. Unfortunately their fun conversation had come to an end. Hikaru cast a glance at the entrance where the voice of the manager was coming from and groaned. Good evening, Hikaru-san. Gloria was there. Hikaru-sama. Ah, good evening. Here we are again. Paula, Pia, and Priscilla were with her too. What are you up to? 2 more seats were added to their table. Beside Hikaru was Gloria and then Priscilla, and beside Lavia was Paula and then Pia. They said you saved their lives, so I brought them here so they could thank you, Gloria said, wearing her usual smile. For heaven's sake, Hikaru said in a surprisingly cold tone. I told you not to tell others, didn't I? The moment he realized that they told Gloria, he couldn't contain himself. Abruptly, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. We're sorry, Paula exclaimed, bowing deeply with both hands on the table. Pierre told Gloria while I went to the bathroom. I am sorry, but there's no way us three can take down a forest barbarian. I couldn't really find a way out when asked about it. Besides, I thought guild staff would keep it secret. She's right. I won't tell anyone. But why do you want it secret? You're strong enough to save others. I didn't think you were strong enough to take down a forest barbarian, though. It's not a bad thing, so I don't get why you need to keep it secret. Exactly. Pierre agreed. Hikaru glared at Pierre, causing her to pull Priscilla so she could hide herself. I don't think you're fit to be an adventurer. You should just quit. Hikaru said. Why? There might be quests where you have to keep certain things confidential. Just because someone's staff doesn't necessarily mean you can tell them either. Did you think it was okay to tell her because in my case, it wasn't a bad thing, or perhaps because I'm just a kid so it should be fine? That wasn't my intention. Hikaru-sama, we're really sorry about this. I'll give her a good talking to as well. Paula intervened. Sorry, Hikaru. It was a stupid thing to do. Priscilla added. Pierre was as pale as a sheet, tears brimming at the corner of her eyes. But Hikaru couldn't let the matter slide. He believed those who told a secret once would do it again and again. If that happened, he wouldn't be the only one at risk, but Lavia as well. Lavia wore her cap low over her eyes, sipping her cup of tea. Hikaru-san, Gloria said, still with that smile on her face. She was one of the people he really didn't want having info on him. She's really sorry about what she did. Can you just forgive her? Besides, you're planning to raise your rank as an adventurer anyway, right? In that case, other adventurers will find out about your abilities, whether you like it or not. They would, no doubt, wonder how a civilian could complete requests, though. I knew it. She's trying to fish for information. Hikaru heaved a sigh deep in his mind. Gloria's probably thinking I have some sort of unique job class and that I killed the forest barbarian with using its blessing. These girls are quite something. After assessing the value of the materials they brought, they said they were going to give all the money to you. I don't need the money. It's just loose change to me. Really? If I didn't have a lot of money, I wouldn't be able to buy a weapon powerful enough to kill a forest barbarian. For just a moment, Gloria's eyes narrowed. Hikaru lied. Of course, he wanted her to think that it wasn't his job class that helped him kill the monster, but a high-grade weapon. Technically it was the soul board's power, not his job class. Though that's one thing he never wanted anyone to know about. I'm sure you girls are not satisfied, so how about this? You will pay for my food here tonight. We'd be glad to. Pierre immediately obliged. After this, I don't want any further trouble. I would feel awful if you kept apologizing and thanking me over and over again. Why, you got it. Manager, menu please. The tense atmosphere turned lax. Pierre thought she'd be forgiven after this. Priscilla was relieved. Paula, on the other hand, was trying her best to look cheerful though still feeling a bit uneasy. Hikaru didn't want to say any more, however. He could have given them the cold shoulder and left, but he didn't want to sow unnecessary discord. There was also the guilt from the off chance that the forest barbarian was actually the partner of the one he killed before, so he contained his anger. He thought it'd be best if this was the last time he ever got involved in their mess. Dinner went on. Pierre, who was particularly cheerful, brought up a subject, and Paula joined. Priscilla looked the same as always. Gloria was good at controlling the flow of the conversation. The only topic they could all talk about was about adventuring, and Gloria had extensive knowledge about the subject. Hikaru and Lavia joined the conversation from time to time, but they were neither too engaged nor distant. The food was great, so if they ran out of things to talk about, they could talk about the dishes instead. They didn't have too much trouble at all in that regard. That reminds me. Gloria clapped her hands softly. Some C-ranked adventurers were in town the other day. See? Wow. Incredible. Isn't it? Sadly there's no rank C adventurers in Pond. What kind of people were they? Pierre asked enthusiastically. Gloria answered her question. There were 3 of them. They took a request to escort a certain noble's daughter, and they failed. The girl vanished into thin air. Was she some sort of a mage, then? Teleportation magic is being studied at the moment, but there hadn't been a successful attempt. What do you think, Hikaru-san? About what? About the girl. That's easy. The girls looked at him with great interest. Gloria's eyes lit up. Lavia was staring at him as well. You're staring too much, Lavia. Just act normal, Hikaru thought. The adventurers kidnapped her. They probably took a different request from some other noble, but their modus is too sloppy. Apparently they went straight to the royal capital to report that the girl just vanished into thin air. Maybe that was their plan all along. They're rank C adventurers. No one would think that they would admit to making such an immature mistake. I see. The truth is usually simple. Then what do you think about the knight that got attacked? Gloria told them about East getting ambushed. It happened on the same day and not far from where the girl disappeared. Paula was shocked. A bandit defeated a knight in a one-on-one? He must be really strong. Yes. Gloria nodded in agreement. How strong are knights anyway? Hikaru asked. Do you want to fight a knight, Hikaru-san? No. I'm just genuinely curious if they're stronger than adventurers. Let's see. Knights in training are as skilled as rank E adventurers. At least, in terms of combat strength. When it comes to teamwork with multiple people and clearing dungeons, adventurers are superior. So if trainees are equivalent to rank E adventurers, does that mean the ordinary knights are the same as D ranks? That is correct. Then again, not all adventurers are skilled, and that goes the same for knights. Hikaru was deep in thought. If we go by weapon mastery, knight trainees and D-ranked adventurers would have 1 or 2 points. Ordinary knights and D-ranked adventurers would have 3 points. So is their captain the strongest one? They're called Master Fencer or Master Swordsman, so yes, they're incredibly strong. I heard that they can defeat rank B or A adventurers in MOX battles. Under the captain, there's the commanding officers, then the ordinary knights, and then the trainees. Commanding officers and rank C adventurers would have 4 points, as was the case for Nogasa. I guess the captain would then have 5 points, which would be equivalent to a rank B adventurer. Unken had 6 points in his short sword. How strong is Unken-san? Hikaru asked. Unken-san? Is he strong? It's fine if you don't know. Come on, Hikaru-san. Please tell me. Gloria said, grabbing his arm and pressing her breasts on him. Those are some nice, firm pair of jugs. Hikaru tried his best to appear calm. He felt a chill coming from across him, but he couldn't bring himself to look. I'm not cheating. I swear. Calm down, Lavia. His prayers were answered, and the chill subsided. Well, the way he carries himself is unusual. Plus he's the guild master, right? If we assume he was an adventurer who became guild star for some reason, then promoted to a guild master, it makes sense that he's powerful. Wow, I never knew Unken-san was strong. Her face says she really wasn't aware. Oh, and get this. East-sama said it was a kid that beat him. Everyone went silent. As soon as Pia, Paula, and Priscilla heard it was a kid that beat the knight, only one person came to their minds. There's a kid that's strong around, huh? I'd like to meet him. Hikaru managed to say without batting an eye. He had already expected something like this. Do you have any idea who it might be, Hikaru-san? Nope. A kid that's strong would draw attention. Wouldn't they? Yes, a lot of attention. Yet guild staff has no idea who it could be. I think that means he really is a bandit, or perhaps just a short person. I suppose. Unken-san said that's most likely the case. Are there any particular races that are relatively short? There's the hobbits and man-gnomes, but their numbers are few. I see. In any case, with bandits around, we have to be careful out on the road. I agree. I feel sorry for the knight, though. Feel sorry? That's a strange thing to say. He lost, so that simply means he has a lot to learn. Is there something more to the story? Besides the fact that a kid beat him. Yes, the kid spared him. He said he won't take his life. He probably didn't know anything about knights. What do you mean? Please explain. I'm not the only one who knows nothing about them. These girls don't know anything either. They all nodded. Losing to a thief is a disgrace to a knight. It's the death penalty for him. What? The kid spared his life, but he's still going to die. Isn't that just sad? For a while, Hikaru couldn't say a word. The subject changed after that, and the girls went back to talking about random things. Soon they finished eating. As promised, Pia paid for the food. See you around, Hikaru said. Thank you. Hikaru and Lavia bowed. They all parted ways in front of the restaurant, the three girls heading in one direction and Gloria in another. After walking down the road a bit and turning a corner, Hikaru grabbed Lavia's hand and activated group obfuscation. Hikaru, we're gonna follow Gloria. Does she suspect you? So you noticed, huh? She could be considering the possibility that the kid was me, or she just wants to use it as an excuse to find out about my secrets. Either way, she's a nuisance. Why are we following her? I want to know who she's working for behind the scenes. After gathering intel, she should send the information immediately to someone, or perhaps write a report. Maybe they have a schedule for when to get in touch. Still, she should write some kind of a note. If she does nothing, then that means she's investigating me out of her own interest. That's just creepy. I'm probably more creepy with the stealth skill, though. Gloria had a bit to drink, but she walked steadily. Actually, her steps were a bit light. She seemed to be in high spirits. 10 minutes of walking from past a magic and she arrived at a 3-story apartment complex that had only one common entrance with stairs inside to get to each room. There were only windows on the side facing the main street and no place to hang the laundry. There are probably balconies at the back. Humming a tune, Gloria opened the entrance and closed the door behind her. Hikaru couldn't find an opportunity to sneak in. She quickly locked it as well and climbed up the stairs. Hikaru pressed his ears on the door. The sound of her footsteps lasted long. The 3rd floor. Let's head to the back. At the back of the building was an open space where a huge tree grew, and a well with a bench installed around it for idle chatting. There was a common furnace too. The place was made so the neighbors could relax as well. It was completely quiet come 9 in the evening, though. Over there, as expected, there were balconies at the back. A magic lamp emitted a faint light in a room on the 3rd floor. The shutters weren't lowered. Only curtains hung on the glass sliding door. Stay here. Where are you going? I'm climbing up. Hikaru ran up to the building, directly under the room with the lights on, then jumped to the 2nd floor. His fingers managed to latch on and pulled himself up thanks to the 1 point he put on power burst and strength, respectively. Next he jumped from the railing on a 2nd floor balcony to the 3rd floor. Hikaru was breathing heavily. He somehow made it up, but without any points in stamina. He was out of breath. His soul rank went up this afternoon, so he had 1 point available. He wanted to put it on natural recovery or stamina, but he resisted the urge. It could come in handy later on, and Hikaru also wanted to use the points for his ideal skill set. Even with ragged breath, no one should notice him with his stealth and stealth god, Darkness Wanderer on. Crouching down on the balcony, he took a peek inside. What the? Hikaru couldn't believe his eyes. The scene unfolding before him was something he didn't expect. Gloria wasn't writing down a secret message to someone. Nor was anyone in the room waiting for her report. No one else was in the room besides Gloria. And she was naked. Her bare ample bosoms, slender waist, and curvy hips were in full view. A couch prevented him from seeing anything from below the navel. He could catch a glimpse if he stood up, but before he could, she strode to the next room. Her breasts jiggled and her long hair swayed with every step. Slowly her shapely buns moved farther and farther from sight. Hikaru heard a thud, most likely from her crashing onto the bed. I saw. What do I do now? Hikaru had no idea that Gloria slept naked. His heart felt like it was going to burst out of his chest. Calm down. Just calm down. He couldn't keep cool from the shock. It was most likely then that Gloria was asking him questions, probing him, out of her own interest. In that case, Hikaru watched her naked for nothing. He felt awfully guilty. Maybe I should check if there's some kind of a note or letter. The place was locked from the inside. If he somehow got inside, he'd see Gloria's full naked body. Time to go back. I have other matters to attend to. He was out of options. If he broke the windows, it would become apparent that someone snuck in. He didn't have skills to unlock the front door either. Even if I excelled in stealth, if I can't even open locks, I don't think I can bring out the full potential of my abilities. I should think of something. Hikaru. Lavia ran over to him as soon as he got down. What did you find? Gloria went to bed right away. For now, she's only doing things out of her own interest. That's it? What do you mean? It's fine if that's all. Hikaru panicked for a moment. He thought he didn't need to tell her anything unnecessary, so he kept quiet about what he saw. Still, he felt guilty. Let's go back to the hotel. Lavia said. Okay, but you can go to bed before me. I'll see you to our room. What? Why? Hikaru took a breath. I'm curious about this whole death penalty thing. I want to see how East is doing. It's okay, Hikaru. You don't have to worry about it. I know. I'm doing this for myself. Indeed. Not for the knight, not for anyone, but only for himself. The knight got what he deserved. Hikaru made a promise not to kill anyone once saving Lavia. What happened afterwards was none of his concern. The one he made the promise to was even saying he didn't have to worry about it. And yet, I just don't want to regret anything. No, that's not it. I just can't stomach what they're doing. What do you mean? I spared the guy's life, and now these people, who have nothing to do with the case, are going to kill him. I'm just pissed at how they run things around here. Lavia heaved a sigh. You're too confident in yourself, you know that? Does that turn you off? No, that's part of your personality as well. If you really insist, then you can do whatever you want. But promise me you won't push yourself and do anything dangerous. I promise. Hikaru escorted Lavia back to their room before heading to the knight's station. He assumed the Morgstad residence was vacated by now, and he was right. The Inquisitor from the capital and the knights, including East, were at the station. Although the word station didn't quite fit since the place was just as grand as the Count's mansion. Is he an idiot? In a room were 3 people. A man wearing a coat with blue and white stripes, the trademark of an inquisitor. His hair was cut short overall, with the top forming a mohawk. He gave a sharp vibe to those around him. Sitting across him were 2 knights, East's colleagues. Here's your tea. Thank you. A maid entered the room, pushing a cart. Working this late at night dried one's throat, and the Inquisitor liked to drink hot tea even during summer. He waited for the maid to leave before speaking. So he's the second son of a baron? Yes, though they're sanctioned nobles only. Noblemen with no domain were called sanctioned nobles. There was a law in Ponsonia which stated that only nobles could hold regular positions in the government. In order then to appoint competent individuals as civil servants, a system was made to grant only noble status to the people without giving them land. To those skilled men, having a noble status was appealing. It wasn't limited to one generation, and the annual salary was fixed regardless of whether or not one had a domain. This posed a problem, however. If not properly managed, the number of nobles would just keep on increasing. As such, nobles with domains were encouraged to absorb sanctioned nobles throughout marriage. His father was not a member of the Order of Knights. The documents say he worked in the taxation department and was essentially the number 2 in charge of national tax collection. The Inquisitor said, I heard his father is a strict man. He quickly learned that East was not good at numbers, so he made him join the order as a knight. How is he at his job? He's incredible. No one else trains as hard as him. There's no point in training hard if he's just going to lose against a bandit. That's what's bothering me. I can't believe that East would lose to a bandit. He says a kid defeated him. The knight groaned while the other one, the skirt chaser, cut in. Maybe there's something preventing him from telling the truth. I think we can rule out that possibility. I used a magical lie detector, and it didn't react. He professed what he himself believed to be true. In that case, maybe he was tricked. All the bandit had to do was make East believe something to be true. That is indeed possible. The two knights relaxed as soon as they realized the Inquisitor was not being harsh on East. Please don't get the wrong idea. My job is simply to bring the truth to light, not to protect the honor of the Order. We understand, right? Yeah. I'm glad you do. Anyway, I want to ask you a few questions regarding the murder of Count Morgstad. The Inquisitor said, flipping through his notes. An assassin sneaked in through the balcony at night, killed the Count, then escaped. The murder weapon used was a dagger that had its inscription destroyed, and with a blade length of 32 centimeters. It was left on the crime scene. Upon hearing the alarm, you and East rushed to the scene to find the Count's daughter, Lavia de Morgstad, already there, and the Count dead. Is this correct? Yes, sir. In that case, the daughter was the first to discover the crime. So there was nothing wrong with her being sent to the royal capital as a suspect. Yes, I suppose. But that girl didn't kill him. Why do you think so? There would be blood on the killer if they used a dagger. But her clothes didn't have a drop of blood on them. Let me ask you this, then. How long did it take for you to get to the Count's room after you heard the alarm? The two men looked at each other, though it was only the other guy who was on duty that night. Less than a minute, I think. That's pretty much how long it would take no matter where you were in the mansion. The Lady Killer Knight agreed. Let us assume that the assassin came from outside. It was raining that night and the door to the balcony was closed. The Count noticed when it was opened. He then pressed the alarm. The assassin got close and killed him. Before you arrived, the daughter opened the door to his room, but the killer had already escaped. The knight seemed to have noticed something odd. Lady Lavia said she didn't see the killer. Yes, that's in the report as well. So that would mean the assassin managed to kill someone who would clearly fight back, and then somehow escape in an extremely short amount of time, which I think is impossible. Or are you saying that the killer got close without the Count noticing? He would hear the sound of rain if the door to the balcony was opened. Besides, there wasn't much signs of resistance from the Count. He also had magic items on him that would have protected him if he just said the words. That type of item can't be activated when someone's extremely close. Exactly. It's strange that the killer got close enough that he couldn't activate it. I see. In other words, the Count let the killer get that close. The culprit didn't come from the window. If we take all this into account, there's really only one person who the Count would let close to him. His own daughter. The men exchanged glances once again. Your face says there are odd points in my reasoning. No. It makes sense logically. But something's just not right. I agree with him, sir. Yes, normally a parent would allow their child to get close to them. But normally a daughter wouldn't kill her own parents. Especially not someone as pretty as her. Her looks doesn't have to do with anything. You idiot. I'm sorry, sir. Anyway, we were not exactly close with the Count, and our bodyguard mission was only for a day. But even a day was enough for us to realize something. What is it? The Inquisitor asked, his eyes lighting up. The Count was wary of his own daughter. Wary? Apparently Lady Lavia had been kept inside that mansion for years and she wasn't allowed to go outside. So she was on house arrest? That could be taken as a motive for the murder. Yes, but this also means that the Count wouldn't let her daughter get close that easily. So it completely contradicts the reasoning that the killer is someone close to the victim. I see. That is a great point. But you're not even taking notes of it. Yes. The Inquisitor said as he closed his notes. Since she escaped, I am almost certain that the daughter is the killer. I've received instructions from the royal capital through magic phone to find any clue that might help in finding her. Magic phone. How much did you pay for it? A magic phone was a magic communication device installed in every lord's mansion. It required massive amounts of magic and catalyst to operate, so it was only used during emergencies. One call cost a lot of money. There were no lords in Pond, so the device was installed in the knight's station instead. The fact that it was used meant that the matter was of utmost importance. After all, a horse could make it to Pond in 4 hours. Forgive me, sir, but I think it's a bit late to be all worked up now when she's already escaped. I actually believe those adventurers are the suspicious ones. East thought so too, right? Yes. I think his name will be cleared if it's proven that the adventurers were working with the bandit. You're right. Then we should. We're already on it. This is confidential information, but special forces have been dispatched to the adventurers who escorted the daughter of the Count. For a brief moment, the two knights was at a loss for words. Special forces? They're people who fight in the front lines of war, right? The targets are adventurers. After all, who knows what they're going to do? Adventurers don't really care about authority. Isn't this going too far, though? Listen, the Inquisitor said, tapping his finger on the table. His Majesty has his eyes on this case. I need to wrap up my investigation as soon as possible and give my report at the royal capital. I'm leaving Pond tomorrow morning, so I need to gather all the necessary information before then. I see. They both flinched. East's sentence will depend on what I've gathered. Are the adventurers and bandit working together? Did Lady Lavia really kill the Count? If an assassin really did come from outside, you'll receive the death penalty as well. Eek. The knight who was with East on the night of the murder turned pale as a sheet. Anything but that. I have a wife and kids. I will not be the one to make the decision. There are a few things that are not clear in your testimonies. I feel there are contradictions. Please allow me to use a lie detector on you to find out if what you're saying is true. As you two are not suspects, I cannot use it without your permission. All right. You okay with that, right? Yeah. The Inquisitor took out something that looked like a glass pen and placed it on the table. It was a device that contained magic to detect lies. The three men didn't notice someone was watching the whole ordeal. Hikaru, who had snuck in with the maid's tea cart, listened to their whole discussion until it was over. The next morning, the guild opened just after sunrise. During winter, the place would have to be opened while it was still dark out, so most receptionists hated this morning task. But Aurora was different. She opened the guild without much concern. In fact, she liked working in the morning best since not a lot of adventurers were around yet. Oh, a boy entered as soon as the guild opened. There were no adventurers around, so Aurora talked to him. Do you have a request for the guild? She thought he was a client as he looked too young to be an adventurer. No, I came here to take a request, the boy said, showing his guild card. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Hikaru-san. It's just that I haven't seen you before. It's fine. I've only ever taken jobs from Jill-san and Gloria-san. Aurora was surprised upon hearing that he'd already taken requests from her other colleagues. So anyway, you are? I'm Aurora. I look forward to working with you, Aurora said, bowing. I do as well. Hikaru bowed in return. The way he did so made it appear like he was really just a kid. I'm looking for a request, Aurora-san. What kind? The boy flashed a smile. Something like a delivery to the royal capital. I wanted to see the place at least once. The kingdom of Ponsonia's royal capital, G. Ponsonia, was also known as the flatland capital. There were benefits to having level land. It was easier to expand towns, transport routes, and agricultural fields. Huge granaries, Ponsonia's hallmark, spread out far and wide near the capital. During fall, the whole plantation looked like a sea of gold. The kingdom was surrounded by both allied and enemy nations. The latter was dealt with by nobles who lived near the borders. They were called margraves, allowed by the kingdom to build their own independent army. Since the Margraves solidified the kingdom's defenses against external threats, the granaries inside could flourish. Cheaper grain products enriched the masses. Ponsonia was at the height of its prosperity like never before. As such, it wouldn't surprise anyone if the kingdom harbored an ambition to spread its influence abroad. Being a flat and landlocked nation, Ponsonia was easy to invade. To counter this, the army developed something unique, a moving fortress. The heavy infantry which Ponsonia was known for, though not all that mobile, it sported incredibly high defensive prowess. So that's the heavy infantry I've heard so much about. Their equipment looks light though, if you ask me. A large-scale exercise was being held just at the edge of the royal capital. There were two reasons behind this. First, was to show to people entering the kingdom, spies included, that it had a powerful army. The second reason was extremely simple. Carrying around heavy equipment like that was difficult, so regular training was done inside the capital and large-scale exercises in an area nearby. It's incredible. This is my first time seeing it as well. Lavia said. You too, huh? But isn't that basically Ponsonia's trademark? Inside a rocking wagon, Hikaru and Lavia were talking. The other passengers were seated a distance, so they could speak in low whispers. They could see the exercise outside the window. It was a remarkable scene. Plate armor covered the infantry's whole body all the way up to their faces. The plates themselves were uniformly painted in either green, purple, or blue, dividing the soldiers into 3 units according to color. They had long spears as weapons which had axes as the spearheads. Halberds. Hikaru wondered if halberds counted as long spears when it came to the soul board stats. The soldiers brandished their halberds, charged, and jumped. They even let themselves be thrown on purpose to practice how to fall properly. There were others that performed backflips. Are they using magic? Of course. It's not the man himself that's excellent. It's the armor. I read that in a book. Oh, I see. It all made sense now. The plate armors themselves were most likely magic items. They either made one lighter or improved the physical abilities of the one wearing it. A very efficient method indeed. Instead of training the troops one by one, the armor they wore was enhanced, upgrading the whole forces overall. It didn't work without mana, though. The enhanced equipment could probably only be used for a limited time. A war without guns. I want to see what that's like. Though war is pointless anyway. In a conflict, the fruits of victory pales in comparison to what's lost. For those defeated, it's way worse. I can see the capital, Lavia said. Hikaru looked ahead. In the distance, he could see what looked like the spires of a castle. Around it buildings sprawled with the castle at the center. It's quite huge. That was Hikaru's impression at first. You're kidding. But soon, he started doubting his own eyes. From a distance, the size of the castle didn't seem to change much, and yet the wagon they were on was already running through town. Hikaru recalled what Jill said about the capital having a population 40 or 50 times more than that of Bond. Back then he never really realized how big the number was, but now he gradually did. What's with this place? Just how big is it? Wait. There wasn't even any inspection. His voice was a bit loud that a well-built man, who looked to be a merchant, laughed. Ha ha ha. That's right, kid. There's no inspection here. A place as big as this? That's just impossible. He seems to be a nice man, Hikaru thought. He proceeded to thoroughly get some information. That makes sense. So can you go anywhere in the capital? Closer to the royal castle, there's an area called the Nobles District. In addition, there's also the first and second residential districts. They're within the walls, and there's inspection before anyone could enter. I see. It doesn't feel that safe knowing inspection is only done over there. It's all right. Even though this area right here is far away from the castle, it's still part of the royal capital, so there are guards patrolling around. It's strange, though. We would have seen 1 or 2 of those patrols by now, but I haven't spotted one today. Patrols? Will they do surprise inspections? Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Hikaru looked outside the window. All he saw was wagons and civilians walking. No patrols. A lady sitting beside the merchant, who appeared to be his wife, spoke. It's because there's a war happening soon, dear. Their expressions grew dark. The kingdom couldn't spare men for patrol due to war preparations. The large-scale exercise could have been a bluff. Then, to show that even though the kingdom was preparing for war, it still had plenty of soldiers available. Anyway, why are you headed to the capital? Me. I have a store. The couple seemed to be worried about them since they were kids. They offered help, but Hikaru gently turned them down. There's some nice people around here. I guess that's only natural. And so Hikaru and Lavia entered the royal capital without any trouble at all. I have received the package. Thank you. The royal capital's Adventurers Guild was approximately 10 times bigger than the one in Pond. They had 7 receptionists at the counter. Though for its size, it felt deserted. The war was probably affecting the guild as well. Hikaru's job was to deliver one sealed letter addressed to a merchant in the capital. The request was fulfilled once he handed it to the guild. Delivering the letter from the guild to the man himself was a different request in itself. Just like in Japan, there was a postal service in this world as well, where letters were delivered from one town to another. Although the service was available only to major towns, adventurers with spare time would deliver letters to remote areas like villages deep in the mountains. Even then, the success rate was low. With this delivery request complete, only 2 more requests for you to be promoted to rank F. This was one of the reasons Hikaru took the delivery request. Right now he was rank G. He wanted to climb to rank E so he could enter the dungeon managed by the Adventurers Guild. The condition for promotion to rank F was to complete requests that required going from one Adventurers Guild to another. The simplest requests one could take in this case were either delivery or escort jobs, but there wasn't anyone eccentric enough to hire lowest-ranked adventurers as escorts. Do you have any reasonably easy requests available? We have a lot right now. We're short-handed at the moment since adventurers are also being recruited for the war. Adventurers sent to war, huh? Yes. That means His Majesty is serious about this. The receptionist looked sorrowful. She couldn't criticize the king in public. Hikaru checked every last bit of request on the request bulletin board. Delivery in the capital, assisting in a major cleanup, helping the elderly, carrying luggage. Pretty much the same as the ones in Pond. They were only rank G requests. After all, no jobs that required fighting was available, since the military used the area around the royal capital for exercises. They've already killed all monsters, but there could still be something. Find any? Should be enough. Let's go find an inn. They left the guild. Hikaru started planning in his mind about the things he needed to do while in the royal capital. We've got a long day ahead of us, Hikaru said. You look like you're having fun, though. No, wait. That's not right. In your case, it looks like you're planning one of your schemes again. Weird. That doesn't sound like a compliment. I regret not being of any help in your night activities. You don't have to worry about it. With my current abilities, taking you with me is a bit of a tall order. You won't tell me what you're up to, will you? Sorry. It's a secret for now. Hikaru still didn't want to tell Lavia everything, including his abilities. It wasn't like he didn't trust her. He just didn't see any benefit in telling her right now. I think you won't get bored, though. Why not? I think I'll be extremely bored without you around. What are you saying? We're in the royal capital, my lady. And I'm not going outside. There's a huge bookstore here. Lavia's eyes widened. Well, there's bound to be lots of adventure novels. Let's go get a room. Quick. Preferably one with a huge table where I can use all the magic lamps I need. Hikaru couldn't help but smile seeing Lavia in high spirits. That's all for my report to His Majesty tomorrow. The Inquisitor had visited the captain of the Order of the Knights in the middle of the night in his office located in the royal capital. The office itself was inside the castle grounds, in a solid, stone-built building. It was a dreary and austere room with no fancy decor. The Inquisitor was seated on a chair made of oak that had no cushion. Opposite of him was the same kind of chair that was big enough for the Inquisitor, but it was too cramped for the man sitting on it. He had thick legs like logs. His body, as huge as two people, had barely any fat, and his muscles pulsed. The man had a heavy, thick neck. If his head were to be slammed to the ground, he would surely be fine. And yet his eyes looked kind and gentle. The Knight's captain. He was about 40 years old, with a huge scar on his face. His blonde hair was trimmed short, which would surely remind Hikaru of a baseball player. "Sir Lawrence?" the Inquisitor asked the captain, who remained still. "Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about what you said. There are many inconsistencies indeed." Contrary to his looks, the captain had a youthful voice, and just like his eyes, it was gentle. But as his robust body suggested, he wasn't just kind. He was that, and a lot more. This man, known as a master swordsman and a master fencer, had undergone extraordinary training. Although using the word training was questionable, his regimen involved being at a hair's breadth from death, after all. "So that's your report to His Majesty?" "Yes. I am fully aware that my report contains things that will bring dishonor to the order, but I cannot change any of it. Discussing this with you right now is not exactly right, either." "I understand. I am not worried about that." The King's Sword and Shield, the Knights, and the people who maintain public order, the Inquisitors, belong to different sectors with separate chains of command. Informing the Order of the Knights of what an Inquisitor had gathered before making it public was therefore an ultra vires act. But the matter at hand concerned the Order, and he believed Captain Lawrence D. Falcon to be a trustworthy man. So he explained things to him first. Of course, the Inquisitor had consent from the Bureau as well. East was inexperienced. Heavy punishment awaits those who sully the honor of the Knights. He can only atone for his mistakes with death, I suppose. So he belonged to the 6th Squad. They might be slacking off. I must personally whip them back into shape. The Inquisitor closed his eyes upon hearing the captain's words. Perhaps East is actually fortunate to be sentenced to death, he thought. Lawrence said he was going to work them hard personally. People in town knew how severe his training regimen was. I just hope there won't be any casualties. "Who's there?" the captain asked. A knock came at the door. A young knight from the Order stepped into the room. "I apologize for coming here late at night, Captain. It must be urgent." "Forget the pleasantries. Just tell me what you're here for." "Sir," the knight, whose face was pale as a sheet, cold sweat glistening on his forehead, shot a glance at the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor was about to get up from his seat, thinking it was a private matter, when the captain raised his hand to stop him. "He's good. Now, your report." There were two possibilities as to why he allowed the Inquisitor to stay. Perhaps it was to return the favor, since he was considerate enough to inform the captain of his report before submitting it. Or it could be that his instincts were telling him that the young knight's report had something to do with the Inquisitor's report as well. "Yes, sir," the knight said, swallowing to wet his tongue. The commander of the 6th Squad, Scott F. Lands, was attacked in his bedroom at his own home. Fortunately, he only suffered multiple broken bones, and his life isn't in any danger. According to him, it was a kid that attacked him. He wore a cloak that covered his whole body and a mask of the sun god, he said in one breath. As soon as Scott F. Lands, commander of the 6th Company, entered his dimly lit bedroom, he heard something zipping through the air. The next moment sharp pain ran up the back of his hand. He immediately knew it was broken. Unable to see the enemy, he quickly turned back and out into the corridor. He felt a sting on his right thigh, and though it didn't break his bones this time, it was enough to send him rolling on the floor. "Who goes there?" With only his arms, he dragged his body and hid behind the wall. His assailant was in his room. How is this even possible? "This is the 4th floor." Scott lived alone on the 4th floor of an apartment building. His place was quite big, but he would know if the main door was opened. Yet he didn't hear anything, which meant that the intruder might have come in through the window. Did he climb the walls? But they're made of smooth stone. Besides, I don't have valuables here. I've never heard of an attack in the Nobles District before. To get to the Nobles District, one would have to pass through the first and second residential areas. Not only was it difficult to climb over the walls, but the inspection was extremely strict as well. A series of questions sprang up in Scott's mind. Why me? How'd he get in here? What did he throw at me? Knights, huh? What a joke. The intruder spoke. Scott gave a start. He didn't expect his assailant would speak. One more thing bothered him. The voice didn't sound like it was coming from an adult. Who are you? Do you have any idea who I am? A knight, right? Do you know what happens if you attack a knight? Do tell. Even if you all come at me at once, you can't defeat me. You sure are confident. Where does all that spunk come from? Scott's gaze darted round. There should be a magic device to notify the order of an emergency in the next room. Confident. Well, yes. Why would I be scared of someone who's just running around with tail tucked between their legs and not even fighting back? Fight back? Oh, you mean you attacked me just now? I'm sorry, but I didn't even feel anything. Scott moved, limping slowly. I went easy on you so you don't get fatally injured. Is there something in the next room? Scott caught his breath, surprised the intruder guessed right even though he was hiding behind the wall. Are you going to call your friends? Go ahead. I'm out of here, anyway. What? Enduring the pain, Scott turned back to his bedroom and peered inside. A figure, illuminated by the moonlight and wearing a black cloak that seemed to suck in the light around him, stood on the window frame. His face was silver. He was wearing a mask of the sun god. Stop right there. What are you? Before Scott could finish, the boy jumped down, out of the room. Scott dragged his feet to the window, but by the time he peered down below, no one was there. All that was left in the room were two pebbles. The morning sun shone on the royal castle. The huge structure, built using white stones that possessed both beauty and sturdiness, glowed golden in the morning, glistened white during the day, and burned crimson in the evening twilight. A man was walking at a brisk pace to a room deep inside the building. The order of the Knights Captain, Lawrence. Captain, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you here so early in the morning? The Grand Chamberlain, an elderly man, greeted the captain in front of the room. A dazzling door, with gold ornaments stood behind him. From his position, it was as if he was guarding the person beyond the door. I would like to request an audience with His Majesty. I don't recall you having an appointment with him. It's an emergency. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to leave. It's an emergency. I see. I must ask you to leave. Chamberlain, I'm telling you it's an urgent matter. I hear you. There are a lot of people like you who claim to have an urgent matter to be discussed with His Majesty. The king is a busy man. Times like this when he could take his meal in peace is precious to him, so he could rest his mind. Before the old man could say any more, voices of young girls came from within the room. The king was most likely resting his mind. The chamberlain simply shot a glance at the door. This was a usual occurrence apparently. Please, I just want a little bit of his time. Captain, you may excel in combat, and the leader of the powerful order of knights, but I will not tolerate such rude behavior. The kingdom is in danger, and the kingdom will be in danger as well if His Majesty is agitated and doesn't get his rest. The captain let out a creepy chuckle, his brows furrowed. Then I'll wait here. You will only cause trouble. The chamberlain cast a glance at the king's bodyguards, prompting them to move. Unrelated to the order, they belonged to a different division, the king's private army. There were various forces within the kingdom at the moment, making the chain of command complicated. The order of the knights more or less was at the center. Under it was the regular army. The Ministry of Military Affairs managed the regular army, which numbered around 10,000 as opposed to the order with only over 500 men. The king's private army was a different organization altogether. Do you really think 3 small fries can make me move? The 3 jumped to their feet the moment Lawrence glanced at them. They were men chosen only by their looks and social standing, who hadn't undergone any decent training, believing that danger couldn't possibly come to the king. "Captain, any more of this insolent behavior and I will report it to His Majesty. There's danger lurking about." The captain raised his voice, and the chamberlain shuddered, his face growing pale. Heavy silence descended upon them. "What's with all the ruckus so early in the morning?" From the other side of the corridor came a young girl in her mid-teens, her orange, curly hair hanging down her back. Her deep purple eyes, like a pair of amethysts, radiated with nobility. "Good morning, Princess Astoria." The captain immediately got down on one knee. The 3 guards did the same thing, while the chamberlain put his hands together and placed them before his chest. A civil official's way of showing respect. Astoria, her full name Astoria G. Bonsonia, was the king's 2nd child and a princess of this kingdom. She wore a sky blue dress that looked refreshing in the recent hot weather, with laced pleats, the latest fashion trend. Her heels, orange like her hair, matched well with her overall outfit. "Be at ease." "So what is going on here?" "The captain is making a fuss about some danger and requests an audience with His Majesty," the chamberlain said, as if pleading for help. Astoria turned her gaze upon the captain. He was still on his knee. "Lawrence, is what he said true?" "Yes." "Then I'll listen to what you have to say. I'll take it from here, Chamberlain." "Of course." The Grand Chamberlain looked unsatisfied, but he couldn't go against the princess. The princess left the scene, bringing along the captain with her. "This isn't like you, Lawrence. My father only gets involved in national politics from 10 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. It's an emergency." The Grand Chamberlain doesn't have the ability to gauge the urgency of matters. Indeed, Lawrence was constantly astonished by the wisdom of the girl walking before him, whose height only reached his stomach. She was right. The king only worked 4 hours a day. He would spend the rest of his time womanizing. How could he bring up war in this situation? Or perhaps this was precisely why he suggested it. The kingdom was prospering too well that even the king could engage in such activities. In any case, one could only see the king in these 4 hours. Of course, if they could go along with the king's pursuits, they wouldn't have this trouble. In fact, it was common for the people appointed by His Majesty, including the Grand Chamberlain, to not show up during the 4 hours. "So what's this urgent matter you speak of?" The princess entered a small room nearby and locked the door. She didn't have an aide on purpose. She had a brother, the crown prince and the true heir to the throne. Nobles who had their eyes set on the future generation gathered around him, trying to curry his favor. They would whisper in his ears, "Princess Astoria might steal the throne from you." To dispel any suspicions, the princess opted to not employ aides. She could perform her duties just fine without them. As a matter of fact, she had been going through the minor national affairs that had been piling up since the king was not doing his job. Plenty of people thought that she should be the next ruler. There had been cases in the past where a kingdom was ruled by a queen, but it was self-evident that that notion would only put her life in danger. "Thank you for giving this matter your utmost attention." Not going to her own quarters and instead entering a nearby room showed how the princess thought things through. First of all, the captain mentioned it was an urgent matter, so it was important to listen to what he had to say as soon as possible. Also, her brother's watchers were in her room. To avoid any trouble, she decided it was best to not let him know about this. The commander of the Order's 6th Company was attacked last night. Lawrence precisely laid out all the facts, including the part where the culprit was the same person as the one who attacked East. "I see. But there is one thing I don't understand. Is this really an urgent matter?" "Based on what you said, the victims were both from the 6th Company. Perhaps they made some sort of blunder in the past and someone's holding them responsible. I would agree with you if that was all." "What do you mean?" Is there something more to this? The commanders of the 2nd and 11th Company were attacked as well after that. Both were taking a break in the knight's quarters located in the outer walls of the castle. That means an enemy had infiltrated all the way to just outside the royal castle. Silence fell. Kudyastoria needed time to think. When he heard about the news last night with the Inquisitor, Lawrence assumed that the 6th Company might have done something. The princess thought the same thing. Perhaps it wasn't a bandit that attacked East, but the assailant only made it look like it was the work of a bandit. Maybe he wanted to know how the knights would react. As soon as he found out that he could strike them without a problem, he eyed the 6th Company's commander as his next target. But then as Lawrence and the Inquisitor were analyzing the situation, another report came in. 2 more commanders were attacked. What's the status of the order right now? We're on high alert. I gave orders to not move alone. Fortunately, I'm not sure if I can really call our current situation fortunate. But it's only the knights that are being targeted. We'll be fine if we just keep an eye out. What's the likelihood of this problem spreading inside the castle? That's what I'm concerned about. Most likely there's no chance of that happening, but I'm not entirely sure. So I thought I'd give my report first. Tell me what you make of this. Yes, Your Highness. But there's only a few things I could think of. First of all, we don't know what the assailant's motive is. On the surface, it looks like he has a grudge against the order, but the way he does things make it seem like he's testing his abilities. He doesn't kill his targets, after all. Does this sound familiar to you, Captain? You jest, Your Majesty. Does it look like I'm joking? Yes, it does sound familiar. Seeing the man trying to shrink his large frame brought a fleeting smile to the princess's face. When the captain was young, he used to challenge strong people to test his abilities. I too think that it's highly possible he's trying out his abilities. There's no reason to attack this kingdom's mightiest force otherwise. If he really has a grudge against the order, then his methods are too sloppy. He's not killing anyone, the princess said. Sloppy and yet careful. He's getting away cleanly, so he is indeed careful. Yes. Testing abilities. We'll find out if this theory is right in his next attack. I think so too. The captain realized that he shared the same thought with the princess. You're probably next, Captain. No. Lawrence the master swordsman. Hikaru stifled a yawn. Before him was breakfast served by the inn. Freshly baked brown bread in a basket, a slice of cheese that smelled just a bit too strong on a plate, and orange-colored fruits the size of baseballs. In his mug was warm milk. It wasn't cow milk, but it had a distinct rich taste, and quite an aroma as well. More food coming. What? A plate with 5 sausages the size of bananas was placed on the table. I can't eat all this in the morning, Hikaru thought. He glanced at the other tables and saw people gobbling down their food. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. You won't grow if you don't eat, Lavia said in a patronizing tone as she took a sip of her fruit juice. I'm not a kid anymore. You should eat too. You want a lady to eat something this heavy so early in the morning? You're an enemy to all women. I can't eat all this by myself, you know. You don't have to finish it. It was their first time having a meal at an inn. As such, they had no idea how much food was actually served. But then again, more was better. Incidentally, they managed to book a room for 2. They didn't need to present their identification cards. It was hard to tell if a soul card was fake or not, and with the royal capital being huge, they couldn't find the time to check every single one of their guests. However, they were required to touch a stone tablet to determine if they had a criminal record or not. Officially licensed inns in the capital always had one. Everything's so different from Pond, Hikaru thought as he and Lavia touched the tablet. They didn't have any records. Of course, the room cost 500 galans a night, breakfast included. It was on the expensive side. But since it was close to the 2nd residential district, Hikaru had no reason not to stay here. He paid for 3 nights in advance. Money left. 21,780 gallons, plus 100,000 gallons. Hikaru concentrated on eating and left over half his food unfinished. "You gotta eat more or you won't grow big," the innkeeper said, tapping his back, making him burp. After that, he returned to their room to sleep until noon. He came back at dawn and only had 1 hour of sleep. "I'm going to sleep as well," Lavia said, shuffling into the bed beside Hikaru. Worried about Hikaru, Lavia apparently stayed up late to wait for his return. Hikaru thought there was another reason she was up late. She probably couldn't stop herself from reading what's going to happen next in the adventure novel she borrowed from the bookstore. This world's bookstore mostly rented out their books instead of selling them, and so the two of them slept until just before noon. Last night, Hikaru attacked 3 commanders as planned. His number 1 goal was to hide a tree in the forest. In other words, to make people think twice about giving East the death penalty. If the squad commanders got beaten in the blink of an eye, it would make sense that East would lose to the assailant. Hikaru found it hard to believe that all of them, including the commanders, would get executed. Hikaru didn't mind breaking a few bones if it meant East would live. The commanders wouldn't be able to save face, however. He had 2 other objectives as well. First, Hikaru wanted to see the security situation in the center of the royal capital. Surprisingly, it wasn't all that great. The gate separating the first residential district and the nobles district was guarded constantly, even at night. Put it another way, that meant people could pass through any time. The number of guards didn't matter to Hikaru, he simply went through without stopping. It was the same for the knights' quarters. People would go in and out 24/7, so the place wasn't locked. Hikaru basically had a free pass. Gloria's small place would be harder to infiltrate. Hikaru had some few difficulties sneaking into Scott's residence. The building next door was under construction, so he first entered there, climbed up to the roof, then jumped to Scott's place. From the roof, he used a rope to descend down to Scott's room. Scott probably thought the intruder jumped down the window and escaped, but Hikaru actually used the rope to climb back up to the roof. From there, he escaped through the building next door. Hikaru found the 3 commanders' addresses from the emergency contact network in the knights' quarters. Not only were their address on there, but there was a map to each of their residents as well. His second objective was to find out how strong the squad commanders were. Fortunately, he didn't need to fight them. Scott's soul board went like this. Soul board: Scott F. Lands, age, 26, rank, 22, vitality, natural recovery 4, stamina 7, immunity, magic resistance 1, perception, sight 1, taste 1, magical power, mana 5, spirit affinity, air 2, physical strength, strength 3, weapon mastery, sword 4, short sword 1, long spear 2, bow 1, shield 1, armor 3, willpower, mental strength 1, faith, holy 2. He probably trained hard enough that he used up all his points. The other knights had 0 points left as well, or at the most had 3 points left. If they wanted to develop their strengths, they would certainly hit the wall. Squad commanders with 4 points on sword mastery were no match for Hikaru if they were unarmed. If they had plate mails on though, he would not stand a chance with only 2 points in throwing and a point on strength. Time to go. After notifying Lavia, Hikaru made his way to the royal castle. The knights in town worked in threes, obviously to prevent being attacked. However, the guards at the residential district gates didn't seem to be on alert. It seemed they weren't informed of the knights' squad commanders getting attacked. There's really not a lot of them. There were approximately 500 names on the contact network he found in the knights' quarters, but the knights he saw there numbered a lot fewer, around 40 to 50. There could be men like Scott who had his own place. Still, there were a lot of empty rooms. Must be the war. There should have been 3 more company commanders in the knights' quarters. It was safe to assume that the rest were already sent to the front lines. Hikaru didn't care about the current status of the war. With fewer knights and soldiers around, he wouldn't have to worry much about authorities getting in the way of his plans. It was already dark by the time Hikaru went through the nobles' district's gate. Bonfires were lit, their light reflecting on the tip of the gatekeeper's spear. Hikaru didn't care, though. He simply went in. The captain's bedroom wasn't in the knight's quarters. Hikaru headed to his private residence in the nobles' district, but it was closed and nobody seemed to be around. No one answered his knocks, either. The castle, then? There's no way. Wait, what if? Hikaru had a hunch. He headed to the knight's indoor training facility. It was a building made of wood as big as a grade school gymnasium. It was also the biggest facility around. The floor was bare, with wooden walls and roofs. It looked like a barn more than anything, with 8 pillars that supported the ceiling. There was a catwalk and one could overlook the training ground from the second floor. 4 torches were lit inside, not enough to light up the whole place. Hikaru welcomed the faint light from the night that slipped into the place through the 4 open double doors. In the middle of the training ground sat a huge figure, wearing only the minimum protective gear. A sword as long as Hikaru's height stuck to the ground beside him. The captain. The man's presence was so overwhelming that Hikaru knew who the man was right away. Hikaru should be safe thanks to his stealth and job class, but the aura emitting from the man was too much for him. It was as if he was walking underwater. The captain was clearly on a whole different level than the commanders he attacked last night. To make things worse, he was ready for Hikaru. The man didn't notice Hikaru standing in front of him. Yet he desperately searched for the shadows to hide himself. From there, he crept closer and closer until he was within the 5-meter range where he could see the captain's soul board. Soul board: Lawrence D. Falcon, age 38, rank 48-0, vitality, natural recovery 8, stamina 11, immunity, magic resistance 2, disease immunity 2, toxic immunity 1, perception, sight 2, hearing 1, taste 1, physical strength, strength 16, weapon mastery, sword 3, great sword 6, heaven sword 1, long spear 1, shield 5, armor 5, willpower, mental strength 4, charisma 1, intuition, instinct 6. This guy is a monster. Hikaru ran back quickly to the walls. The captain had 6 points on his great sword, which was on par with Unken's 6 points on short sword, but his strength was an order of magnitude higher, a whopping 16 points. The max points one could allocate to it was 30. Hikaru had never seen anyone with over 10 points on strength. There was one more thing on Hikaru's mind: the heaven sword. It was clearly a skill derived from weapon mastery. The captain had a total of 83 points that he all used up. He couldn't use magic, but it didn't seem like he needed to learn either. Whereas Hikaru only had a total of 32 points, less than half that of the captain's. Soul board: Hikaru, age 15, rank 17-1, vitality, magical power, physical strength, strength 1, weapon mastery, throwing 2, agility, power burst 1, stealth, life obfuscation 3, mana obfuscation 3, imperceptibility 5, max, assassination 3, max, group obfuscation 3, intuition, detection, life detection 1, mana detection 1. There was one more thing bothering him: the 6 points the captain had on instinct. Even Unken only had 4 points on his. So you finally came for me. The captain knew Hikaru was here. The captain's no pushover, as one would expect from the kingdom's strongest master swordsman. Wait, he is the strongest, right? What if he wasn't? This guy looks like he can take down a few hundred men on his own. Where are you? Show yourself. Right. Your method is attacking people without showing yourself. Slowly, the captain stood up. He glared at his surroundings. His kind and gentle eyes turned fierce in an instant, completely wary of everything. I know what you're after. The captain continued. What? For real? Hikaru felt a chill go down his spine. Does he know that I'm trying to save East? Does he know about Lavia too? But how? You want to test your abilities, am I right? Hikaru almost dropped to the ground. What? No. You got it all wrong. Well, I thought it might look that way. The captain didn't stop from eyeing his surroundings while he noticed Hikaru's arrival with his instinct. He didn't know exactly where he was. Rejoice. I'm Lawrence, captain of the Order of the Knights, and this kingdom's strongest man. Hikaru wasn't sure how much of that was true, but it wasn't far off from what he expected. If people like him were all over the place, this world's wars must be some kind of a great monster battle. Would you be so kind as to show yourself? Lawrence's tone changed. He was more composed. From what I've heard, you're very young. So young and yet so strong. You have a promising future. I want to recruit you to the Order. Is this guy serious? I sullied the reputation of the Order. Hikaru thought about what Lawrence's plan was. First, he was serious about recruiting him. Second, make Hikaru drop his guard and cut him down once he saw an opening. Third, waiting for reinforcements. There was a possibility that a high-level spell was in place that could pierce his stealth. Hikaru activated both his life and mana detection. They hindered his vision, so he usually had them off. His reinforcement was actually already here. Someone was hiding in the corner of the second floor's catwalk. He didn't notice the person with life detection, but mana detection worked. They must be using some sort of magic tool to conceal their life force. Using a ladder, Hikaru climbed up to the second floor. What do you say? It's not a bad deal. Lawrence kept on talking on the first floor. Hikaru made it next to the person hiding in no time. A woman. No, a young lady. She didn't look like she was chanting some sort of high-level detection spell. In fact, she was just sitting there. She was using a magic tool that made her invisible to the naked eye, but Hikaru could clearly see her mana, and she had a lot. Soulboard Kudyastoria G Ponsonia age, 17 rank. 40, Magical Power, Mana 5, Spirit Affinity, Fire 1, Air 1, Earth 1, Water 1, Willpower, Charisma 3, Appeal 1, Intuition, Insight, Arts 1, Intelligence, Arithmetic 1. G. Ponsonia. Hikaru knew from Roland's memories what kind of person had that name. A member of the royal family. What's a member of the royal family doing here? Hikaru was confused. He didn't expect this. No answer. Then can you at least tell me what you're after? If you don't, I'll have to cut you down. Lawrence said. He didn't use the more direct term kill, which sent a chill down to Hikaru's bones. He had never experienced a matter of life and death quite like this. He had to make himself believe that the captain didn't know his exact location or he wouldn't even be able to move at all. Hikaru ignored the girl for now. His target this time was the captain. Was there a point in attacking the captain? That question had been clawing at the corner of his mind ever since he stepped foot in the training facility. The answer was clear. Not much. The captain thought Hikaru wanted to test his abilities. His goal of preventing the death of East was already fulfilled. It was nothing more than speculation, however. Was there any benefit in attacking the captain then? The answer was clear. He could turn that speculation into reality. Put it another way, that was all the benefit there was. Nothing more. Compare that to the risk of attacking the captain who was in a whole different league than the other commanders. It just wasn't worth it. Still, Hikaru's bad habit, his curiosity, was aching. He could find out how effective his stealth really was. There hadn't been anyone who he could use 100% of his abilities on. Not until now. He could go all out with the captain. After all, he had 8 points on natural recovery. The max points allowed for it was 20, but 8 was plenty enough. He wouldn't die that easily. It's strange. The old him, the one back in Japan, wouldn't take a risk like this. He stayed away from violence as much as possible. He never thought of testing his own strength. His life was peaceful. In this world, life is valued lightly. Am I slowly conforming to that notion as well? Yikes. But it can't be all that bad. One day, I'll eventually learn of the limits of my stealth and job class. This is my chance to find out sooner, rather than later. In essence, this fight will be a safety measure. Hikaru gripped the pebbles from his pockets tightly. He was behind the captain, about 10 meters away and at an angle. A complete blind spot. Here goes nothing. Mustering every ounce of his strength, Hikaru threw the pebble straight at the back of the captain's head, which was exposed without any sort of protection. 0.3 seconds until the pebble would land. I got him. In the blink of an eye, the captain's body rotated like a tornado. With his great sword, he smashed the pebble to pieces. Wah! Hikaru accidentally let out a sound. How could he move like that? How did he sense my attack even by sound? A flying pebble would make a sound as it cut through the wind. The speed of sound is 340 meters per second. The pebble would only make a sound once it was out of range of Hikaru's stealth. Yet the captain was able to hear it and then react quickly. Impossible. No, maybe it is. That's why he's called the kingdom's strongest. Hairs stood all over Hikaru's body. Lawrence's eyes were fixed towards his direction. There you are. Oh, shit. This would be the second time he was face to face with death. The first was during his fatal traffic accident. You were promising, but this is the end for you. The captain brandished his large sword effortlessly, exposing the jet black blade, its width uniform from base to tip. The captain caught a glimpse of a black cloak behind a pillar. He brought the sword down with a flash, destroying the post along with the figure in black. Air pushed forward. The shock wave from the swing struck the wall of the building and burst outside. It wasn't magic. Lawrence had zero knowledge about spells. He caused the shock wave by sheer power from him swinging his sword. What a letdown. The cloud of dust settled. Under the rubble of the broken pillar was a black cloak. Lawrence's eyes widened. There was no body. Only the cloak was pinned underneath. Holy crap. What the hell was that? The guy's not human. Hikaru's heart pounded in his chest. The trap he set earlier did its job. He hung his cloak on a spot where it could be seen for just a little. He then threw the pebble from that direction. Once the enemy followed the trajectory, the first thing he'd see would be the cloak, making it look like someone was hiding behind the pillar. Hikaru set it up for insurance. He was actually optimistic, thinking he might not need it. Without any plate armor, he assumed the captain was an easy target for his pebbles. That was way unexpected. What's with that reaction time? Hikaru was on the walkway on the second floor and threw the stone from there. Lawrence had an idea of the general direction where the attack came from, but he didn't know the exact location of his foe. As proof, the captain was looking around restlessly, searching for him. What ridiculous strength. That was probably the reason why the princess could come watch alone. The captain wouldn't lose. That doesn't answer the question of what she was doing here, however. Should I get closer? But if do that I'd lose all the benefit of my throwing skill. One of the advantages of throwing was he could attack his target while hiding. If he got close and his attack got blocked, or the captain recovered quickly thanks to his high natural recovery and then counterattacked, all would be for naught. Should I retreat, then? He considered it for a bit. Nah. Hikaru grinned while covered in cold sweat. I haven't tried giving it my all yet. He opened up his soul board and used the 1 point he had saved. Quietly, he got down from the walkway to the ground. With Hikaru's stealth fully activated, Lawrence didn't notice him at all. Time for round 2. He tried desperately to stop his legs from shaking. Gripping his dagger of strength tight on his right hand, he walked towards Lawrence. Hikaru was planning on engaging in close combat. Or rather, he just wanted to get close. He had no intention of fighting. One hit instant kill. The captain attacked earlier with the intent to kill. This wasn't an opponent that Hikaru could go easy on. Time to take down this kingdom's strongest. For a moment, it looked like Lawrence felt something, but what it was, he had no idea. Perhaps he was busy thinking that maybe his foe was already gone, because for a second, he let his guard down. Sharp pain ran through his neck. Huh? In an instant, he was overwhelmed by the smell of blood. Lawrence didn't know it was his own blood at first. What? Blood spewed out from his jugular. The neck, a defenseless part of the body with no muscles, but slicing the spot just right down one's face was not something that could be done easily. That goes double for someone as strong as Lawrence. And yet, his neck was slashed. No doubt, although he had no idea how. His confusion didn't last long. Beyond the gushing blood, Lawrence spotted the figure slipping right by his flank. With a grunt, the captain swung his sword. Its power was a lot weaker than the one earlier, but it was enough to cut a man in half. Given the distance, he was sure the tip of his sword would hit. Hikaru quickly leapt back with enormous force. It was a jump that far exceeded his physical abilities, allowing him to evade the tip of Lawrence's sword. Damn. 2 points on power burst is freaking quick. When Hikaru opened up his soul board, he used his 1 point on power burst. He did so just to be safe, and yet he still almost got killed. Lawrence probably didn't expect to be attacked from the front. Hikaru cut his artery. Then in the cover of the gushing blood, moved quickly behind the captain. The princess was behind Hikaru. If Lawrence swung his sword in his direction, a shockwave would be produced, possibly harming the princess. Which is exactly why Hikaru thought the captain wouldn't strike. But he did. The shockwave destroyed the wall right under where the princess was. It was a close call. Hikaru wouldn't have been able to dodge without his power burst too. He realized that there was no such thing as too much insurance when fighting against someone as strong as the captain. The wall collapsed. The training facility might be firmly built, but if the walls collapsed in 2 different spots they were close as well, that whole section would come crumbling down. The princess was on the walkway. With his mana detection, Hikaru saw her getting up on her foot in a panic. She would surely fall. Lawrence should be running towards her right about now. What? There you are. Lawrence charged straight at Hikaru. He had seen the boy for a moment, which weakened the effects of stealth. Wait a second. Aren't you going to save the princess? I saw her stats. There's no way she'll get out of that unscathed. Lawrence swung his sword downward at an incredible speed. Hikaru frantically tried to escape. His power burst was doing wonders, but it drained too much stamina when used multiple times. The shockwave was destroying the wall even more. I have to somehow get out of his sight to reactivate my stealth. His cloak, which would have been perfect for blocking Lawrence's field of vision, had been sacrificed earlier. All he had on his hands were pebbles, but they weren't enough for the task. No, wait. There's one more thing. There was a way he could block the captain's vision for a second. More specifically, a thing. I'll have to retreat afterwards. What a strange art. Is it magic? Are you done now that I know where you are? Not necessarily. What? Hikaru removed his mask and threw it at Lawrence's face. A moment, a split second, was all he needed. Having lost sight of Hikaru momentarily, the captain couldn't perceive him any longer, even though he was still standing on the same spot. The fact that it was dark inside helped as well, and that Hikaru had black hair and was wearing black clothes. The effects of stealth wouldn't have been restored if they were out in broad daylight. Where are you? Lawrence crushed the mask in his hand. How can you even move when your jugular is cut? Lawrence's face was growing pale, the blood still flowing from the cut on his neck. The wound was deep enough that his natural recovery couldn't heal him up quickly. With that much blood loss, a normal human being would have fainted a while ago, or even died. Kaya. The spot the princess was standing on tilted to one side. She was about to fall, perhaps due to the magic item. Lawrence couldn't discern her exact location. That voice. Is that you? Princess Storia? What are you doing here? Wait, what? He didn't know the princess was here? Then, the princess was in the air, falling. Directly under here were bits and pieces of wood, with sharp edges. If she fell on them, she'd be heavily injured. What's worse, the ceiling was making a sound. She wouldn't be able to walk right away if she sprained her ankles from the fall. If the ceiling collapses on her. Damn it! Ignoring Lawrence, who still had no idea where the princess was exactly, Hikaru dashed towards her. She wasn't that far away. It was a good thing that he steadily distanced himself from Lawrence. He didn't have a reason to save her, but he wouldn't be able to sleep at night if she died here. Although given that the royal castle was close, someone with healing magic should be able to help her right away. But they wouldn't be able to bring the dead back to life. Catching someone falling with both arms was a lot tougher than expected. Pain ran through his knees and hips like an electric current. But he couldn't stay there for a second longer, for the ceiling was crumbling down. Damn nice timing. Hikaru quite literally carried the girl in both arms like a princess. He jumped outside through a hole in the wall. A loud crash came from behind them. The ceiling had fallen. "Your Highness, are you okay?" Lawrence was shouting, unable to see exactly where they were. After all the ruckus, the guards would surely notice. A whistle pealed, setting the whole area abuzz. "Are you the assailant?" Kudyastoria asked as Hikaru stood still. Hikaru wanted to click his tongue in annoyance. He threw his mask so she saw his face up close. At that, "I guess it's fine. I doubt I'll see her again anyway." Hikaru saw the face hidden under her hood. She was beautiful, with an air of sagacity. Though considering she snuck into the training facility at night, she might be quite reckless as well. Hikaru let her down right away. "You're fine, right? No sprains or anything?" "What? Yes. I'm fine." "Good." "The captain might die from blood loss." "Actually, I highly doubt that. That guy's extremely jacked." "Guards should be here soon. Just ask them to pick you up." Hikaru turned his back to the princess. Wait a second. "Why should I?" Hikaru started running. "Roland?" the princess muttered as she watched his back growing farther and further away. "Roland." Hikaru was taken aback, almost stopping in his tracks when the princess called him by that name. But he somehow managed to hide his discomposure. Guards carrying magic lamps were running about. Hikaru walked past them at a brisk pace. He didn't bother hiding himself. He'd already confirmed it a number of times that they wouldn't be able to see him. How does the princess know Roland? She wasn't in his memories, either. For Hikaru, it was his first time meeting the princess. No face popped up in his mind when he saw the name on her soul board. "I don't even know what's going on anymore. It's pointless thinking about it. We won't see each other ever again anyway." He fulfilled his goal. Now East will not receive a death sentence. To be more accurate, there was still a possibility of that happening. But if that happens, then there's nothing more Hikaru can do. He could break the night out of prison, but considering East's earnest nature, he wouldn't wish to escape. "I guess we can leave soon." too. The next day, the princess summoned an inquisitor to her office. It was the man who was in charge of the investigation on Lavia's whereabouts. His once slender face gave him an air of intelligence. Now he looked clearly haggard, his cheeks hollow and sunken. "Are you okay?" the princess asked. I am. I heard he had to give a report directly to His Majesty yesterday. Now Your Highness has called for him. I can see why he's on the verge of breaking down." A high-ranking official, who was in the same room, told the princess. "You must be exhausted. I apologize for calling you here." "Why, you don't need to apologize, Your Highness." The inquisitor felt ashamed that the princess apologized to him. "Can you tell me exactly what you said to my father yesterday?" "Yes, Your Highness." The inquisitor pulled himself together and gave his report. It was pretty much the same from what Lawrence told her. "What did His Majesty say when he heard your report?" "He said I was useless," the inquisitor said with much pain in his voice. The princess sympathized with him. She thought the amount of information he had gathered in that short time was impressive. But what the king was looking for were clues to the young lady's whereabouts, and the inquisitor had nothing to report about that. Why does my father want that girl so bad? The king's blatant actions made Toria think that this wasn't just about the murder of a count, that the girl held some sort of secret. It must have something to do with the war. There's no reason for me to pry deeper into this. I wanted to ask you something, the princess said. What might that be? I believe the son of the late Viscount Zarasa was at Bond. Did you happen to see him? Viscount Zarasa? The Inquisitor was deep in thought, trying to remember. On the side was the high-ranking official, keeping a watchful eye on him. Princess Toria had just uttered a name that no one had brought up before. The official knew that Count Morgst had destroyed the Zarasa family. He had no idea what happened afterwards, however. I apologize. I don't know anyone with that name. I see. Very well. Thank you for coming here. You may leave. Yes, Your Highness, the Inquisitor said, and left. Princess, are you interested in this child of Viscount Zarasa? Yes, a bit. Anyway, how did the Imperial Conference go today? The Imperial Conference was a meeting held at 10 in the morning that the king attended. It was a chance to speak with the king directly, and since people in important offices participated as well, government officers and generals brought up matters to discuss in this conference. It was a mess. No surprises there, the princess thought. Today's agenda was, of course, the captain's defeat. What happened? If I told you, would you tell me about Viscount Zarasa? Sure. I'll tell you anything I know. We have an agreement. Then, the high-ranking official was quite the ambitious fellow. He wanted to collect any information regarding nobles. Where should I start? He thought for a moment. Toria didn't attend the conference as her father and brother were there. She had never before wanted to participate as much as she did today. Lawrence suffered grave injuries in the Night Zone facility. After all, how did everyone react? The princess actually returned to the castle secretly that night. As a member of the royal family, she knew several secret paths, and she was wearing a cloak to hide from people's eyes. The meeting started with a report that the captain of the order had been injured and wouldn't be able to move about for a while. Oh, my! She acted surprised. The official had no idea that Toria was actually there when it happened. Apparently an enemy infiltrated the walls, and that the captain managed to drive him off. The fight was quite fierce as the knight's training facility was destroyed. So what happened to the intruder? He's hiding in the nobles district. Security at the gate was immediately strengthened, so he's not going anywhere. The nobles district should be in an uproar right now as they search for the suspect. No, Toria thought. That boy, who I called Roland by accident, is no longer in the nobles district. In 2 consecutive days, he managed to sneak into the knight's quarters easily and even made it near the castle. He wouldn't wait around in the nobles district. Her mind was in turmoil whenever she thought about him. Who was he? Why did he save her? How did he find her when even Lawrence couldn't see her? Now that I think about it, he can't be Roland. His features, hair and eye color were different. Roland didn't know who she was, though. Fortunately, the captain's wounds healed immediately with healing magic. The king will send him to the front lines as originally planned. What? Is something wrong? Can the captain fight? Yes. His wounds were not that serious. I'm surprised anyone could actually injure him. The wound wasn't big, yes. It was just one cut, after all. But he lost a lot of blood. Healing magic couldn't restore that. Lawrence must have understated his report so as not to cause panic. If he insisted he was fine, everyone would be at ease. All he had to do then was put up with it as he was sent to the front lines. Since the suspect is still in the nobles district, I expect we'll be on high alert in the next few days. Please refrain from going outside the castle too, Your Highness. I know. Is that all that was discussed in the meeting? That doesn't sound like a mess to me. By mess, I meant what happened afterwards. The nobles started quarreling among themselves about who sent the assassin. They were all like, Count this has friends in a certain country. Baron that wants his son to be among the order's top brass. I'm absolutely loyal to His Highness." What an abhorrent scene that must have been. They were willing to put down others to curry favor with the king. Astoria felt dizzy. Now they really wouldn't be able to find that boy. At first, she thought his goal was to test his abilities. But seeing how he acted, she thought that wasn't entirely accurate. If he simply wanted to test his abilities, he wouldn't save her, a complete stranger. If he wanted to get famous, he would have given his name. If he wanted money, he would have snatched her jewelry. His motives were unclear. Now, then, please tell me about Viscount Zaresa, Princess. I don't know a lot about him, though. I hope you're okay with that. Will I see him again? That thought was in one corner of her mind as she started talking about Roland. About how after his family was destroyed, he was supposed to be sent to the countryside, and that he was most likely in Pond during the time of Count Morgstad's murder. That was all. The official looked disappointed, thinking the information he got wasn't all that promising. Let's go back to work. And so they went back to finishing the piles of paperwork. In one room of the knight's private hospital, Lawrence was wearing a frown. He was out of his bed and sitting on a chair with arms folded. His face was pale, his lips chapped from lack of blood. Captain. Sitting in front of him were 8 knights. Among them were East and 3 commanders. Each one of them had their bones broken by Hikaru, but they've already healed thanks to healing magic. I lost as well. We're ill-matched against the enemy. His methods are disgraceful. When I think about how he hurt your reputation by resorting to petty tactics, you fool. Everyone gave a start. A loss is a loss. If you waste your time criticizing surprise attacks in the battlefield, you'll die. Yes, sir. The commanders hung their head low. They were that much affected from the captain's admittance of defeat. Lawrence was optimistic, however. Healers and doctors declared him to be in critical condition from too much blood loss, but he was able to get up and move about after a night's rest. He was so famished that he finished 10 portions of food. His body was busy producing blood. No, more like his body wanted to live. It couldn't let itself die just yet and leave the score unsettled with that boy. Oh, right. The princess was there last night. But she hasn't gotten in touch with me. She probably wants me to keep my mouth shut. We must reflect upon our failure. That intruder. No. He's more than that now. He excels in eluding people's senses. We need something to detect him. And there's one more thing. Does anyone have any idea what it is? East raised his hand. We need to make sure that our heavy gear is usable at all times. Yes, that's roughly it. Modify the plate armors so they can be worn immediately, or develop a foldable shield that can be deployed from the hands. That man's attacks are weak. Perhaps because he specializes in stealth. The commanders nodded in agreement. That man reminded me to be combat ready at all times. Lawrence staggered a bit as he stood up. One of them tried to help the captain, but he stopped him. This means I'm still lacking in training. Those who fought against him and lost have a duty to inform others of his threat. East. Sir, I plan to push for your death sentence just because you lost to that man. Forgive me for being so thoughtless. You don't have to apologize, sir. East said, gritting his teeth. His voice trembling. Tears streamed down his face. Perhaps from the bitterness of losing against their assailant. Maybe they were tears of relief from having escaped death. Or perhaps envy that there was someone out there who could defeat the man he looked up to. It might be all of the above. Lawrence saw his tears and nodded. Listen up. The next time we meet that man, we'll make him regret that he ever went up against us. Until then we must grow and develop ourselves even more. Yes, sir. To the battlefield we go. Yes, sir. Though he was in bad condition, Lawrence headed to the front lines. Ugh. My whole body hurts. Are you okay? I'll be fine. I just have to think of it as some horrible muscle pain. Hikaru was walking around the capital with Lavia. The place was so huge that if they didn't pay attention, they would surely get lost. Blacksmiths were gathered in one place, and so were the clothes stores. Shops that specialized in one particular kind of product were everywhere, so they had no choice but to walk all over the place. Hikaru's body ached from the fight with Lawrence. The full power of his power burst too was too much for him. He would need to put more points on strength, flexibility, balance, or stamina so his body could keep up. Maybe I need to actually work out rather than rely on my soul board. There was no harm in working out. He wasn't planning to get ripped, though. A bit of muscle would be enough. Hikaru might be in pain, but he learned a lot about his limits last night. Sure, he could have died, but the experience was worth it. It was a high-level battle, a fight with the strongest, and his stealth was effective on him. Thanks for waiting, Mr. Adventurer. I take it I sign here? As soon as Hikaru received the signature for his delivery, they headed back to the guild to process his promotion. He had just completed the prescribed number of quests for it. Congratulations. You are now rank F. It was a different receptionist from the other day who congratulated Hikaru. Adventurers Guild card name Hikaru registration Pond Adventurers Guild, Kingdom of Bonsonia rank F job class dash. Hikaru left the job class blank. He would only be bombarded with questions if he set it to civilian. Setting it to stealth god was just absurd too. I can get promoted to rank E even if the only jobs I take are gathering materials, right? That's correct. But it'll take some time. Unless you can defeat tougher monsters, gathering materials won't be easy. Is that so? You look confident. Please come to me if you get rare materials. Do they get something from purchasing materials? Like a bonus? The guild was so deserted that the receptionist could waste her time talking. The adventurers were probably recruited for the war. As you can see, I'm an adventurer from Pond. There's no drawback in changing your base of operations. You can transfer here in the royal capital. There's no monsters in the immediate vicinity, but there's lots of bodyguard missions. Since you're rank F, you can take a few of those. Plus the reward is good. Above all, there's plenty of ways to spend money here in the capital. I feel indebted to that place. I see. That's a shame. People seem to be flocking to Pond. What's so good about that town anyway? Oh, I'm not making fun of the place, by the way. People? You mean adventurers like me? Yes. Ranks B adventurers affiliated with the Royal Capital branch are headed there. Oh. Hikaru was intrigued after hearing about their ranks. Can you tell me what kind of people they are? Sure. It's actually a party of 4 women with 100% job success rate. The receptionist told him their name. 4 Stars of the East. It didn't take long for Hikaru to realize that those women were the ones who were supposed to escort Lavia to the capital. Hikaru and Lavia left the royal capital on a carriage. Where are we headed to next? Lavia asked. I want to take some material delivery requests. I want to get promoted to rank E fast so I can enter the dungeon. Do you really love dungeons that much? I'm just interested in them. That's all. Dungeons, a staple in fantasy worlds of swords and magic. There were even games and novels with only dungeons. Hikaru wouldn't have to worry about other people seeing him use his abilities as well. You also want to enter the dungeon, right? Hikaru asked. What? You. If you really insist, I can tag along with you. Lavia was clearly restless, brushing the hair over her ears and stroking her nape. Hikaru knew that most of the books she read in the capital involved dungeons. She borrowed plenty of them because she expected to explore a dungeon soon. Apparently she finished reading them all during their stay. We're still novices. We should go about hunting monsters for now. The carriage they took first thing in the morning followed a long route towards Pond. They were headed to the forest near the lake where he met Paula and defeated a goblin leader. He wanted to go deeper into the woods so he could test a few things. On the bank of the lake, Hikaru explained to Lavia their course of action. First we'll sneak up to our target, then strike. The both of us? Only I will attack. All you have to do is hold my hand and follow me. Okay. Lavia said without thinking twice. Lavia trusted Hikaru's abilities even though Hikaru hadn't fully explained his stealth skill to her at all. Hikaru wanted to try a few things. First, the party feature. He knew that adventurers sometimes formed parties, but it was actually only more of a formal declaration to the guild that they were going to work together. Nothing more. The members didn't receive any special buffs by being in a party. What Hikaru was curious about was the soul ranks. Say in a party there's a healer who just stays in the backlines, and someone with a high soul rank. How would their ranks go up after killing a monster? Hikaru's battle with Lawrence was fierce, but his soul rank didn't go up, which meant that the target must at least be killed. Wow! Lavia blurted out. Green wolves were prowling about 5 meters ahead. They were so close. Yet the monsters didn't notice the two of them at all. Their ears simply twitched as they continued sniffing roots of shrubs without a care in the world. SSH, be quiet. Hikaru whispered. Sorry. Slowly, they inched closer to the green wolves. One thrust to the nape with Hikaru's dagger of strength and the wolf was dead. Then, Lavia's body trembled. Hikaru quickly plucked off a special kind of plant called wolf moss from the monster's back. They only grew on the back of green wolves. There was a request that required these materials to be delivered. Hikaru led Lavia, who was squirming about, away from the green wolf's corpse. The other green wolves were drawing closer. Did your rank go up? I think so. Soul ranks going up was widely known phenomenon. Upon checking Lavia's soul board, her rank had indeed increased. Soul board Lavia age, 14 rank, 7-1. Lavia didn't do anything and yet her soul rank went up. I guess that means we're in a party right now? I suppose it's safe to assume a party feature exists in this world. But why isn't there any definitive information about this? Hikaru considered a few possibilities. 1. Soul rank is not valued that much, so there's not much study done. 2. Scientific method of thinking is not really applied in this world, i.e. making observations, performing experiments, and drawing conclusions. 3. The party feature is only available under extremely limited conditions and as such there have only been very few precedents. Hikaru had a feeling it was all of the above, but they didn't come here today to look into why there wasn't information about parties. Finding out that Lavia's soul rank could go up just by being near him in battles was more than enough. He opted to save the point for now in case of an emergency. Next we're going to test your magic. What happens if you push yourself to the limit? I will lose consciousness. How do you feel after you wake up? Awfully sick, but no one's died from it before. I think. I see. You mentioned you can use fire breath 30 times in a row without a break, but that's not really an exact figure, right? It's just a rough estimate. That's right. Then our next experiment is to find out the limit of your mana. This was necessary if they wanted to enter the dungeon. My special skill is stealth, and Lavia's is fire magic. Not a lot of synergy between the two. Using magic would draw the attention of enemies. They didn't have any healing abilities. So if she fainted from magic overuse, Hikaru would have to carry Lavia, and that would limit his mobility. There's no monsters around to use as target practice, though. I guess we'll just have to pick some random monster. With the sun's position as their guide, they strolled through the forest. They had to pay careful attention, since the position of the sun changed with time. They said that the deeper you go into the forest, the stronger the monsters. It was time to find out if that was true. Hikaru spotted the perfect target for Lavia to use her magic on. Do you see that? Is that a goblin settlement? This is my first time seeing one. I don't think there's any other daughter of a count out there who'd get excited from seeing a goblin settlement. You mean former daughter of a count? Lavia corrected. About 100 meters ahead of them was an open area where trees have been cut down by none other than goblins. They used the trees they cut to make simple houses. There were 50 to 100 of them, though Hikaru wasn't sure if they belonged to the same family he encountered before. Their settlement was as big as an indoor track field. The place looked peaceful, with some of them cooking animal meat, a few playing the pipe, while others danced. But in one corner was what appeared to be wreckage from a human carriage. Pieces of clothes were scattered about. They were most likely killed. "Can you wait here? I'll be back in a few minutes." "What?" "I just want to check if there's people inside." Lavia looked worried. She didn't want to be left alone in this place, but she might end up seeing a horrifying scene if she tagged along. After all, goblins sometimes kidnapped women and use them to reproduce. There was a possibility that they had someone captive right now, considering they have killed others already. "I can run over there and back quickly." "All right." Lavia stepped away from Hikaru and crouched behind a tree. She wouldn't be easily spotted this way. A green wolf would see her, though. "I want to get her a magic item that'll help her conceal her presence. Does such a thing even exist?" "Oh, right. Princess Kaguya Storia had won." Hikaru started running. His strength 1 and power burst 2 was no joke. Even without putting much effort, he could run 100 meters in 10 seconds. The goblins didn't even notice the weeds swaying as he dashed forward. No goblin leader in sight, but there's a few bigger ones. A goblin leader stood over 2 meters tall. There were a few bigger ones here and there, about 1.5 meters tall. Just a head taller than the regular goblins. No humans just yet. Living ones, that is. Mixed in among the animal meat were human arms skewered over the fire. Hikaru looked away, holding back his urge to throw up. "Let's check inside." It was daytime, but Hikaru forced his way through. He couldn't waste a lot of time with Lavia being alone. He ran through the open square and headed straight to a shack covered with blinders. Sleeping goblins. An empty cabin. A storage room. There's no one here. There were no humans around. Hikaru felt extreme relief. What if there was a woman that the goblins got pregnant? What would he do? If she wished to die, would he be able to kill her? "I don't have the guts to do that yet." If he checked and found someone, he would have to make a decision. It would be better if they just retreated the moment they found the settlement. All he had to do then was report it to the Adventurers Guild, and they would take care of it. He wouldn't have to do the dirty work. But if he found someone, what then? Would he kill them, save them and care for them afterwards? Look the other way and just run? Frustrated by his thoughtlessness, Hikaru returned to where Lavia was. She didn't move an inch, crouched down like she was earlier. "Welcome back." Tears brimmed at the corner of her eyes. She was scared. Hikaru embraced her without thinking. "Wah, Hikaru? I'm sorry." "You must have been scared. You're the one who told me to wait here, you dummy." "I know. I'm an idiot." Hikaru was scared as well. He hugged her to hide what he felt, puzzled by his actions. Lavia hugged him back. For a while, they didn't move, finding repose in each other's embrace. "All right. Time to try out your magic. Are you okay now, Hikaru?" "All right. Time to try out your magic." Feeling embarrassed as he was reminded of his fear and anxiety, Hikaru raised his voice and repeated himself. "Can you hit the place from here, with fire magic?" "It's a bit far. I need to move about half the distance closer." "Okay, just pull on my hand once you're within a good range. I want you to use your most powerful spell." "Are you sure?" "And change the job class on your card to Flame Spirit God, Flame Magus." "Are you sure, though?" "Of course." "Knowing your maximum firepower will help us think of more strategies when exploring the dungeon." "Okay." Lavia's despondent reaction weighed heavy on Hikaru's mind. "I'm sorry. You don't have to do it if you don't want to." "No, that's not it. I want to be an adventurer. I can't be one if I get scared now." "I'll do it." "Thank you. I know I said use your most powerful spell, but please don't cast one that'll make you unable to move." "I know. There will be quite a big magic circle, though. Is that okay?" "Yeah, it should be fine." "Okay, then. Let's do it." Hikaru thought group obfuscation would be able to hide the magic circle. If the goblins noticed them, there were plenty of trees around to hide behind. Once they hid themselves, the effect of stealth would kick in once again, tightening their grip on each other's hand. They walked forward. Lavia's lips were tightly pursed. About 50 meters away from the settlement, Lavia pulled on Hikaru's hand. "I'll use it here." Lavia drew a tiny breath. "A spirit, heed my call. A raging fire is what I desire. Fire to burn down all living things, all creation, even the laws of the universe." Hikaru gave a start. The ground around Lavia, about 3 meters in diameter, started glowing. He glanced at the settlement, but the goblins didn't notice what was going on. Group obfuscation was working. "Dance, spirit. I offer you my mana, so sing, spirit. Take back our once pure world and burn everything down to ashes." Hikaru stared at the scene in amazement. A huge magic circle formed about 10 meters above their heads. From there, a ball of fire slowly rose. His forehead felt hot. Lavia was sweating buckets as well. The fire was a whole lot bigger than when she used fire breath. What he thought was a ball at first started undulating. It looked like a serpent. In fact, as expected, a few of the goblins began noticing that something was wrong. There were some that screamed as they pointed at the flames. Others dropped the skewered meat they had on their hands. Others tried desperately to run away. Flame Gospel. Using the magic circle as a spring, the flame twisted, then leapt forward. The circle shattered to pieces like glass, casting flashes of light everywhere. Trees grazed by the flames were charred black on the spot. The serpent flame climbed before charging straight to the center of the settlement. In an instant, the force of the blast ripped through the air like a powerful wave. In a 30-meter radius, glaring light and near-white flames flared and danced together, spinning around in different directions like a tornado. Overwhelmed by the strong gust, Hikaru embraced Lavia. He couldn't keep his eyes open. Lavia held onto him as well, though there was not much power in her clutch. She was growing weaker. "Hang in there, Lavia." "I didn't expect it to consume this much mana." They took cover behind a tree. In the meantime, the flames, having done their job, died out abruptly. The heat, the smoke, and the smell of something burning was overwhelming. Slowly, Hikaru came out of hiding. Incredible! On the ground was a perfect, jet-black circle. Smoke rose from the scorched trees. Here and there were traces of soil being perturbed. Needless to say, the goblins that were supposed to be there were completely annihilated. A goblin that was just on the edge of the circle had lost its right arm and right leg. No blood came out as its limbs were charred to the bones. The shack that stood just barely outside the circle started to burn from the heat carried by the wind. The few goblins that managed to escape the hellfire unscathed quickly dispersed into the woods, scurrying like spiderlings. HNGH. All of a sudden, Hikaru shivered from the strange sensation welling up deep inside his body. He wanted to scream. His soul rank had gone up. Soul Board Hikaru age, 15 rank, 19-2. Soul Board Lavia age, 14 rank, 11-5. Hikaru's soul rank went up by 2 and Lavia by 4. "Lavia, are you okay?" Lavia, who was breathing wildly in his arms, looked at him. "I am fine. I didn't expect to be this exhausted. It might be because I set my job class to Flame Magus. I haven't actually used it before." "Really?" "The Flame Magus class only appeared in my card after I started killing monsters at home. Until then I've only used Magic Principle Creation God, Challenger of Magic Principles 5. Then I realized that I was only being used. My spells weren't as powerful back then. And the mana consumption wasn't as demanding as it was just now." Hikaru was convinced Lavia hid the Flame Magus class from the count. He was glad that she told him about it. Does the Magic Principle skill on her soul board have something to do with mana consumption? Then, there was one thing he realized as well. At first he thought they didn't have much synergy, but his opinion had changed after seeing Lavia's power, with his stealth. She was basically a walking cannon with cloaking capabilities, a force to reckon with. They could wipe out groups of monsters. They could launch surprise attacks in the war. Hikaru was overcome with both excitement and fear. Hikaru, you won't leave me behind, will you? Those words made Hikaru feel like ice-cold water was poured onto him. Lavia's powerful fire magic was a delicate matter for her. Because of it, she was used by the Count, locked inside the house, and after her father's death, almost taken advantage of by the kingdom as well. And he made her use that magic. Lavia could have refused, but she didn't want to displease him. It was all an experiment for their future dungeon exploration, he said. However, he didn't consider that his words could also be construed as show that you can be useful. And so she used her spell. There might have been monsters, but it was still slaughter. How could I let her do that? I didn't even consider how she feels. I'm bringing you with me. Of course, when I first thought I couldn't abandon you, it was because I realized you loved adventures. Really? That's nice to hear. She flashed a weak smile as I took a towel to wipe her sweat. Lavia, it would have been easy to just say sorry. Lavia would surely accept his apology. But I can't do that. I might hurt her feelings because of my thoughtlessness again. Because ours isn't a 50-50 relationship. She tells me everything, while I keep several things from her. So I'll only come off as insensitive if I apologized. There was only one way to fix that: stand on equal ground with her. You might one day leave me when the time comes that you wish for a different kind of life. But before that happens, I want us to be on equal standing. So I will tell you my secrets. No, Lavia said, pressing her slender forefinger against his lips. Don't say any more. What you did for me is not something I can repay by simply using my magic. So there's no need for us to be on equal standing. Slowly, she got up on her feet, wobbling a little. Our adventure has only just started. We can't let something as trivial as this cause a setback. Okay, I have no words. I didn't expect her to say no. She's way stronger than I am. I get it. Let's go. Hikaru said. Okay. He held out his hand, and Lavia grasped it gently. Nothing had changed. Their relationship was still not equal, but the warmth from her hands made Hikaru feel like they had gotten closer than before. After catching a ride on a horse by the lake, they both returned to pond. First they entered town while using group obfuscation to hide Lavia. Although he found the whole process annoying, Hikaru went back out again before returning. This time actually showing the gatekeeper his guild card. So how was the capital? The gatekeeper asked cheerfully. It was big. That's it? Well, of course it's big. Anything else, though? Like the women were pretty, or hot, or they had huge boobs or something? You only care about the women, huh? His colleagues chimed in, laughing. They really are nice people. I'm glad I started out in this town. The place is too big for my taste. That's so? A lot of adventurers leave Pond to go make a name for themselves. You went there so you could get promoted, right? I did. But I can rank up from F to E here in Pond. I see. Good luck, then. The gatekeeper seemed delighted. Like what he and the receptionist said, there were way more requests and bigger cases in the capital. It was understandable that countless adventurers would head there. But sometimes adventurers in the royal capital could be called for war, like what was going on at the moment. There's probably people who see the war as a chance to make a name for themselves, though. Hikaru liked small towns like Pond, where everything was within walking distance. That is not to say he hadn't considered the possibility of leaving the place. Once promoted to rank E, they might say their goodbyes to go dungeon exploring. If things got worse with regards to Lavia's identity, they might even flee the kingdom. What's wrong, Hikaru? What? You look happy. I do. Maybe I am happy. Storing the conversation he had with the gatekeeper in a corner of his mind, Hikaru walked the twilight streets of Pond with Lavia. They made their way to the Adventurers Guild to deliver today's loot. At the reception counter, Gloria's cheeks twitched as she looked at Hikaru's loot. Hikaru-sama, what's all this? I believe there are requests for these items. That's true. Hikaru's bag was packed full. Special moss that only grew on the backs of green wolves. Wolf moss. Mirage butterflies. Insects that fly away and disappear when humans get too close. Slumber orchids. A flower that only forest barbarians could grow. Insect loquats. A fruit that when dried up and used to brew tea, could heal extremely rare diseases that affect young children. There were body parts as proof of kill from wanted monsters. Monsters that were too dangerous and should be eliminated at once when spotted. Hikaru took them all out at once. It was almost closing time, and the few adventurers left in the building were abuzz. He realized he was in too much of a hurry, which was understandable. After seeing Gloria naked that night when he followed her to her place, he couldn't stay composed. The image just popped up in his head. Hikaru-sama, you want these assessed all at once? Yeah. This should more or less cover half of the required number of requests to go from rank F to E. On that note, congratulations on your promotion to rank F. Thanks. So can you assess these for me? Yes, we can. But there's a lot. We need to conduct a few checks. That's fine. You can go ahead and do that, Hikaru said boldly. Gloria looked surprised. Most people wouldn't like that. You're going to investigate whether I stole these goods or attacked adventurers and snatched from them. I get it. That's fine by me. But for the record, Hikaru inched his face closer and so did Gloria. I bought them. Bought them? SSH. You're too loud. Hikaru pressed his forefinger on his lips to give the impression to the adventurers that he cared about what they thought of him. A group of hunters dropped by at this huge forest. I bought these from them. It cost me quite a lot, but that's not really illegal, is it? No, it's not. But spending a lot means you'll suffer a loss. Insects and plants will make you money, but rewards from wanted monsters won't give you much, unless you got more parts from them instead of just the trophy. I'm prepared for that. Do you want to get promoted that bad? I have my reasons. May I know what those reasons are? It's a secret. Hikaru played hard to get on purpose. That should do for the groundwork. Gloria's imagination would do the rest. Actually, he didn't care if Gloria was suspicious of him. The important thing was that adventurers knew that he paid for his loot so he could rank up. One had to be rank E to enter the dungeon as it was a dangerous place, and only those who were fairly skilled got to that level. It hadn't been long since Hikaru became an adventurer. If he got to rank E right away, he would draw attention for sure. As a result, they might turn their eyes on Lavia as well. So to prevent all that, he lied about how he obtained the goods. Is he the son of some moneybags, paying to get promoted? That's messed up. The adventurers reacted just as Hikaru expected. In fact, it worked out too well. It was a bit eerie. He would still draw attention this way. But this was better. Becoming a rising star would be much more terrifying. Needless to say, the whole hunters thing was a lie. He gathered all the materials by himself. If the guild tried to look for said hunters, they wouldn't find them. Hikaru could just say they probably moved somewhere else and that would be it. That reminds me, Gloria-san. Since the assessment will take some time, I'd like to withdraw some cash. I'm penniless at the moment. That too was a lie, but a necessary one to make his story more credible. He withdrew 10,000 galans from his account. Thanks. Good luck with the assessment. Hikaru-sama. Hikaru was about to leave when Gloria stopped him. Oh crap. Am I busted? What? He said, turning back, pretending to act calm. Jill was mad. I'm sorry. What? Jill was mad about you going to the royal capital without telling her. She looked like she was expecting for a souvenir as well. Me too. Of course. A souvenir? Do I really have to give one? Hikaru broke out in a cold sweat. Gloria flashed one of her knowing smiles. Then he realized something. She must have partly guessed what he was trying to do. He might have bought half of these, but I'm sure he gathered half of them himself. He doesn't want to draw attention, so he lied. Was more or less what her face was saying. So what she was trying to say was, I'll play along if you give me a souvenir. Unfortunately, he didn't bring one. Hikaru. Lavia swiftly moved closer to Hikaru and handed him something. It's a patterned handkerchief that's popular in the royal capital. Hikaru thanked the gods for letting him meet such a thoughtful girl. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. Of course I got you a souvenir. I hope it's to your liking, Hikaru said in a monotonous voice as he turned to face her, wearing his best smile. He handed the handkerchief, one with a peculiar pattern, dyed with 2 colors. I didn't actually expect anything, but thank you. It's popular in the capital apparently. I can brag about this to Jill. You're not giving the same thing to her, are you? Hikaru gave a start. It's okay, Lavia whispered from behind him. Sure, go ahead. You can brag about it. I see. Yes, you wouldn't make that mistake. I know you're in a hurry, so I'll ask Hunkin-san for help as well. That way we can finish the assessment faster. Thanks. That would be great. And so Hikaru finally left the establishment. Dusk had completely settled outside. As soon as they were away from the guild, Hikaru let out a huge sigh of relief from his lungs. Phew. Thanks, Lavia. I owe you one. You're unbelievable, Hikaru. I thought for sure you at least bought some souvenirs. What? Are they really that important? There's no better tool than that if you want them to give you favorable treatment. Pond in the capital's satellite town and people are interested in the trends over there. What's more, the other party is a guild receptionist. It's only natural for her to assume she's getting a decent gift. You, Hikaru. Yes? I bought that handkerchief for myself. Sorry. Hikaru apologized sincerely. It never crossed his mind that Lavia, who was pretty much an expert in being a shut-in, would teach her how to interact with others. It's fine. It was your money anyway. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you somehow. No, really. It's fine. I'm actually glad to see that you have a careless side as well. I would suffocate if you were too perfect. Incidentally, Jill's gift was an accessory case the size of one's palm. Although more expensive than the handkerchief, it couldn't be carried around. According to Lavia, it was better to give them both 2 completely different things, so it's harder to compare. What about Aurora? Should I give her something too? Hikaru asked. No. Giving something to someone you're not even close with will have the opposite effect most of the time. It's not like I'm close with Jill and Gloria either. Lavia heaved a deep, deep sigh. It's not about intimacy with those 2. There's a rivalry going on between them, so if you give something to one of them, you have to give one to the other as well. I'm not sure I understand, but okay. It was an area Hikaru was completely clueless about. They once again booked a room at the same hotel. I thought you were not coming back, the cat-eared lady at the front desk said in a slightly disappointed tone. Do you even have any idea how to work in the service industry? Hikaru thought. That reminds me. Front desk lady. What is it, Hikaru-san? Wait. Why are you getting over-familiar? I went to the royal capital. They don't check guild cards over there. They just verify if someone has a criminal record or not. Oh, that creepy stone tablet. Putting aside whether it's creepy or not, yes, I'm talking about the stone tablet. You don't use that here, and instead check people's cards one by one. Why is that? It's simple. It can only be used in the capital. Really now? Soul cards and guild cards can be used throughout the whole kingdom. No, actually the whole world. The stone tablet operates using a different kind of technology and it can only be used in the capital. More precisely, in lands ruled by nobles as well. Basically, only major cities. Hikaru felt relief wash over him. If the technology was the same as the one used in the cards, Lavia's name could have been exposed. The stone, it seemed, only checked for crimes that were actually known and recorded. As such, Lavia was safe. We can't use that stone here in Pond, and that's where I come in, the cat-eared lady exclaimed, pressing her index finger on her temple with a smug look. One look at a card, and I remember every detail. Memory, I see. A rather analog approach. but the most reliable nonetheless. People working in this business are usually extremely good at linking a name to a face. So there you have it. You can rest assured, Hikaru-san. Alright. Hikaru felt uneasy all of a sudden. Money left, 27,190 gallons, plus 90,000 gallons. As always, they only took one room. Hikaru didn't mind sleeping together with Lavia in a cramped bed. She embraced everything about him and that made him happy more than anything. The next day, Hikaru planned to get a somewhat expensive breakfast for Lavia as thanks for yesterday. He thought about going to a restaurant or some cafe, but Lavia wasn't feeling too well. The fatigue from firing immense magic yesterday had only just affected her now. We need to be extra careful when spending mana. Hikaru went out alone after Lavia asked him to buy a light breakfast. A light breakfast. That reminds me, Lavia loved that spicy hot dog. Has the flavor improved since then? It should be high time they got it right. He made his way to the hot dog stand. The muscular shop owner was standing there, arms crossed, and before him was a lone girl. It wasn't just her clothes that caught Hikaru's eyes. She wore a fine, silk white robe, one that's uncommon even in the royal capital. Patterns that looked like magic circles were woven into her sleeves and hemline in red and silver threads. It was a robe of high quality, the kind that a sorcerer of the royal palace would wear. But what surprised Hikaru was not her outfit. It was her hair. Good lord. I didn't expect to find real ketchup and mustard in this town. The girl exclaimed. She had glossy, black hair, tied in pigtails. I give this hot dog a passing score. Standing there was a girl with black hair and equally black eyes. Black-haired people were rare in this world. Those with black hair and black eyes were even rarer. Hikaru quickly hid himself. The hot dog stand owner was staring in his direction. There's a girl talking all high and mighty in front of you. Look at her, not me, he thought, but the owner kept his eyes on him. What's wrong with you? Hikaru set his class to Stealth God, Darkness Wanderer, activated his stealth skills, then stepped out into the open. Hot dog. How I missed this. Though it's not like I ate a lot of them before. The owner didn't say a word, still staring at Hikaru's general direction. Why are you looking this way? Can you see me? Hikaru moved left and right, but the man's eyes kept following him. His stealth should be on right now. As proof, the people walking down the road didn't notice him at all. Yet the owner had his eyes fixed on Hikaru. Hey, mister. Are you listening? Yeah. What are you looking at? Yeah. The fact that the man didn't even answer properly scared Hikaru. An enemy who was immune to the effects of stealth had appeared. He wanted to check the owner's soul board, but right now the girl with the black hair and eyes was more important. What the? Hikaru froze from what he saw. Soul board Silica Tan age, 17 soul rank, 104-29. I expected a Japanese surname, but not that rank. Seriously? 104? He had never seen such a number before. In fact, he didn't know it was possible to go over 100. Her skill tree was as follows. Vitality, Natural Recovery 4, Stamina 4, Immunity, Magic Resistance 5, MAX, Disease Immunity 1, Toxic Immunity 3, Magical Power, Mana 19, Spirit Affinity, Fire 5, Air 5, Earth 5, Water 5, Spirit's Affection 3, Magic Principle 0, Magic Creation 2, Dexterity, Tool Mastery, Pottery 3. He took a second look. Without thinking, immunity-type skills were probably maxed out at 5 points. That part was fine. The problem was her mana, which had 19 points on it. Lavia's 11 points was already plenty, and this girl had 1.5 times more than that. She's a monster. It was strange how all 4 of her elements had the same 5 points. Lavia had 6 on fire, which provided incredible firepower to her spells, and the reason why the king wanted her. But this girl had 5 points in all of them. She had 3 points on another skill as well, Spirit's Affection, that was unknown to him. I guess this spirit's affection balances her affinity to the elements. Countless questions raced through his mind. Although her having 0 points on magic principle most likely meant her mana consumption was awful. But one thing's clear, she's Japanese. We're probably in the same boat. The fact that she has plenty of unused points could also mean she can check soul boards. She was only 17. Yet her soul rank was 104. That meant she raised levels like crazy, which was pretty much what a Japanese person would do. Why would anyone raise their levels in RPGs? The answer was simple. Because they can. A lot of Japanese people loved leveling. If I leveled up, something awesome is bound to happen. She seemed to believe in that, which meant she probably played RPGs before. She's a member of the 4 Stars of the East, for sure. The high stats and the fact that she had no one else with her meant she was an adventurer. Someone this strong would be among the higher ranks. Hikaru wouldn't be surprised if she was rank B. In fact, she could even be higher than that. A powerful adventurer like her being in Pond couldn't have been a coincidence. It was safe to assume she was a member of the 4-women party of B-ranked adventurers known as the 4 Stars of the East. Please don't tell me the other 3 are Japanese as well. Just calm down, Hikaru. She might not be an enemy. Who knows, maybe we'll get along since we're both Japanese. Nah, I shouldn't reveal my identity to her. Their party is famous. I can't be linked with them or Lavia will be in danger. Wait a second. Why are they even in Pond? There was only one reason they would be in town. The request about escorting Count Morgstad's daughter that they were supposed to take, but got stolen from them by rank C adventurers. What they thought about that, Hikaru could only guess. But wouldn't it be safe to assume that they were interested in Lavia? I have to stay away from them for sure. Hikaru backed away quietly. Hey, hot dog guy. Why are you staring at me? Hikaru hightailed it away from the place. Hey, mister. The girl said. Yeah. I asked what you were looking at. Cats. Cats? Oh, wow, you're right. Hikaru didn't notice the stray cats loitering by the roadside. The hot dog stand owner had his eyes on them. The cats dispersed quickly as soon as Silica started running towards them. So there you have it. I'm curious about what their plans are, so I'm going to investigate for the rest of the day. I'm okay with that. Will you be okay? They're strong people, right? Lavia looked worried as she ate her sandwich. She felt a bit disappointed when she laid eyes on her food as she somewhat expected Hikaru to buy hot dogs. I'll be fine. They won't notice me. I think. The image of the hot dog stand owner's eyes following him around made him doubt himself. What humiliation. I know you can't move about, so I brought stuff you can read. Books? You've read most of the adventure novels, so I got you something a bit different. They were basically books for practical purposes. Botanical picture books, monster picture books, study on dungeons. Lavia's eyes grew bright. They were books with no protagonists, but by using the knowledge she would gain by reading them, she could become a protagonist of her own adventure story. Thank you, Hikaru. I didn't expect you to be that happy. Hikaru left the hotel, feeling warm inside. His first stop, the Adventurers Guild. The 4 Stars of the East could be there. As they say, know yourself as well as your enemy. I apologize for taking some of your time, Guildmaster. You must be busy. It's quite all right. We have to entertain rank B adventurers. I'm glad to hear that. So may I know what the 4 Stars of the East is doing in Pond? Unken asked as he took his teacup. He was seated on the couch in the Guildmaster's office. Steam rose from his freshly brewed tea. I believe you already know the answer to that. I don't know, which is why I'm asking you. I see. Unken tilted his cup of tea and took a sip, but his gaze was fixed on the woman in front of him. She looked to be less than 20 years old, with hair tied back and blue eyes that didn't leave Unken. She was beautiful, the bridge of her nose slender, her lips a pinkish color. Young men wouldn't be able to ignore her. Unken-san, however, was a man no over 200 years old. He was way past his prime. Selai's land, also known as the Sun Maiden, was a B-ranked adventurer and the leader of the 4 Stars of the East. Her silver breastplate looked like a work of art, with ornaments on the surface. She looked immaculate in her beige cloak and clothes. In a way, her appearance was out of the ordinary. Wearing clothes of such color would normally be considered foolish for adventurers. Walking outdoors would kick up clouds of dust, and fighting sometimes meant getting covered in blood. They'd get dirty right away. Yet she most likely wore such clothing on a daily basis. There were a few explanations for this. Either she was loaded enough that she could procure new clothes right away, or she frequently met with people of fairly high status. I was informed that it was the Pond branch that stole our job. The request to escort Count Morgstad's daughter to the royal capital. Stole is a poor choice of words. I believe the whole matter went through regular procedure. I received a report as well that the royal capital branch agreed. It was the submaster that processed it, correct? Yes. Though he's not here at the moment. Uncan wore a sour expression. The submaster suddenly left Pond and went back home 3 days ago saying he had a summer cold and he needed to rest. In retrospect, he probably heard about the 4 Stars of the East coming here, so he ran away. I'm not here to ask for an apology, sir. What do you want, then? A do-over of the job. What? It was an unexpected request. The Count's daughter had either already been kidnapped or escaped. There was nothing to do over. I take pride in our 100% success rate. It doesn't sit right with me that our job, although stolen, resulted in a failure. But how can you redo the request when there's no one to escort? I want your permission to conduct an investigation on the daughter's disappearance. We can operate better with the Adventurers Guild authorization. It wasn't a complicated request, and a part of Uncan was still displeased about the case as well. Okay, we'll do our best to cooperate. I'll give the submaster a good talking to once I see him. That sounds good. The submaster must have wanted the spotlight so bad that he rushed things too much. A request from a noble. A designated job, but the requested adventurers weren't available. If he pulled it off, he would earn himself a good reputation from the nobles. As for the rank C adventurers, he probably told those men he'd give them a high-paying job request, and in exchange, they'll be operating in the Pond branch for a while. After all, the highest-ranked adventurers in Pond were only rank D. It would be a great feat for him if he recruited C ranks to the local branch. Too much ambition will destroy you, I suppose. I agree. All right. Let's get into specifics. Uncan told Selise the details about the case, the scope of her investigation, and agreed to lending her a map of Pond. After the discussion, Selise got on her feet, saying she was going to meet up with her other party members. If you run into any problem, just come see me. I will. Goodbye. As she was about to leave the room, she stopped. Is there any other room here on the 2nd floor? The submaster's room is right over there. No one's in there, right? Yes. I would notice their presence if someone was in there. I see. Is there something wrong? I just felt like someone was there. It seems my desire to start the investigation quickly is affecting my composure. The girl's tracks grow fainter with every passing hour. I can understand the pressure, but it wouldn't do you any good if you panic. You're right. If you'll excuse me. Selise left the Adventurers Guild. Note, like I mentioned before, the lane doesn't follow the WN, so there's no way to fit this image in the story. But I added an illustration of Silica anyway just to give an idea of what she looks like. As soon as Hikaru left the Adventurers Guild, he made his way to a certain place, pondering things along the way. So the 4 Stars of the East are going to search for Lavia. Definitely not what I expected. Hikaru was eavesdropping right outside Uncan's office. He checked Selise's soul board as well. Soul board: Selise land age, 19 rank. 41-2. Vitality, natural recovery 6, stamina 5, immunity, magic resistance 1, toxic immunity 2. Physical strength, strength 3, weapon mastery, sword 5, shield 4, armor 3. Agility, power burst 4, balance 3, willpower, mental strength 4, faith holy 5, charisma 3, appeal 3. She was strong. Not as strong as the captain of the Knights Lawrence, who was also known as a master swordsman. Her fighting style was most likely different from him as well. Unlike the captain, who relied on instinct and brute strength to mow down his enemy in one blow, Selise looked to be the type to rely on her speed. She doesn't stand a chance against me, though. Hikaru might lose in a simple one-on-one, but one-on-one where anything goes. He was confident he'd win. Lawrence had his instinct, but Selise didn't. Her scouting skill was the same as the average person. A party. The 4 Stars of the East was a party of 4 women. It was safe to assume that one of them excelled at scouting. Silica, who looked to be someone from a different world, had those monstrous stats. So it's either of the other 2 members. Lawrence alone was absurdly powerful. It seemed necessary to assess the strength of the 4 Stars as a group. Soon enough Hikaru arrived at the sewers. He wanted to see Kelbeck of the Thieves' Guild. As always the air was damp. Amidst the smell of mold, he caught a whiff of something sweet, coming perhaps from fruits picked by bats. In one area of the sewer system were residential quarters, and Kelbeck was in one of the rooms there. "Sup, Kelbeck, son of A." Hikaru called out to Kelbeck out of nowhere, causing the man, who was glued to his desk, to be taken aback. He had red flame-like tattoos that ran from his forehead to his right cheek, to the back of his neck and down to his body. "Why you ass? I told you the next time you come to go through the front." "I didn't see anyone." "Not that again." "Well, whatever." "So what do you want?" "First there was that fellow, and now you." "Do kids these days not have any manners?" "That fellow?" "Who?" "She's a little older than you and had fluffy hair." "You didn't pass by each other?" "I didn't pass by her." "I think, the way Kelbeck said it, it seemed she was just here a few moments ago." A woman a little older than Hikaru, a member of the 4 Stars of the East. He didn't expect them to come here before him. They most likely passed by each other in the sewers, and that sweet smell must have come from her. "Did she notice me?" "Nah, I doubt it. It was too dark." Hikaru glanced at every corner of the room, thinking perhaps she was lurking close by. It was his first time having a close encounter with someone who could use stealth, and it made him feel uncomfortable. He was both lucky and unlucky. Had he arrived a little bit earlier, he would have heard what the 2 of them were talking about. If, however, he arrived way earlier, the woman could have eavesdropped on them instead. "Should I add more points to both life and mana detection?" "I don't have a lot of points left, though." Hikaru thought he could beat Selise in a one-on-one, but against someone who could use stealth, he realized he couldn't. It would be a draw. The enemy wouldn't be able to see him, but he wouldn't be able to see the enemy either. "What are you looking around for?" Kelbeck asked, puzzled. "Did she mention her name?" "She did." "Sarah of the 4 Stars of the East. Did you tell her about me?" "I would never sell a paying client out, even if they're a cocky brat." Hikaru hired Kelbeck for Lavia's escape, in which he asked for a man to distract Nogasa and his party. It was a safety measure he had to take since he had no points in group obfuscation back then. Even if he did, he had no idea how effective the skill was. "She wanted information, so I gave her some, took some money, and shooed her away." It seemed the 4 Stars of the East came here to search for information. The daughter of a count had disappeared. They most likely assumed that someone from the underworld pulled some strings. They were right in coming here. Hikaru was struck with fear. The good thing was they didn't know that Kelbeck himself was involved in stopping the carriage. "Just to be sure, is the fellow I hired safe?" "Yeah, he's a peddler. Right now, he should be in a port city about 2 mountains away from here buying stocks. He won't be back in Pond until spring next year. There's no way he'll get tracked." "I see." "What? You had doubts about the way I do things?" "Kinda." "Man, you're infuriating. Get out of here." "I'm here today as a client." "What?" Hikaru took out some coins from his leather bag. Tell me everything you know about the 4 stars of the East. That evening, Hikaru went straight back to the hotel. In the end, he wasn't able to see Jill, but there was nothing he could do about that. The 4 stars of the East could be in the Adventurers Guild. He had seen the faces of Silicate Anne and Selai's Land. The latter he saw from afar as she left the guild. The other 2 were named Sarah and Sophie Bloomfield. Kelbeck described both their appearances in detail, for a hefty price of 10,000 gallons, but he could still mistake them for someone else. He couldn't rely on verbal description alone. It was also possible that Sarah used stealth. After careful consideration, Hikaru decided to put points on his mana detection. Why didn't he choose life detection? It was because he recalled the Cloak Princess Kaguya wore. He could only sense her with mana detection back then. Hikaru paid a visit to Dodorono's shop to ask the dwarf if it was possible to make equipment that had cloaking capabilities. He said that with expensive materials, it could be done. A gear that could conceal the wearer's scent, heat, and overall presence. In other words, things that were related to life obfuscation and imperceptibility. Mana obfuscation was still a fairly unknown skill apparently. So Hikaru thought that Sarah most likely excelled in either life obfuscation or imperceptibility. It was nothing more than speculation, of course, but he didn't have unlimited points, so he thought it would be best to put what he had on mana detection. His soul rank had gone up 3 levels, 2 from Lavia destroying the goblin settlement and 1 from killing a few monsters afterwards. He put 2 points on mana detection and a new skill branched out from it called detection expansion. Instinct detection, life detection 1, mana detection 3. Detection expansion 0. Detection expansion extends detection range max 3. After mulling it over, he put 1 point on detection expansion. Even Uncan only had 2 points on mana obfuscation. Hikaru doubted Sarah had 3 points or more on hers. Right now, there was no way of knowing if he made the right choice, but one thing was certain. Expansion was one hell of a skill. 3 points on mana detection gave him a search range of 30 meters. With 1 point on detection expansion, it went up to almost 100 meters. He could see soft, blue flames outside the walls, signs of people. It was like one of those cheats in first-person shooter games where one could see enemies behind walls. Though in order to find out who's using stealth, he had to use his actual sight as well. If he saw blue flames with his skill, but his eyes couldn't perceive anyone, then that person was using stealth. It was quite annoying. Plus he had to get as close to 5 meters to even check their soul board. I wanted to improve my fighting skills or stamina, but I suppose I'll just have to take it one step at a time. Hikaru's vitality and magical power were still unlocked. If possible, he wanted to use magic as well, but he also wanted to master both stealth and anti-stealth. Right now, he needed to eliminate the danger. Welcome back. Lavia was reading the botanical picture book when she noticed Hikaru's return. I have some bad news. Aren't you supposed to say I've got good news and bad news? What do you want to hear first? What is this, some American TV series? America? Ah, no, it's nothing. The bad news is Hikaru told Lavia about how the 4 stars of the East were most likely looking for her. He left the part about Kelbeck and the women's skills, however. I see. Are we leaving town, then? No. We'd only draw suspicion if we left. We came back to Pond knowing they would be here. We'll just have to carry out what we need to do. What's that? Hikaru grinned. I'll get to rank E tomorrow, then we're going out of town. Lavia was feeling a lot better, so they slept late that night. The plan was to take it easy tomorrow anyway. Hikaru and Lavia made their way to the hot dog stand. Silica was nowhere to be found. The owner turned around to face them, arms crossed, then nodded. 60 gallons. I didn't say anything yet. He diligently prepared the hot dog, put ketchup and mustard on it, before handing them over. Hikaru handed him the money, then took a bite. The moment he sunk his teeth into the sausage, the meat juices started dripping out. Combine that with ketchup that had just the right amount of sourness and mustard. It made for a harmonious flavor. Now I give this a passing mark. I see. What? You don't look too happy. It's just that you finally approved of my hot dogs, Master. What did he just call me? Why is he looking at me with sparkling eyes? Now all you need is some variation, like cheese or chopped onions for topping, and instead of mustard you can have salsa sauce with spicy vinegar. I understand. I'm going to conquer the world with these hot dogs. The owner exclaimed. Why yeah, you do that, Hikaru said. It's not spicy enough. Hikaru ignored Lavia's comments. In the near future, these hot dogs would cross the kingdom's borders and spread throughout the whole continent. But that's a story for another time. Next, they headed to Dodorono's shop that Hikaru visited yesterday. If possible, he wanted to leave Bonn tomorrow, so they only had today to buy equipment. My impeccable fashion sense looking hot again today. Ugh. A middle-aged dwarf posing and winking with a V-sign over one eye was too much for Hikaru. He felt uncomfortable, like being forced to drink hot tea in the middle of summer. Can you get us a few things? Sure. Just tell me what you're looking for. First I want some gear that can conceal one's presence. Money's no problem. Just give me an estimate. Are you going to wear it? No. Ranklaw here will. We might sell it later on, so unisex is preferable. Dodorono studied Lavia. Hikaru froze with fear for a moment. He might find out about her real identity if he kept on staring at her like that. You? Why yes. Lavia was panicking. You have such beautiful skin. I'm so jealous. Damn, I got scared for nothing, Hikaru thought as he heaved a sigh. You'll look good in anything. I'll make an estimate, so just wait for a bit. They bought change of clothes needed for their journey as well. Hikaru only had his night wolf overalls, so he picked up some linen shirt and pants. Careful consideration was necessary on what to get since there was a limit to how much they could carry. Lavia picked up some women's underwear, saying she was buying them for her sister. Hikaru didn't need a new cloak. The one that got destroyed during his fight with Lawrence was something he bought from a second-hand shop in the capital. Untraceable gear was best for night infiltrations. After all, I'm done with the estimate. It's quite expensive overall. How much? Dodorono held out a piece of paper. Camouflage lizard leather, 9,200 gallons. Camouflage dragon leather, additional 18,000 gallons. Spirit magic gem, air, 1,500 gallons. Labor, 1,000 gallons. Total, 11,700 gallons. Dodorono-san. I know. I told you it would be expensive. A spirit magic gem is needed as well. Air magic will make sure that the wearer's scent won't be all over the place. I doubt anyone would pay this much for a cloak. Hikaru pointed at the paper. 1,000 gallons for the labor? That's too cheap. Wait, that's what bothers you? This is unacceptable for a custom order. Ask for at least twice that amount. 1,000 gallons is quite expensive already. Make it 2,000. And if possible, prioritize our order. Okay. Wait, you're actually going to order one? Of course. Who asks for an estimate but doesn't actually buy anything? But the price. Hikaru took out his leather bag that he used as a wallet. The way it looked heavy and the sound of coins clinking made Dodorono breathless. I want to ask about the camouflage dragon leather. How good is it? Extremely good. Camouflage dragons aren't that big and they appear frequently in dungeons. When they're outside it's almost impossible to spot them. Its ability to conceal itself lies on its hide, so we're going to use that for the cloak. Of course, since we're using dead skin, it won't be as effective. Still, it's much better than camouflage lizard leather. What about availability? Which one's easier to buy in the market? The camouflage dragon leather. It's pricey, so not a lot of people buy it. They stay in stock for a long time. A wholesaler who came from the royal capital the other day had it in his inventory as well. Camouflage lizards, on the other hand, are seasonal. They hibernate during the winter, making it easier to hunt them during that season. The leather is usually processed at the beginning of spring, so not a lot of it is available at this time. In that case, I want the camouflage dragon leather. Okay. Dodorono didn't say another word after that. Are you sure 2,000 gallons for the labor is enough? It's fine. Camouflage dragon leather is easier to work with anyway. How long would it take to finish? Let's see. Even if I prioritized it, it would take more or less 10 days. Buying materials will take time. 10 days. Hikaru pondered it over. He wanted to leave tomorrow. Waiting 10 more days wasn't an option. Can you get the finished product delivered? I'm actually thinking of visiting the underground city of the ancient gods soon. Oh, you're going to the dungeon? I see. Yes, gear like this will certainly come in handy in a dungeon. You think so? Of course. You'll have a massive advantage in a dungeon if you can have the first strike. I want you to deliver the finished product to the Adventurers Guild over there. Root Hubbard. Huh. Hikaru nodded. The nearest town to the dungeon was Root Hubbard. Okay. How about we? Lavia listened attentively to Hikaru and Dodorono's conversation. The money they had on hand was not enough, so Hikaru withdrew 30,700 gallons from the guild for the payment. Full amount was to be paid up front and Dodorono would pay for the shipping fee to Root Hubbard. Their next stop was Lena Wood's weapon shop. Hikaru's dagger of strength was starting to wear out from killing monsters. He wanted to buy something for Lavia's self-defense as well. Wow, you've been using this thing a lot, Lena Wood said as Hikaru showed him the dagger. The blacksmith seemed happy knowing that the weapon he made was used regularly. The blade itself is worn out and the grip spent. What in the world did you use it for in such a short amount of time? A lot of things. I can repair it, but I'll have to hold on to it for the rest of the day. In that case, I'll buy a spare one. Also, I want a decent staff for using spirit magic. You should head to the Alchemist's Guild. They have a lot of good staffs over there. I have a few here, though, he said, placing several staffs wrapped in cloth on the counter. Are these all made of metal? Yup. I'm a blacksmith, so I used metal to make sturdy staffs that you can beat others with. Spirit magic should be easier to control with wood. Exactly. The buffs on these babies have nothing to do with magic. Hikaru finally understood. These weapons were ejects. This one will give you more strength. And this one will give you more strength. That one over there will give you more strength. Talk about unbalanced, Hikaru remarked. You think so too? Ahaha. I haven't sold any of it because of that. I can see why. Customers would just head to the Alchemist's Guild instead. But get this. Not every one of them adds strength. Lena Wood pointed at one of the staffs. A dull silver stick that looked like a cop's baton. It was about 30 centimeters long with a grip, smooth all the way to the tip. This one gives you more stamina. Oh. How much is it? You can have it now for only 400 gallons. So it didn't sell well. Hikaru's dagger of strength cost him 5,000 gallons. The staff was more than 10 times cheaper. He bought the staff and an ordinary steel dagger with no buffs whatsoever that cost 4,000 gallons. For the repair of his dagger, he paid 300 gallons. After that, Hikaru and Lavia hailed a fast horse towards the lake on the east. They arrived at around noon, so first they had lunch. There's adventurers around. 3 adventurers were interviewing anglers by the lake. Then it hit him. I guess they're looking into the materials I brought to the guild. Hikaru delivered tons of monster loots yesterday. They were probably checking to see if they were obtained legally. Good luck. He grinned. After having lunch at a spot where they could not be seen, Hikaru and Lavia headed into the forest. Morning of the same day. When you asked the residents of Pond about the finest hotel in town, they would all answer the same thing, Grand Hotel Pond. Owned by a business tycoon, it was part of a chain of hotels that opened branches only in the best part of town. The building itself had to be the tallest one around and they'd have plenty of employees as well. There were branches in the Royal Capital and Root Hubbard as well. The first floor lounge was so spacious that there were huge gaps between tables. I take it we're all here. There's really no need to double check, is there? There's only 4 of us. The one who answered was Silicate Ann. Stacked on the smooth, marble table in front of her was food that seemed a sharp contrast to her extravagant appearance. Hot dogs. She'd been gulping them down for a while now. Aha, ahahaha. You sure have an appetite, Silica. I can't help it. It's delicious. Do you want some, Selise? I think I'll pass. Selise Land, the leader of the 4 Stars of the East, also known as the Sun Maiden, turned down the offer with a strained laugh. The expression on her face wasn't as tense as when she met with Uncan. She was enjoying the conversation with her few trustworthy friends. You should just give it to her straight, Selise. Like you'll get fat, Silica. Sarah interjected. She had wavy, short, purple hair that matched her thin, purple eyes. Her slender arms and legs were exposed through her elbow-length shirt and knee-length trousers. Yet her proportions were fine as she wasn't that tall. Although not a hybrid, she gave off a cat-like vibe. I don't get fat. Using magic makes me hungry. There's no scientific proof of that anywhere. Selise commented. Well, I'm living proof. Sure looks like it. Sarah said. What are you trying to say? You don't get fat, Silica. But your boobs won't get bigger as well. Silica shot a glare at Sarah, who only laughed it off. Sarah was shorter than Silica, her arms and legs slender, but for some reason she was busty. However, there was one more member of their party who had even bigger breasts. Let's just start, Selise. You're right. Where's Sophie? The church and the orphanage. Same as always, then. Okay. Let's begin. First, a report from each of us about what we've gathered so far. Selise told them about her conversation with the guild master. I went to Count Morgstad's residence this morning, but they wouldn't let me in. I chatted with some servants though, and they said the count's daughter had exceptional magical abilities. Sarah said. Huh. Silica stopped chewing her food all of a sudden. Wait, is she? No, she's not like you, Silica. She was born and raised in this world. They say she has silver hair and blue eyes as well. She doesn't speak a different language either. Selise said. I see. From what I heard, this Lavia girl was supposed to be sent to war. Sarah said. Selise frowned upon hearing the word war. Are you saying they were going to throw her into the current war with the Quinbland Empire? Apparently the Count made that proposal to the king. Selise sighed. Using a young girl for war? That's just disgusting. We should just give up on this kingdom and go somewhere else. I think Forestia over at the south is great. Having a vacation at a resort would be awesome. I will not wear a swimsuit. Silica exclaimed. No one's forcing you to. Sarah said. Selise smiled as she listened to the girls. We'll go somewhere after we close this case, alright? I guess we should look into the Count's rival from military affairs. I don't know. Sarah said, head tilted. I thought about that as well, but that guy's protégés are working in the capital, keeping their distance from Count Morgstad. I think someone made arrangements behind the scenes. Where'd you get that information? Selise asked. When we were at the capital I snuck into his house and eavesdropped a couple of times. Really? You'd be in serious trouble if you got caught. No one's been able to sense me so far. It's all right. Well, unless I mess up, and I'm worried you might just mess up one day. Anyway, let's do an objective investigation on the matter. Silica, have you looked into a spell that can make someone vanish into thin air? Selise asked. Silica, I had a guess. Actually, I thought that I got it right for sure, but the Alchemist's Guild Master completely shut it down. You mean the double theory? Yeah. Silica's deduction went this way. It wasn't the Count's daughter that was in the carriage, but an illusion created from wind and water magic. In fact, such a spell existed. The spell was top-notch, able to completely recreate one's appearance and make the illusion real to the touch. During winter, though, the illusion could freeze, or the skin would be too cold for a human. But that wouldn't be a problem in the summer. The great thing about the double was it could turn into vapor when the spell was undone. There wouldn't be a puddle of water or anything. There were cons as well. Of course, the double couldn't eat, and the caster had to be close to control the illusion. But such things weren't really a problem in this case. All the caster had to do was control the girl until she entered the carriage. The vehicle would then drive off, and the spell would wear off after it reached a certain distance. I think it's highly possible considering the girl had exceptional magic abilities. The Alchemist Guild's guildmaster said it wasn't about feasibility. It was just simply impossible. The guildmaster said that the girl was in the mansion's dungeon the whole time before she was taken to the carriage. He also testified that the cell she was in had a powerful spell on it and there was no way she could escape after she was taken out of her cell. She was immediately handcuffed, so she shouldn't be able to use any magic, so she couldn't have escaped on her own. I guess she got help from someone. Sarah, how would you do it? You can get close by concealing your presence, right? Yup. I can even unlock the door. There's one thing bothering me. What's that? If I remember correctly, the adventurers met a man who asked for water. Yes, they did mention that. What about it? If that guy walked a bit, he should find a town or a settlement. Good point. I thought it was suspicious at first, but in the end, they didn't do much for that man. One guy gave him water, and that's it. They didn't even stop the carriage. You're really bothered about it? It's just a hunch, but I feel like that man is connected to this whole case. But still. What? If that man concealed his presence and got close, unlocked the door, and stopped the carriage by asking for water, he wouldn't be able to escape while carrying the girl. It'd be a different story if the girl herself can hide her presence, I suppose. Selise gave a sigh. So we're back to square one. I guess we should assume the C-ranked adventurers were paid. There's no fun in that. Let's think about it some more. Sarah said. Yeah, I want to stay here for a while too. Selika exclaimed as she nodded. You just want to eat hot dogs. Selise remarked. There's that too. That too? You mean there's something else? Selise said, wiping the ketchup off Selika's mouth with a napkin. I think a brethren of mine is in this town. Someone who got transported from Japan. I'd like to meet them. 30 minutes had passed since they entered the forest by the lake. There wasn't anyone around. All right, Lavia. I want to try something. Wait. What's wrong? Lavia was giggling. You sure love experimenting, Hikaru. I'm not going to ask you to fire a large-scale spell. You don't have to worry about anything. I'm not worried. We're not really on equal standing, so you can act more arrogant, you know. I can't do that. It's just not me. I suppose. You're really nice to me. And very gentle at night as well. I'm sorry. What? She mumbled the last part so Hikaru couldn't catch what she said. It's nothing. So what do you want me to do? Lavia said as she blushed, trying to change the subject. Oh, you. Hikaru explained what he needed Lavia to do. Her fire magic was too strong. Using it outside was no problem. But if she used it inside a dungeon, she could destroy the whole place. Worst case, they could get buried alive. I think so too. But even my most basic fire spell gets that big. Her basic spell, Flame Breath, was a fireball about 3 meters in size. I talked to you about it last time. I need you to control your magic, like expand it or change its shape. The most crucial thing, though, is to make it smaller. Make it smaller. Lavia fired 5 flame breaths. They were all of the same size. It appeared she could at least control the trajectory. Phew. I can't do it. Lavia muttered as she stared at the charred spot on the ground, sweat beading on her forehead. So it's really impossible? I wouldn't say that. I read in adventure novels how someone would cast small flame breaths the size of a mouse to burn a whole barn. Huh. Every day. Every day? For a split second, Hikaru imagined a man screaming, "Let's burn a house every day." But quickly erased it from his mind. It's possible, but Lavia can't do it. What's preventing her from controlling her spells? Maybe it's her gear? Accessories? No, wait. Hikaru opened up Lavia's soul board and put 1 point on magic creation. Soul board. Lavia age, 14 rank, 13-6. Magical power, Mana 11, Magic Principle 2, Spirit Affinity, Fire 6, Magic Creation 1. Can you give it a try once more? Just compress the fireball. Okay. Lavia was aware Hikaru did something, but she didn't know what exactly. Uncertain, she chanted her spell. A spirit, heed my call. With the primordial flame, burn my foe to ashes. A small, fist-sized flame formed in front of her. What? Shoot it. Oh, okay. Slowly, the flame flew. The moment it hit the ground, a pillar of flames, about 3 meters high, rose up. No way. The radius is small, but it's much more intense than the flame breath earlier. It burns twice as long as well. Hikaru said. He checked the burnt spot on the ground. Using a stick, he dug through the ground to see how deep the spell's effects were. I'm guessing it's 2 to 3 times more powerful overall. That's the law of conservation of energy for you. He added, what's going on, Hikaru? I don't know why you're asking me. You're the one who used the spell. But I couldn't do that earlier. Lavia didn't finish what she was about to say and just sighed. Of course she would think I did something, Hikaru thought. Hikaru, yes, I might have used a lifetime's worth of luck. Where'd that come from? I'm extremely blessed to have met someone like you. Lavia didn't question Hikaru further about his abilities, and she didn't bring it up again neither. She simply inched closer to Hikaru and held his hand. You're trying to help me so I can fight in a dungeon? Yeah. Is it because I wanted to go on adventures? You got me, Hikaru said, brushing his hair. Lavia was really smart. She knew that Hikaru took his chances to grant Lavia's wish even though there was a risk of his abilities being known. Hikaru, you should prioritize your wishes as well. I know. For now, I want to travel the world. That includes entering dungeons. The two of them started walking. 3 hours had passed since they explored the forest. With her newly revamped spells, Lavia ripped large monsters to shreds, while Hikaru collected the trophies, i.e. the proof of kill, from the creatures. Hikaru's mana detection was extremely useful. He could now sense monsters on top of trees. Both of them gathered other materials as well. Reading the botanical picture book seemed to bear fruit as Lavia found plants in places that Hikaru failed to notice. After gathering about the same amount as yesterday, they left the forest. I might get to rank E now. Hikaru was pleased. He'd spent quite a lot in buying equipment and paying for the information he got from Kelbeck, but he was sure he'd make bank from yesterday's and today's loots. Their soul ranks had gone up as well, 1 for Hikaru and 2 for Lavia. How should I spend the 1 point? Detection expansion was quite useful. Maybe I should put 1 more point on that? But expanding its range more than 100 meters sounds pretty useless. I should just save it for now. They were waiting for a horse by the side of the lake when a caravan of 3 wagons passed by. Maybe they'll give us a ride, Hikaru thought as he activated his mana detection for no particular reason. What the? On the 3rd wagon was a cluster of mana even though no one was supposed to be there. A stealth-type skill. Back when Hikaru rescued Lavia, they hitched a ride on the back of a wagon. This person was doing that as well. Lavia, hide yourself and wait here. What? Hikaru got up and made his way to the caravan, jogging, as if hot on a person's heels. He talked to the man leading the wagon's guards. 2 of them ignored him, thinking he was only a kid. Mr. Merchant, can you give me a ride to pond? I can, but it'll cost you 150 gallons. What? A fast horse only costs 100. Make it 80. 120 gallons. Take it or leave it. Fine, never mind. I'm sorry, but I don't run a charity here. You can run all the way back to pond, you know. With a grin, the merchant spurred his horse onward. Hikaru watched the caravan go. It required much effort to stop himself from looking at the cluster of mana at the back. The moment the 3rd wagon passed by him, Hikaru summoned the mystery person's soul board. Soul board Sarah age, 18 rank, 39-9. Vitality, Natural Recovery 2, Stamina 3, Immunity, Toxic Immunity 2. Physical Strength, Strength 1, Weapon Mastery, Short Sword 2, Bow 4, Throwing 1. Agility, Power Burst 3, Flexibility 3, Balance 4, Stealth, Life Obfuscation 2, Mana Obfuscation 1, Imperceptibility 1. Dexterity, Dexterity 5, Intuition, Instinct 5, Detection, Life Detection 1. Bingo! Hikaru almost yelled out loud. The cluster of mana, Sarah, seemed to be looking at him, but he quickly turned his back around as soon as he saw her stats. It's Sarah of the 4 Stars of the East. I'm glad I trusted my intuition. Her points on stealth was less than I expected. Uncan is way more skilled than her. She had detection, though, but with only 1 point on it. The cloak Dodorono is making should serve us just fine. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. What was she doing here? The caravan came from the direction of the royal capital. Was she searching for the guy who stopped the carriage? A chill went down his spine. Hikaru had asked Kelbeck for someone to stop the carriage during Lavia's rescue. The location was in the direction where the caravan came from. Those women think there's something suspicious about the man who stopped the carriage. They're considering the possibility that Lavia escaped while the adventurers were distracted. Kelbeck said it's fine, but I'm not so sure now. The worst case scenario was they identify the guy, i.e. the merchant. Kelbeck's name would then come up if they interrogated the man. Kelbeck said he wouldn't sell out his clients, but they could find Hikaru's name if they looked into his connections. After all, Gloria sent him once to Kelbeck for a delivery. I gotta know what Sarah's up to by chance this time. Looks like Lady Luck is on my side. We should really leave this kingdom as soon as possible. Anyway, we'll enter the dungeon after I get promoted to rank E, then take some requests in Route Hubbard before moving to a town near the border. After that, we head straight out of the kingdom. Jill's face suddenly popped in his mind, a receptionist who had an awful personality on the surface, but would push herself to get close to someone she could trust. A bit of a handful. She'll probably resent me if I don't at least see her. Hikaru? I thought for sure you were getting on that caravan. Hikaru sat down beside Lavia. Let's wait for a horse. Someone hitched a ride before us. The ranked B adventurer, Sarah. Even a ranked B adventurer only has that much on stealth. Hikaru unknowingly poured a lot of points on his stealth. Did I go overboard with mine? They hailed a fast horse afterward and made it to the Adventurers Guild around the same time as yesterday. Oh, Hikaru-sama. Gloria was at the counter. I'd like to request an assessment. Before that, about the goods you brought yesterday. Congratulations. They were deemed to have been obtained in a legitimate manner. I see. You don't sound happy. I know I didn't do anything wrong, so, I suppose. So, another delivery today? Do you want to get paid the whole amount? Yes, please. Eyes wide open while looking at the stuff Hikaru brought. Gloria, having experienced this before, pulled herself back together and started working on the assessment. The adventurers present were abuzz, but Hikaru didn't care. He wouldn't see them again anyway. There's a lot. The materials you gathered are in good condition as well. Thanks. You won't get pretty vampire flowers like this unless you found a place where they grow en masse that nobody knows about. Generally, bees will swarm on the flowers the moment a human approaches and destroy them. Well, I did get close with my stealth on, Hikaru thought. He didn't say it out loud. Of course. How much for all of these? 22 monsters killed and 31 materials delivered yesterday. Today you killed 17 monsters and delivered 44 materials. All in all, that's 167,200 gallons. I see. So even you get flustered, Hikaru-sama. I'm not flustered. Hikaru cleared his throat. I want 57,200 gallons in cash, and 110,000 deposited. Okay. You now have exactly 200,000 gallons in deposit. So, do I get promoted? Gloria was silent, making Hikaru lose his cool. Did I miss something? What is it? As of today, you're a ranky adventurer, Hikaru-sama. Congratulations. Hikaru let out a deep sigh. Don't scare me like that, sheesh. There's a whole red-horned rabbit here, Hikaru-sama. Yeah, can I borrow the dissection area? I just found one by chance. I want to take its internal organs. Of course. You may head to the back. Hikaru thought there was something strange about how Gloria was acting. She would usually have a lot more to say, but this time she seemed unconcerned. And that silence a while ago. What was that about? No point in racking my brain over it. We're leaving Pond tomorrow anyway. Hikaru called Lavia over, and they both headed to the dissection room. The bear-like manager of Pasta Magic came running out of the kitchen as soon as he heard Hikaru was around. Innards. Tell me you have fresh innards with blood still dripping from them. You'll get in trouble if you say that out loud. Considering your looks, the manager gasped in amazement when Hikaru handed the goods over to him, and he headed back to the kitchen. The rare ingredient must have lit up a fire in him. Oh, Hikaru. All the tables are taken, so you'll have to take your seats over at the counter. Oh, okay. Hikaru didn't even say anything about eating in the restaurant. Together with Lavia, they sat at the counter. He thought about ordering juice, but the manager offered them non-alcoholic cocktails instead. For a toast, apparently. We might as well drink this. Yes. To your promotion to Ranky. Cheers. Lavia said as they clinked their glasses. Their glass wasn't actually the exquisite kind, barely transparent and shaped like a mug. Still the pink liquid left a refreshing aroma as it went down the throat. Hikaru. Yes? Are we really leaving tomorrow? You have plenty of acquaintances here. Lavia was probably feeling guilty, thinking they had to leave because of her, I guess. But my goal from the start was to go around the world. I might wind up here again in the future. I see. You're right. Yup. Having finished his drink, Hikaru ordered tea. Then, Hikaru-kun. The shop store opened and Jill stood there. I'm here too. Gloria was behind Jill, waving her hand. The former must have guessed where he was going and told Jill about it. That silence. I knew she was up to something. Hikaru heaved a mental sigh. Jill came up in front of him. Hikaru-kun, are you leaving Pond? She asked, getting straight to the point. We are, tomorrow. Hikaru replied immediately. Seated on the counter, their eyes were level and straight. For a moment, Jill's face stiffened before taking a seat next to him. Give me your strongest drink. Her eyes were already glazed. Hikaru sensed danger. Hey, what I drink is none of your business, Hikaru. I guess. Not knowing what to do, Hikaru shot a beseeching glance at Lavia, who simply looked away. She probably meant to say you're on your own. Hikaru-sama, you're a cruel man, you know that? Jill-chan was restless all the time you were in the royal capital. I wasn't. I was just worried about him since he can be reckless. What if he was in trouble or he was dying? He looks perfectly fine, though. Fortunately, although one wrong move in my fight with Lawrence and I would have been a goner, Hikaru thought. Thank you for waiting. An employee brought a glass filled with amber-colored liquid. At a glance, it looked like whiskey, a distilled liquor. So, you quickly got promoted and then leaving Pond. I see. Okay. After stirring the glass a bit, Jill downed its contents. More. Whoa. I'll have some red juice. Gloria ordered juice, which was actually a cocktail, a liquor mixed with juice from a red fruits that looked like pomegranate. Apparently, it had a refreshing flavor and was easy to drink. I knew you were going to leave Pond one day, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. Jill muttered. Hikaru was aware she cared for him more than others, but he didn't think she felt that attached to him. Sorry. When I think about the dungeon, I just couldn't sit still. You could have told me about how you wanted to get promoted, and I would have told you about safer ways to do that. Well, I didn't do anything dangerous. I just bought the stuff I delivered to the guild. That was what he told Gloria anyway. How much did you spend? The money you got from the red-horned rabbit should be almost gone, right? Money is important for adventurers. Also purchasing from someone else could be dangerous too, you know. If he's strong enough to hunt monsters, he could sell his loot in town. That way he can earn the people's trust and can even get promoted. The fact that he doesn't do that means he's hiding something. Jill said. She's right. Uncan said we need to be more vigilant if someone that strong is lurking in the area around the lake. Gloria added. I guess that's one way to look at it, Hikaru thought. He had chosen an inconspicuous method to get promoted quickly. It seemed the adventurers he saw at the lake today weren't just investigating whether or not Hikaru attacked other adventurers, but they were assessing how dangerous the guy he bought stuff from was. Okay, I might have been a bit careless. It's not like you to admit you were wrong. You just want to end the conversation quickly since you're not coming back anyway, right? Wait. What kind of person do you think I am? It's quite strange. You brought some excellent goods today as well, Hikaru-sama, but the adventurers we sent didn't find your cellar. Gloria said, being nosy once again. Maybe they're wary of skilled adventurers. Hikaru replied, perhaps. They must be shady people, then. It's strange how they just send you back though when you carry so much money. The owner brought metal cups filled with red juice. Gloria took a sip. I'm being careful. If you keep on investigating, I think you'll find them eventually. Hikaru wasn't about to take Gloria's baits. He simply gave her vague answers. Gloria gave a significant smile and said no more. Are you really leaving tomorrow? Jill asked with a dejected look on her face, unaware of the battle going on between Hikaru and Gloria behind the scenes. She had already taken 2 shots. Whoa, slow down. I want to get smashed. Fine. I'll pay for your drink. What? In exchange, I'm going to choose what you drink. Chugging down strong liquors isn't good for your health. Alright, fine. Choose away. Jill said arrogantly, but smiling nonetheless. She seemed happy that Hikaru was worried about her and that he was going to pay. Is there a type of drink you like? I drink just about anything, but I guess I'm not a fan of the sweet ones. Hikaru recalled the time the manager offered free food but reminded Jill that she had to pay for beverage. She really was a heavy drinker. He ordered a drink that was 3 parts gin and 1 part vermouth, garnished with an olive. This world had beverages similar to gin and vermouth. If they were a little bit too sweet, he requested lemon or something similar squeezed into it as well. There were refrigerators in this magic-filled world, but the maintenance costs were high. Either you use magic or a spirit magic gem. As such, only restaurants with high sales had them. Pasta Magic had a fridge. Hikaru could expect them to serve cold cocktails. Back in Japan, Hikaru, who was so interested in the grown-up world, studied cocktails. He even used his father's account to order alcohol online and taste them. He'd get drunk right away though, making him realize he had little tolerance. It was back then that he learned how to make cocktails. Oh, I haven't seen this one before. Try it. There were cocktails in this world as well, but they were lacking in variety. Most people just did one kind of alcohol, or mix a bit of citrus juice into it. Jill lifted her glass. Unfortunately it wasn't a cocktail glass, and took a sip. Yum. Covering her mouth, she looked at Hikaru. It's called a martini. Back in my place, they call it the king of cocktails. It's refreshing, but also strong-flavored. Although one sip and I get dizzy, he thought. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, thanks. Jill said, blushing. A smile blossomed across her face. Phew. Looks like she's in a good mood now. Then out of the blue, Hikaru felt an elbow strike his side. Ouch. That hurts. My bad. I didn't mean to do that. It was Lavia, who was seated on the other side. Wait, are you jealous? You better watch out, or I might just elbow you by accident again. Sorry. Hikaru felt happy knowing Lavia was feeling jealous. His side hurt, though. Hikaru-sama, Can you order something for me too? You're getting ale. Ale was a type of beer. Did I hear that right? Ale? Gloria asked. No need to give this nosy woman a cocktail. Hikaru ordered with a broad smile on his face. My treat. Ale for the lady, please. In the biggest tankard you have. A large mug, bigger than Gloria's face, was slammed in front of her. She was smiling, but her face was twitching. Isn't that great, Gloria? He's paying for yours as well, Jill said with an air of innocence. Gloria could only nod in agreement. So anyway, Hikaru-kun, you're heading to Root Hubbard? Yeah. I want to enter the dungeon. You look worried. Of course, dungeons are dangerous. Don't you know that? And so is completing requests, I guess. But you tried too hard in getting promoted to rank E. It's like you're rushing through life. So that's how I look like from other people. Huh. I'm actually trying to play it safe. I need to take Lavia away from the 4 stars of the East and then leave the kingdom as soon as possible. Listen, you need to be extra prepared before entering a dungeon. Gathering information is crucial and you've got to bring certain items for emergencies. Jill seemed to be drunk. She was getting more talkative, going all mental mode. Ointments, medicinal herbs, and potions. Although the last one is a bit expensive. Potions. He had never thought about himself getting injured. But there might be times when he would have to act separately from Lavia. If she gets injured then, besides ointments, this world also had potions. The latter could heal wounds quickly. I can buy those at the Alchemist's Guild, right? Yeah. It's around 1,000 gallons per vial. But it can seal up fatal wounds right away. How do they make potions anyway? They take a pill that's filled with highly potent medicinal herbs and dissolve it in holy water blessed by a temple. Then a healer imbues it with healing magic. Something like that, I guess. The magic goes away after a few days, so they're pretty much for one-time use only. The Temple and Alchemist's Guild are running a good business. Huh. If I could buy a little peace of mind with 1,000 gallons, I definitely should, Hikaru thought. Also, and so Jill kept talking. She seemed to be getting excited as Hikaru was listening attentively. Then she was fast asleep, head slumped on the counter. Oh, my. I'm going home soon. I'll leave the rest to you, Hikaru-sama. Wait a second. You're leaving Jill behind? It's rare for her to be sleeping carelessly. Maybe it's because you're here. Gloria looked at Jill like an older sister watching over her younger sister. Then again, an older sister wouldn't leave her sister behind and head home. Gloria looked dead drunk, her face red. You're such a lady killer, Hikaru-sama. Paula and her friends were looking for you. Ah. The trio from the sticks. Hikaru hadn't seen them since they parted ways after eating at this diner. He didn't plan to meet them anyway, and there was really no point in doing so. They were grateful to him, but he couldn't trust them. They want to continue adventuring. They should just head back to their village. What will they do once they're back? I mean, they have their homes there. Hikaru felt Lavia stir beside him. She didn't have a home to return to. So did Hikaru. Unseen by Gloria, he held her hand. She was surprised, but she held his as well. Fortunately, it was getting late. There were no other customers left besides themselves. There's no work waiting for them in their poor village. They could even just be dead weight. The manager said, drinking beer behind the counter. It's common for families to send people away to the city just to reduce food expenses. Anyway, this cocktail's delicious. Hikaru, you said this is from your hometown? Why yeah. You can serve it here if you want to. Are you sure? Yeah. Anyway, do you know where those girls are from? You mean the ones with you here last time? I just heard it by chance. Apparently their place is growing poorer each day. Can't they all just leave then? They can't. Nobles have a firm grasp on them. Ah, right. Hikaru traced Roland's memories. Nobles didn't like farmers leaving their domains. They'd offer favorable deals with tax collections and low interest rates on loans. But if a whole family left, the nobles would catch and beat them. They overlooked cases where young people left to work in the capital. Money would be sent back to their families at home. After all, Money would flow from the capital to the countryside. I just hope they don't take unreasonable requests," Gloria said, heaving a sigh. She downed the last contents of her huge mug. Hikaru carried Jill on his back as they left the restaurant. Gloria tagged along, saying they should let her sleep in the Adventurers Guild nap room. With a point on strength, Hikaru didn't have much trouble carrying her. "My, you're surprisingly strong, Hikaru-sama," Gloria said, sounding surprised. Hikaru had his mind on other things, however. Jill's face was too close. He could smell that fragrance unique to women. As much as he wanted to ignore it, he could feel two soft masses pressing on his back. The supple thighs he was holding were warm as well. He'd be grinning by now if Lavia wasn't shooting icy glares at him from behind. "Are you adventuring with Hikaru-sama, you? What was your name again?" Gloria moved closer to Lavia. "Renclaw." "Yes, Renclaw-sama. You don't have to add sama. I'm not an adventurer." Gloria tried to strike a conversation with Lavia, but the latter simply gave short, indifferent answers. Surely there wasn't anything wrong with a young boy sounding like a girl. Hikaru was getting nervous, but he could only leave it to Lavia's capable hands. "We're here. The key." "Oh, right. By the way, Renclaw-sama, you should drop by the guild once Hikaru-sama is gone." "I will." She wasn't going to. Of course, Lavia was leaving with Hikaru, after all, but people would start wondering about their relationship if they said they were leaving together, so they made it sound like Renclaw was staying in town. Gloria would forget about her soon, anyway. There we go. She's sleeping like a log. There was a small bed in the guild's nap room. It could be locked from the inside, and using a key from outside unlocked it. "Hikaru-sama, what about Jill's souvenir? She probably meant a gift from the capital. I suppose I can give her one." Hikaru left a bag with an accessory case inside that Lavia had bought by Jill's bedside. "That looks more expensive than mine," Gloria muttered, but Hikaru ignored her. He thought about leaving a message, but refrained from doing so. "We might not see each other again." "Maybe in the far future, after we leave the kingdom." They then left the guild. "Should I walk you home?" Hikaru asked Gloria. "I can go home on my own, thank you." "I don't want to fall victim to your clutches," she replied and left. Hikaru almost said he wasn't planning to do anything, but then he remembered the time he saw her naked and couldn't say a word. "What's wrong, Hikaru?" "It's nothing. Let's go back and sleep. We have to be up early tomorrow." Yeah, it was getting late on their last night in Pond. First thing in the morning and they were already busy. They went to Dodorono to pay him 30,700 gallons. He was quiet as he received the money, but exclaimed, "I'm going to make the best cloak ever." Next they went to Lena Wood's shop to get the dagger of strength Hikaru had left for maintenance. Together with the steel dagger he bought yesterday, he wore them diagonally at his back like an X. They then bought consumables for a 5-day trip. After hot dogs for breakfast, they would be all set. A B-ranked adventurer came by yesterday, the hot dog stand owner said. He probably meant Silica. "You mean came by again?" He didn't say it out loud, however. "She said she's going to fully support my hot dogs." I see. Sounds like they really like them. "It's all thanks to you, kid." "So thank you. If you're really grateful, then stop calling me kid." "Young master, quit joking around." "May I know your name?" If he gave his name, Silica might find out about it, but somehow he didn't really mind. This hot dog stand had done a lot for him. Or rather, the opposite. He'd done a lot for the hot dogs. It was strange how they didn't know each other's names all this time. "It's Hikaru." "Hikaru. Mine's Ernest." "I see. See you later." "Go get 'em. You're not coming back for a while, aren't you? I can see it on your face." Yeah. Their parting wasn't solemn. He paid 60 gallons. Lavia seemed happy to have her spicy hot dog. As always, Hikaru pretended to leave town first, then came back for Lavia with group obfuscation. It cost 1,000 gallons for a 5-day trip to Route Hubbard on a carriage, simple lodging included. Hikaru paid for two. 5 days later, just past noon, they arrived at Root Hubbard. Money left, 34,990 gallons, plus 200,000 gallons. Root Hubbard was located south of Pond, about a 5-day trip away. Walk 10 minutes from the town and you'd arrive at the entrance to the dungeon underground city of the ancient gods, which was discovered 5 years ago. Root Hubbard itself was a town hastily built solely for the dungeon, and as such it didn't have any walls, only simple fences. No card check was done on people entering or leaving the place. There were 3 guilds in town, the Alchemists Guild, Branch, Adventurers Guild, and the Merchants Guild. They all pitched in for the money used in hiring mercenaries who maintained peace and order. Wooden buildings lined the main road, 20 on each side. There were a few back streets, but that was it. It might as well be called a village. But since the buildings were actually fairly fancy, people called it a town. There's barely any houses here. Hikaru said. You're right. Maybe they don't have plans to develop this place. They might get rid of the town itself once the excavation for treasures and examination of ruins are done. There weren't any dungeon masters here. Treasure chests didn't just pop up. You couldn't gather monster loot like there was no tomorrow. The town itself wouldn't be developed. This place was simply not a happy hunting ground. Once the dungeon walls were destroyed, they didn't magically get fixed. Once a treasure was taken, there wouldn't be another one. Hikaru and Lavia found an inn and went to sleep early. No identity checks were done. They didn't have a way to know who was a wanted person anyway. It was the innkeeper's duty to make their own judgment about their guests and whether or not to let them stay. The next morning, they headed to the Alchemists Guild's branch. As to why it was called a branch, it was simply because it didn't function as a guild at all. You couldn't take requests. All you could do was buy items that were sold by the Alchemists Guild, items that were ordered from the nearest guild. The place sold potions, magic catalysts, and staffs, among others. Hikaru bought 2 potions worth 1,200 each, which was a little more expensive due to shipping costs. Holy Water Talisman, Venom Antidote, Cure Disease Potion. Unfamiliar items lined up the shelves, each costing more or less 1,000 gallons. A young man approached Hikaru. He was a guild staff who seemed to think Hikaru was loaded since he dropped 2,400 gallons on the potions like it was nothing. The underground city of the ancient gods is an undead monster's den. It would be best to use special items. The Holy Water Talisman can temporarily repel the undead. I greatly recommend buying the Venom Antidote as well, as once a poison gust wounds you, you'll most likely get infected. The Cure Disease Potion is for the cold air that a ghost emits. Although some people just use pure will to shrug it off, the staff didn't mention one thing. The poison ghost was a high-level monster that could only appear in the deeper parts of the dungeon. Only a handful of adventurers had fought one before. What's this? Holy oil lamp. A different item caught Hikaru's attention. It looked exactly like a spirit lamp. The glass was poorly made, however, causing air bubbles to form, resulting in a low transparency. Ah, this one. It's used for when you spend a night in the dungeon. By lighting it up, well, the flame itself isn't visible, but I assure you it lights up. It creates something like a force field invisible to undead monsters in a radius of about 10 paces. It's used for long breaks, in other words, for when you sleep. I see. I want 5, then. I'm sorry, what? So that's 5,000 gallons. Forgive me if I sound rude. Monsters are more active at nighttime. A holy oil lamp only lasts for about 8 hours, so you might have to fight some of them. I know. The longest anyone had explored the dungeon was 3 days, and it was a 5-man party of rank C adventurers. They lost 2 of their members by the time they returned. I'm aware of that. I already looked it up. Anyway, I'm buying 5. Oh, okay. The staff's expression changed to that of pity. He was probably sure that Hikaru would die inside the dungeon. Our food will only last for 5 days. We'll have drinking water thanks to the water spirit magic gem, but it's not like it can create food. In reality, Hikaru was carefully considering how long they were going to stay inside. Next they made their way to the Adventurers Guild. The place was thriving. Many adventurers were gathered in the building, which was as big as the one in Pond. We're a rank D party and we need at most 3 healers. Recruiting people for this day only. We're not asking for much as we're only rank E ourselves. We'd like to join a party looking to collect magic gems. 1 swordsman and 1 archer. We're only rank E, but we have 5 character classes on our cards. People were looking for party members in the guild. Once a treasure chest was opened and the loot taken, there wouldn't be another one. But it was possible to get rare items as well. People who liked to collect works of art, medicine, weapons, books, bugs, or herbs posted requests here at the Root Hubbard Adventurers Guild. Adventurers might not find actual gold in the dungeon, but they could earn money by clearing these requests. It was the dream. Oh, thank heavens, there's one left. Unlike Pond, the reference room here was frequently used. On one hand, you could make bank in the dungeon, but it was extremely dangerous as well. There were books in the reference room that put together the things that adventurers learn from exploring the dungeon. Hikaru grabbed the last book left, used group obfuscation on Lavia and himself, then headed to a corner so they could focus on reading. The accounts were quite peculiar as they were mostly rumors. Year 10, month X, day X. An account from 30, a D-ranked adventurer. He had a narrow escape from death and returned alive after an encounter with a living head. According to him, it was a floating head of a corpse, which matches what we know so far about the monster. It lets out a screech called a bine shout that strikes fear to those who hear it. Surrounded by 5 living heads, I was prepared to die. A fire spell fired by my friends hit a bottle of alcohol, lighting up the whole place as bright as day. I then escaped from the monsters. It looked like the person simply wrote down what he heard, albeit incoherent. This is actually helpful. So a living head is weak against light? I don't know about that, but I guess it strictly relies on its 2 eyes for vision. Someone who was prepared to die escaped easily. If it was a monster you could run away from, he wouldn't have braced himself for death. That only meant they created an opening for him to escape. Reading and analyzing was a crucial skill indeed. Lavia was also smart, so he didn't have to explain anything. Hikaru continued reading to find out if his hunch was right. Wait a second, there's no books left. Hey, you're done reading, right? Hand yours over. It sounded like trouble. A brawny adventurer, who looked to be more or less 30 years old, was yanking a book from a boy in his mid-teens. I'm still reading that. Give it back. What? Wait. Aren't you the kid who always looks for party members here but completely ignored anyway? Rank E solo adventurers have no business being here. What does that have to do with me reading that book? The reddish-brown-haired boy tried to reach for the book, but the man was around 185 centimeters tall. He couldn't do anything. The other adventurers laughed. They knew about how the boy was recruiting for members and that no one gave him the time of day. Who would actually listen to a rank E civilian? He should just go home, to be honest. Not one soul sympathized with the boy. The guild staff was at the counter, having conversations with adventurers. They didn't bother with what was going on. Perhaps they were too busy, or trouble in the guild was simply an everyday occurrence. We're exploring the dungeon tomorrow, so we're going to read this. Understand? I'll give it back once we're done with it. I don't care. I'm going to clear the dungeon too. I have a right to read it. A right? No, you don't. You gotta be strong if you want to be an adventurer. A mere front kick from the man sent the boy flying, slamming his back on a pillar. No one batted an eye. Everyone was used to seeing brawls. All right. Let's start our strategy meeting. The man seemed to have lost complete interest as he returned to his friends. The boy was down on his knees, not moving. Tears streamed down his face, either from pain or frustration. Good grief. Are you going to help him? Lavia asked Hikaru as he stood up. I don't care about what other people get themselves into, but we're done reading anyway. They were both fast readers. Hikaru was a bookworm back in Japan, and Lavia read novels a lot. They had the contents of the book in their mind already. You alive? Ugh. Who are you? Hikaru approached the boy, who quickly rubbed his sleeves on his eyes to hide the fact that he was crying. He was dressed elegantly. The fabric of his clothes looked luxurious, and his face had a tinge of softness in it. Most adventurers had this rough look on them, but he didn't have it. Soul Board Hawks F. Linden age, 16 soul rank, 14-15. Physical strength, weapon mastery, sword 1, shield 1, armor 1. Hikaru almost dropped to the floor when he saw the boy's soul board. He's weak. Like, awfully weak. I'm surprised he made it to rank E. Maybe that man was right. He might actually be a civilian. Still, he had a point on sword weapon mastery. He probably received proper training since he was clearly the son of a baron, as indicated by the F in his name. You can read this. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm done with it, Hikaru said as he handed the book over. Hawks regarded it before turning his attention back to Hikaru. I'm sorry, but I can't let you into my party. What? Party? You look like you just got promoted to rank E. I understand the feeling of being desperate for party members, but exploring a dungeon is not a game. You should enter one once you've grown and found friends you can trust. No. You should go home, find a place where you can gain experience, Hawks said, before turning around and making his way to a nearby table. What? You just got dumped, Hikaru. Did I say I wanted to join his party? The other adventurers heard the conversation and the whole place erupted into laughter. There's a kid who got turned down by that kid, one exclaimed. Hikaru's face twitched. They had a light lunch at a diner that specialized in noodles. Unlike the wheat and buckwheat noodles that Hikaru was used to eating in Japan, this place used rice flour. The smooth texture was out of this world, and the stock made from meat bones was exquisite, making for a satisfying meal. Lavia, how are you feeling? I'm fine. He wanted to use chopsticks, but there was none available, so he had to use a fork instead. As always, Lavia looked elegant as she had her meal. Onward we go, then, to the dungeon. And so they left the diner and made their way out of town into the dungeon. They had already bought the food and the water-producing spirit magic gem they needed. 5 nights inside should be fine, although way different from a pleasant stay at an inn. Outside the town was a wasteland, with only a few half-withered bushes growing here and there. As Hikaru looked at the narrow, hard-packed road, he wondered how many people had tread the path and how many actually made it back. Lavia, how do you feel about all this? And I want you to be honest with me. I'm actually a bit scared. I long to go on an adventure, but now that I'm about to go on one, I can't stop my legs from shaking a bit. It's weird, right? Hikaru didn't think so. They were about to head into unknown territory where countless people have died and safety was not guaranteed. No one even knew what lay hidden in the deepest part of the dungeon. They didn't want riches. There weren't any goods they desperately needed either. They simply wanted to go on an adventure. It's not that I don't trust you. I hope you don't take it the wrong way, Lavia hurriedly added after seeing Hikaru looking serious. Let's run away. What? If it looks like monsters might notice us, let's bail. We might run into some monsters that my abilities have no effect on. Even if there's treasure in front of us, we'll run with all we've got. Okay, thank you, Hikaru. I value my life. Mine too? Yes. So much so that I don't want to lose you that easily. Hee. I'll take that for now. Lavia's mood had completely changed. She was relaxed now. Oh no. Hikaru thought about what would happen after they get out of the kingdom, when she'd finally be free. What if she goes away? What if she always wanted to leave him? I don't think I'll ever recover from that. The more he knew Lavia, the more he felt attracted to her. He was painfully aware of that. Oh, is that the entrance right there? Lavia's voice snapped him back to his senses. Up ahead stood several wooden houses. The Adventurers Guild staff and personnel from the government lived there as they managed the entrance to the dungeon. Beyond that was a small mausoleum with a wide opening. The entrance to the underground city of the ancient gods. What's this? Here for an errand? Did anyone order food? A man wondered as he saw Hikaru and Lavia. His proper attire painted him as a government official. I'm an adventurer, Hikaru said, showing his guild card. He left the job class field blank, though. Really? Yes. It says your rank E. All right. Who's the other boy? My escort. I believe we can enter as long as one of us is at least rank E. Those are the rules, but unfortunately, I can't let young people's lives go to waste. I can't allow you to enter. Excuse me? He's going to violate regulations? Whoa. What's going on here? A kid wants to enter the dungeon? 5 adventurers came out of their cabin. I'm not giving them permission, so I'm asking them to leave. Sounds good. They're just going to die right away. That'll only increase the number of undead in there. One man said. They all burst out laughing. Hikaru? Lavia asked gingerly. Hikaru was not happy. So much so that even she felt scared. First that Alchemist's Guild staff, that ranky kid, and now you lot. You're all pissing me off. Hikaru said in a clear voice that the person in charge and the adventurers could hear him. What did you say? Don't think you can get away with everything just because you're a kid. You're being really disrespectful right now. You're the one who's being disrespectful. Are you from the guild, or a government official? The guild. What about it? Regulations say ranky adventurers are allowed to enter, regardless of their company's rank, and you're blatantly violating said regulations. If anything, you're the one not respecting the rules. I'm just... Watch your mouth, kid. Don't get too cocky now. Shut up, old man. You think you're hot shit cause you put your life on the line in your job. A vein popped up on the adventurer's forehead after being called an old man. Care to say that again? Our plan was to head back as soon as we felt what it was like to go adventuring, but I changed my mind. We're leaving this godforsaken kingdom anyway, so there's no need to hold back. Hikaru declared. We're heading to the deepest part of this dungeon. Money left. 24,390 gallons, plus 200,000 gallons. Sorry. Hikaru apologized. Knowing Lavia was a bit scared, he said they were going to run away at the first sign of danger, but he just declared he was going to clear the dungeon. It didn't take long for him to go back on his word. Lavia couldn't help but laugh. It's okay. I'd get angry too if I was in your shoes. I wanted to say you are awesome, but I can't really do it. I was relieved that you spoke out. Thanks, I guess. Besides, I don't think you'll make a mistake. You'll turn back once it gets too dangerous and forget about clearing the dungeon. I promise. No point in clearing the dungeon if we're dead. Let's go then. They were standing in front of the mausoleum. After Hikaru's declaration, the adventurers went silent, then burst into laughter. With a good luck, they left and entered the dungeon before them. Having used the regulations as a pretext, the guild personnel said he was going to allow them to enter, but he would report it to the guild. He looked displeased as he wrote something down. Sure, go ahead and report me. I don't really care, Hikaru thought. They were going to leave soon anyway. It only fueled his determination even more. Let's go. Although it looked like a cabin made of stone, it was definitely a mausoleum, and it served as the entrance to the underground city of the ancient gods. Shelves, which seemed to have had urns displayed before, lined up the walls. Cremation was a rare custom in this world. The urns were probably taken for examination. The discovery of the dungeon itself was quite peculiar. Low-level spirit-type monsters started appearing near the roads. Since there weren't any settlements or graveyards nearby, adventurers went out to investigate, and happened on the mausoleum. A simple set of stairs was set up by the hole in the ground. It wasn't technically an entrance to the dungeon. Back when it was discovered, it was nothing but a hole. 200 meters down a gentle slope was where the underground city was located. According to Gefrasti N. Valves, a historian, the mausoleum was not related to the underground city in any way. The undead monsters that appeared in the place wore clothes from the Poenxinia dynasty, a dynasty that had fallen 600 years ago, while the mausoleum was built sometime in the last 100 years. In other words, the underground city was built by the Poenxinian people, and their bodies turned into undead. Undead-type monsters drew spirits. It was mentioned in the book that perhaps undead monsters dug through the dirt for years and finally made it to the mausoleum. The thought of a monster digging tenaciously for hundreds of years filled Hikaru with dread. Incidentally, Poenxinia was an old term for Ponsonia. Although now obsolete, at least according to Roland's knowledge, he only had vague memories about the history of the fallen dynasty. However, watch your step. Thank you. Hikaru took the first step on the stairs, then took Lavia's hand. Lamps were installed on the walls at regular intervals, and while inadequate enough to see, activating group obfuscation, they both headed further inside. It's getting cold. Hikaru felt the temperature drop. Strong, chilly wind from the depths blew past them. The walls now changed to bare rocks, wet and slippery. Sounds of water dripping could be heard. Initially, he thought 200 meters was nothing, but it surprisingly felt so far. They were both quiet, but if there was a beginning, there was always an end. Wow! It's huge. All of a sudden, the passage came to an end, and they emerged at a stone-made house. There was a hole in the wall where the passage was connected to. Crisp, dry air entered their lungs. The floor was muddy from all the people that had gone through here. Worn-out blankets and tables were sprawled about. A howl sounded from far away. Hikaru and Lavia looked at each other. It wasn't a dog, a monster, or perhaps a human. The wooden door creaked as it opened to the pitch-black darkness. Beyond it was the beginning of the dungeon. Lavia carried the lamp with one hand, and held Hikaru's hand with the other. "Let's go," Hikaru said. Lavia gave a nod and they both stepped out of the house. Heavy silence descended upon them. Even a cloudy, dark night was brighter than the dungeon. It was as if the world had ended and they were the only people around. As soon as they stepped out, the ground seemed to rise. Apparently it was a small bridge for the irrigation channel that ran through the houses, although it had long dried out. They crossed the bridge and out into the dry, hard-packed road. Clouds of dust rose with each step, but it was easy to walk on. The light of the lamp gave vision to the next house, one made out of stone, with a 5-step ladder at the front that led to its entrance. A few glances around and it was evident that every house was of the same design. Being made of stone, the structures had stood the test of time, although most of them had their roofs collapsed. The first floor of 2, 3-story houses were fine. Unfortunately, most of them had been ransacked by adventurers. Drawers were turned inside out, porcelain plates were smashed to pieces. Ugh! What is that smell? In the quiet underground city, Hikaru caught the stench of rotting meat. SSH. Sensing its approach, Hikaru was quick to react and covered Lavia's mouth. A human came from behind the house, or what once was a human. Its eyeballs were gone and its lower lips were peeled off, exposing its yellowish teeth. The creature had a right arm, but its left arm, from the elbow down, appeared to have been torn off. Rather than walking, it looked more like it was staggering. It didn't notice Hikaru and Lavia. A dead citizen. Dead citizens were the lowest of the mobs among undead monsters. However, it could still prove to be troublesome. They could call for their friends. This place was a city, so it had plenty of friends around. The obfuscation is working well. Even with our lamp, it doesn't see us. Not that it has eyes. It looks like not having eyes is not a problem for undead monsters. Does it have some sort of a detection skill, then? Hikaru thought he could bring up its soul board since it was technically a former human being, but it didn't work. His life detection actually didn't sense the monster. Only mana detection was able to. Within a range of 100 meters, he sensed 12 undead monsters. Most likely dead citizens. There's quite a lot of them. I'm sure a normal adventurer can handle one of them, but it must be rough if it called for backup. Hikaru pulled Lavia and went around the monster's back. He drew his dagger of strength and thrust it into the creature's heart, or where its heart would be. The monster trembled before collapsing to the ground. A cloud of dust rose as it dropped. I can kill them no problem, is what I'd like to say, but this fluid is disgusting. Dark liquid stuck on his blade. Hikaru, this is a dead citizen, right? So its heart is its weakness? I don't recall reading that on the book. Its mana was concentrated on its heart, so I just stabbed it. It was all thanks to his mana detection. So you can see the flow of mana. You might be able to use magic. Lavia said. Haha. I sure hope so. I'm sure I can if I put points on my magic-related stats. I don't have a lot of extra points to use, though. In any case, Hikaru had 2 questions from his kill just now. Will my soul rank go up if I kill undead monsters? He could find out by killing a few dead citizens, although he didn't really want to. Using magic was out of the question. That would only draw attention. The stench was unbearable as well. Why are there monsters near the entrance? That was his second question. Since its discovery 5 years ago, hundreds, no, thousands of adventurers had entered this dungeon. That much was clear from the ransacked houses near the entrance. It would make sense then that monsters in the area would be all cleared. And yet they ran into one immediately. The dead citizen was still on the ground, wearing old worn-out clothes. Whatever, for now. We'll just proceed deeper. Thanks to group obfuscation, the dead citizens didn't notice them. There were other monsters roaming about as well. The skeleton, a dead citizen that was nothing but bones. Skeleton armor, a higher level skeleton well versed in combat. It didn't wear an actual armor, but used mana to toughen its body. The skeleton mage, skeletons with staffs that could use magic. It wasn't a problem since Hikaru could take it down before it couldn't notice him. There were also ghosts, spirit monsters which looked like a thick mist. These monsters were lurking in the area. A whole lot of them. In fact, Hikaru and Lavia would come across a few of them every 5 minutes of walking. They usually grouped up in 2 or 3. For now, Hikaru resolved to just kill every last one of them. Skeletons had their mana concentrated in their skulls, so he stabbed them in the head. He wasn't sure if physical attacks worked on ghosts, but he tried anyway. It worked. It felt like he was cutting a piece of cloth. His first question was answered after a few kills. His soul rank went up, though it felt remarkably slower than when he killed goblins or green wolves. About 5 times slower. But since his goal was to raise his soul rank, he proceeded to kill more, as long as it didn't take him too far. Then they heard something. Hey, there's more. I know. Hold him back. This is rough. Put your backs into it. Voices and the clash of steel rang through the darkness. In the distance, they could see a light. 5 adventurers were fighting a horde of skeletons. What do we do? No matter how many we kill, they just keep on coming. I told you to be more generous on the holy water. They're weak in one-on-ones, so just keep at it. I'm sorry. I'm running out of mana. Ah, I got bit. Damn, that hurts like hell. Hikaru knew who they were right away. The adventurers they met at the entrance. Huh? It looked like they were having trouble. You don't look too happy, Hikaru. Really? I'm the same as always, if you ask me. Hikaru grabbed Lavia's hand and they started walking towards the skirmish. Most of the undead monsters that surrounded the adventurers were undead citizens. Then the skeletons. They kept on cutting them down, but the undead citizens never let up. as long as the mana flowing through their bodies hadn't run out. They just kept on attacking. As such, pieces of flesh were scattered about. "It stinks. Let's just stay away, Hikaru," Lavia said, frowning. She probably wanted to say that someone might die while he was joking around. One adventurer was on the ground, injured, while another one had run out of mana. The other three formed a triangle to protect their two friends. "I know I won't be able to sleep at night if these guys died. Get ready to use fire magic anytime, Lavia." "Okay." Hikaru let go of Lavia's hands and approached the undead from behind on his own. He took down 5 of them in the blink of an eye. What happened? They just dropped dead. The adventurers had not the slightest idea what was going on. Hikaru had his stealth on, after all. "Why? If it isn't the grown-ups," Hikaru said as he disabled his stealth. "The hell? It's the kid from earlier. He's stealing from us while we're drawing the undead citizens' attention." Hikaru wanted to heave a sigh. He was clearly helping them out. Yet they saw it as him stealing from them. "Fine. You can have these rotting corpses. You grown-ups can handle the rest." "Hey, wait." "Why should I?" I said wait. An undead citizen charged at one of them, causing him to lose his ground. Undead citizens were coming straight at Hikaru as well, but Hikaru quickly backed away, and Lavia let her fire breath loose on 2 of the monsters, roasting them up. Wow, what the hell is that fire magic? Please help us. You asses. Don't you have any pride? You're asking help from kids. I don't care as long as they help us. Is this conversation gonna take long? We're in a hurry. Hikaru cut in. Help us. Please. Their leader shouted. There you have it. Lavia. All right. Lavia shot fire breath in quick succession. More than half of the undead citizens and skeletons were reduced to ashes in no time at all. The adventurers took care of the remaining 2. The strange aroma of burning flesh and intense heat filled the air. Completely exhausted, the last 3 adventurers slumped down on the ground. Hikaru checked their soul boards in the meantime, but there was nothing that stood out in particular. Sword 2, long sword 2, bow 2, that was it. Disappointing, Hikaru thought as he grabbed Lavia and started walking away. Naturally they had to pass by the adventurers. Hey! Wait, what was it again? They're just going to die right away. That'll only increase the number of undead in there. Those were the words the adventurer said to Hikaru back at the entrance. The man froze. You should get the hell away from here once you catch your breath. The undead around here are all dead, but we made so much noise such that some might come from afar. Eek. The wounded adventurer who begged for Hikaru's help without hesitation got up, his arm wrapped in a towel, not even bothering to heal at first. The others quickly followed and ran towards the entrance. Their leader was the only one left. The exit is over there. What? You don't even know which way to go anymore? Hikaru said. What are you gonna do? What was that spell just now anyway? Fire breath. Lavia answered. What? It's a basic fire magic. Hikaru and Lavia left the dumbfounded man and proceeded onward. After walking for about 30 meters, the adventurer couldn't make them out in the darkness. Hikaru grabbed Lavia's hand and activated his group obfuscation. Hikaru stopped killing undead monsters. It was awfully inefficient in gaining XP for his soul rank, and they only wore out his weapons. If this were a game, my weapons would have unlimited use. No, wait. Some weapons have durability limits, I guess. Game? Just thinking out loud. Anyway, my dagger's chipped already. Skeletons were tough. He had to crush their bones to cut through to its mana, causing his weapon to wear out in no time. He tried throwing pebbles, but the sound of them zipping through the air caught the attention of other monsters. He thought maybe they could actually hear, but there was another explanation. Vibration. They might be able to sense vibration in the air. Throwing stones up close was enough to destroy a skeleton's skull, but he found picking up stones just to conserve his dagger too bothersome, so he stopped. We've made it quite far. Let's take a break. 4 hours had passed since they entered the dungeon. Hikaru took out his pocket watch. There were clocks in this world, although rare, made by incorporating spirit magic gems from all 4 elements. Since they used magic, there was no deviation. It was an unknown technology for Hikaru. He just borrowed it from the guild, but he had to pay a huge deposit for it. It's almost evening. They sat down. Hikaru took out a water bottle that used a water spirit magic gem to fill it up over time. Even just tiny pieces of the gem was enough, so it was extremely cheap. After drinking warm, fresh water, he handed it over to Lavia, who took it with both hands and drank in small amounts. "You're not going to collect stones?" Lavia asked. "You mean magic rocks? If they're rare, it might be a good idea to pick some up. There's one over there." What? About 5 meters away by the road, he spotted a rock the size of a gold piece that shone in 7 colors. They were used as magic catalysts, each costing around 500 gallons. "I thought these things only popped up in sacred grounds," Hikaru said. "So I heard. Though they can be found in graveyards as well apparently. I heard kids in the slum find them in graveyards. A good way to make money, they said." That was from Roland's memories, who had plenty of knowledge regarding this kind of stuff. It was no surprise. After all, he researched the art of crossing different worlds. Maybe it's the dungeon. Or maybe they appear in places with plenty of undead monsters. "I believe there are parties formed specifically to search for magic rocks." "Yes, there's another one over there." "What?" "There was another rock 3 meters ahead. I'm surprised you can see them." Lavia cocked her head. "You can't see them?" "I can see them clearly since it's dark." "Really?" "Wait a minute." Hikaru disabled his mana detection. "Oh, I see it." He looked back down the road and spotted 3 magic rocks. The mana flowing within them actually made it harder for him to see with his skill on. Detection sure is hard to use. "It's nothing. Let's make some more progress. I want to try fighting undead monsters at night when they get stronger." "Okay." Not long after they started walking, they happened on stronger undead. The ones they've met so far just charged straight, groaning and grumbling, but these monsters were quite different. "They're freaking athletes," Hikaru muttered to himself. The monsters were fast, dashing all over the place. Some clung to the walls, climbing them swiftly. The sight of a skeleton jumping around was enough to make him smile. "It looks like they don't notice us, but taking them down is a pain," Hikaru said. "It must be the darkness, but I'm getting sleepy. Let's have dinner then sleep." They entered a nearby house and closed the door shut. Hikaru burned some holy oil before turning his stealth off. It seemed the guy from the guild was right. Undead didn't come close. They heard voices coming from out front. "Turn back? That's ridiculous. We've come up dry because we're only going to low-class areas. I paid good money for you guys. Come on. We've only got a little bit of holy oil left. We're close enough that we can make it back while lighting it up along the way. And you call yourself an adventurer?" "Adventurers don't actually risk going on dangerous adventures, Sir Noble." "HNGH. Sounds like another trouble," Hikaru thought as he peeked through the door to see what was going on. 2. Ponsonia Royal Family Relics Research Society Expenses. "What's this?" Kajiastroa said as she lifted her face up from the documents. An official was with her in the office, but he was already preparing to leave. "Your Highness, can we do that tomorrow?" "Please just check this. They've had quite the enormous budget since 5 years ago. This year's budget is 200 million gallons. The Ponsonia Royal Family Relics Research Society must be using it. And I want to know what exactly this society is. I'll check. I just want to go home right away," was written on the man's face. He pulled out a list of official public organizations from the bookshelf. "Ah, it's a research society created by servalves. Once a relic from the royal family is excavated, they immediately purchase it for study." "Servalves, the historian Gafrasti Envalves? I see you know him. Isn't 200 million too much? Does my father know about this? It says here His Majesty backed up the Society's foundation. Quadrastoria looked puzzled. Indeed, her father was a backer of plenty of organizations, but he was only lending his name. Most of them were actually started by pretty ladies. In other words, he was basically using the kingdom's money to give allowance to his women. She hadn't heard of her father backing up a serious organization like this one. The budget was absurd as well. I haven't heard of my father talking about the kingdom's history or the royal family's past. I wonder what this society is really about. 5 years ago. Did something happen 5 years ago? She contemplated whether to look into it further or not. Right now they were at war with the Quinbland Empire. She didn't have the available resources. I was wondering if I should look into this. What do you think? The official had already left the office. Quadrastoria heaved a sigh, put the papers on top of the pile, and began working on the next one. Hikaru peeked through the door to check the ruckus outside. Lavia followed him, sticking her head out just under Hikaru's. About 10 meters ahead, a group of people, 4 on one side and 2 on the other, were arguing. I said I'm just going to get more holy oil. You probably don't plan on coming back. This is a breach of contract. What happened to all that bragging? We rank C. I'm sure we're the best ones around here. We're just wandering around areas already explored. Listen, Mr. Gaff. You're a noble, so, I'm not a noble. Okay. You might not know this, so allow me to tell you. Undeads are way too powerful at night. Didn't you see? Their abilities have been greatly enhanced. Well, you're also slacking off during daytime. Enemies are much stronger beyond the wall. Well, there's a wall? They're rank C adventurers, all right. They're composed and know when to pull out. Hikaru observed them calmly. The adventurers were men in their mid-20s. One person talked, while the other 3 stood behind, just chatting among themselves. Either they really trusted the guy, or they were only strictly following their roles. The old man he was talking to, Mr. Gaff, was about 50 or 60-something years old. He had messy hair that was almost entirely gray, but the clothes he was wearing looked fancy, the kind nobles wore when hunting and definitely not fit for exploring a dungeon. It made sense that the adventurer kept referring to him as a noble, although the man himself denied it. You know, I want to go beyond that wall. Well, yeah. Anyway, let's sit down. You must be tired from all the walking. I'm not tired. Your legs are shaking. You should drink some water. They all sat in a circle, with the magic lamp in the center. Hikaru fixed his gaze on the person beside Gaff. He thought it was a man at first, but as it turned out, it was actually a woman. She was tall and fit. Her hair, bluish-gray, cut short. Underneath her cloak, she wore plate armor with certain parts removed that protected only the important parts of her body. Is she wearing chainmail under? Hikaru noticed she had short swords hanging down from both sides. A two-sword fighting style? That's unusual. She looks like a knight, but I don't think there are female knights around. Listen, we're here right now. These parts here have been explored. You're clearly cutting corners here, Gaff said, pointing at the topmost sheet from his stack of papers. It must be a map, Hikaru thought. A map? I'd love to take a look at it. Wait here a bit, Lavia, and don't move away from the range of the holy oil's effects. Where are you going? To scout. Slipping through the door, Hikaru activated his stealth and started walking. He made sure his footsteps weren't heard. It would spell trouble if someone among them had instinct. Not a lot of people had detection, but there was a fair amount of people with instinct. Just one more day. I want to at least go see what's beyond the wall, Gaff said, putting his stack of papers beside him. He was sitting on a collapsed wall. Hikaru inched closer. When he was 5 meters away, he checked their soul boards. The C-rank adventurers had high stats, but nothing really stood out. Bow 4 and Water Spirit Magic 4 caught his attention. And that was about it. Perhaps they fight by coordinating their attacks. Now for this old man. Soul board Gafrasti N valves. Age, 62. Rank, 1050. Magical power, Mana 1. Spirit affinity, Earth 1. Willpower, Mental strength 5. Faith, Holy 5. Intuition, Intelligence, Arithmetic 1. Language 1. Memory 2. Wait, Gafrasti. I'm sure I saw that name in that book we read. The historian who knows about the Poenxinia dynasty. The N in his name indicated that he came from a Viscount family. He might even be the head of the house himself. A bona fide noble. No doubt. He denied he was a noble, though. Is he here in secret? He's not doing a very good job of hiding it. The condescending attitude towards the adventurers. The fancy clothes. No matter how you looked at him, he was a noble. Whatever. I guess this woman's his bodyguard, then. Soul board Agalea Van Houten's age, 21. Rank, 2612. Vitality, Stamina 2, Immunity, Disease Immunity 1, Toxic Immunity 1, Magical Power, Mana 3. Physical Strength, Strength 4, Weapon Mastery, Sword 2, Long Spear 2, Armor 2. Willpower, Mental Strength 2, Faith, Evil 3. Accursed Magic 1, Intuition, Instinct 6, Accursed Magic, and what's with her middle name? Van? Roland's memories has nothing. Crap. Aglaya turned round and stared at Hikaru, causing him to freeze on the spot. The light from the magic lamp was being blocked by Gafrasti. He should be in complete darkness, and yet she was glaring at him. That's right. She has 6 points on instinct. Just as good as the knight's captain. What's wrong, Aglaya? Sir Valves. I don't have proof. But there could be a rat snooping around. What? Gafrasti quickly stood up and turned to look around. Is it someone from the royal family? I don't know. Kill him. Yes, sir. The adventurers had no idea what was going on. What are you saying, Sir Gaff? That woman didn't even fight once. Is she a mage or something? She has 2 swords with her, though. Aglaya ignored the men and started chanting a spell. A great god residing in the abyss, I ask for your power. My name is Aglaya Van Houtens. Cast slumber on my enemies. Faint, purple-colored mana rose from her body that slowly expanded around her, like a gust of wind. What's this? Oh, it's nothing. No, leader. Something's wrong with Ulhunty. One of the adventurers suddenly hung their head low before collapsing on the ground. Hey, what did you do? Quiet. You look pathetic. He's just sleeping. It's a spell that only works on those hostile towards us. Gaff said. Hostile? Oh. So your archer had ill feelings towards us. Your client. He was glaring at us a lot. Anyway, what's the status? Aglaya, eyes fixed at the darkness. She shook her head. There's no one there. It seems it was just my imagination. I apologize. Don't worry about it. I brought you as my bodyguard for extra precaution. You can be proud of that. Gaff said, before freezing on the spot. Sir Valves? It's gone. Gaff exclaimed, pointing at the place next to where he was sitting. My files are gone. The moment Aglaya suspected someone was snooping around, Hikaru was quick on his next move. While his stealth was still in effect, he quickly closed the distance and snatched Gafrasti's files, then bolted. The papers were actually behind the stones when Gafrasti stood up, so they didn't notice they were gone right away. For a moment, Hikaru felt guilty stealing from someone who hadn't even done anything wrong, but it was already too late. He already stole the papers. They wanted me dead. Besides, I can return them after I'm done. Is this really okay? I guess I've gone numb after stealing something back in the afterlife. Something was bothering Hikaru too. That old man sounded wary of the royal family. And he's here in secret. Something's fishy. Hikaru returned to the house they were hiding in and shut the door tightly so the light didn't slip through. He felt some magic being used right after, but he was sure they were out of range. Lighting up the magic lamp, he went over the documents. What's this, Hikaru? As he suspected, the file on top was a map. There were a lot of tiny notes, but overall it reminded Hikaru of a certain place. Lavia. Does this remind you of something? What? Let's see. Wait, seriously? Lavia noticed it as well. It's similar to the royal capital. You think so too, huh? Just the central part of the capital, though. Hikaru had been to the center and remembered the general layout of the place. Let's both go over them quickly. I'll explain things later. Okay. With his mana detection, he knew Gafrasti and company hadn't moved from their spot. The old man was throwing a fit. Hikaru could hear the words go after them. The files were bulky, but most of them were maps and charts, so 15 minutes to skim over them were enough. Maps. What's been discovered so far? A study into the ancient Poenxinia dynasty. The Poenxinia dynasty, although known as an ancient regime, actually existed no more than 600 years ago, and yet strangely enough, despite the fact that they had a very powerful army and almost united the whole continent, not a lot of written accounts about it remain. Other foreign countries from back then still exist today. Only a poem verse referenced the dynasty's collapse. The next page was the last. The king of Poenxinia, gifted in sorcery, compiled spells more powerful than spirit magic, earnestly utilized them as a cornerstone for his dynasty. He brought glory and claimed divinity, set to conquer the continent entirely. Poenxinia vanished on Day of Dawn. Completely vanish. Does this refer to the fall of the dynasty? There were plenty of parts that caught his attention. Sorcery powerful than spirit magic. Not magic but sorcery. Using one's own mana to manipulate the power of the spirits and cause supernatural phenomena. That was spirit magic. Healing magic involved expending one's own mana to directly manipulate someone's natural healing power and multiply it. Sorcery, on the other hand, referred to a different kind of arcane arts that didn't rely on the spirits or gods. An example was the art of crossing worlds that brought Hikaru to this world. It was, however, extremely inefficient and required large amounts of catalyst, like magic rocks, to use. The term Day of Dawn also bothered him. This world had a calendar as well, but there was no Day of Dawn. What does it mean? There was one thing he noticed too: the underground city of the ancient gods. The origin of the dungeon's name. The word divine came up in the poem as well. Hikaru, does this mean this dungeon is the ruins of Poenxinia? Yeah. Wait. Actually. Then, Hikaru sensed movement with his mana detection. Slowly, Aglaia got up and carefully walked towards their location. Not long after, the door opened. Aglaia found Gafrasti's files, but no sign of the one who took them. They found an uninhabited house. Granted, every house in this place was empty, and even if it wasn't, undead monsters occupied it, where they could sleep for the night. Mana detection indicated there were no monsters nearby. Instinct sure is a pain in the neck, Hikaru thought. 6 points on instinct was extremely rare, but he'd already met 2 people who had it. The captain of the Knights and Aglaia a while ago. Sarah of the 4 Stars of the East had 5 on hers. Uncan, the hero, had 4. It was safe to assume that only very few had 4 and above. In fact, 2 or 3 points on it was uncommon as well. Back in the pond and in the royal capital, Hikaru had checked as many soul boards as possible. Only those aforementioned 4 people had at least 4 points on instinct. The takeaway, though, was that they existed. There were individuals with high-level instincts. Just like strength and mana, instinct is a basic stat. Maybe that's why leveling it up is easy. It's maxed at 20. Will stealth be completely useless against, say, 10 points on instinct? But then what would be the point of the stealth skill? Hikaru was deep in thought. Unlike Lawrence, Aglaia seemed like she knew where he was exactly. It must have something to do with her class. She probably has an instinct-related class that she had active. He had to think of a countermeasure for this threat. Hikaru arrived at 3 options. First was training and equipment. Hikaru was a novice when it came to stealth and had no combat training. He lived in Japan, after all, so it made sense. His foes were professionals. He could rely on his soul board and job class, but instinct might be enough to see through him. Maybe I need some sort of a teacher to develop my skill. Is there even anyone who's a stealth expert? Unkin popped up in his mind, though since it looked like he didn't want to talk about his past, there was no way the man would teach him. In the first place, Hikaru had no plans of returning to Pond. His second option was to completely rely on his skills. He had 3 points on both his life and the mana obfuscation at the moment, and they maxed out at 5. Another skill might pop up once he maxed them out. I have 3 points left. Soulboard Hikaru, age 15, rank 23-3. He got 1 level back in the forest by the lake and 2 today. It's surprisingly easy to get your rank up. That was a misconception on Hikaru's part. Leveling up was anything but easy. Usually you'd form a party with at least 5 people to hunt monsters. If someone got injured, they'd have to deal with it appropriately and even act more cautiously. Fighting non-stop with only 2 people was almost entirely impossible. Incidentally, Lavia's rank had gone up to 18, with 11 available points. I could add more points to life obfuscation. Very few people had mana detection. It would then make sense to prioritize life obfuscation. Still, Hikaru was having second thoughts. His third option could be more effective, which was for him to learn instinct. He hadn't the slightest idea how instinct worked at all. How one could find someone hiding with stealth. Okay, let's try 1 point on instinct. If it turns out to be useless, I'll just max out obfuscation or get new gear. It might end up being a waste of points, but just 1 was okay. Hikaru needed to experience what instinct was like for future reference as well. Soulboard Hikaru, age 15, rank 23-2. Vitality, magical power, physical strength, strength 1, weapon mastery, throwing 2, agility, power burst 2, stealth, life obfuscation 3, mana obfuscation 3, imperceptibility 5, max, assassination 3, max, sniping 0, group obfuscation 3, intuition, instinct 1, detection, life detection 1, mana detection 3, detection expansion 1. What's wrong, Hikaru? It's nothing. Nothing's changed, he thought. We should go to sleep. We need to rest any time we can. Lavia said. You're right. Hikaru placed the holy oil lamp on the floor, laid out his cloak beside it, and lay down. Lavia, putting her own cloak over him, cuddled close. Lavia, it's warmer this way. She was using his arm as a pillow. It wasn't really cold, but maybe it was too much for her to sleep without anything to keep her warm. She had taken her cap off, and Hikaru caught her scent. Don't get your face too close. I haven't washed yet. You're the one who cuddled to me. There are just some things you can and cannot do. Really? Hikaru was about to bury his nose into her hair when suddenly a thought popped in his mind, stopping him. She'll definitely get mad. Yeah, even she gets mad too. Wait, why am I so sure about that? Hikaru? Oh, so this is instinct. It's nothing. Good night. Good night. It came so naturally, it didn't even feel strange. He could see 1 step ahead, like his 5 senses had been further enhanced. It was as if he was omnipotent. Instinct turned out to be useful. It made him want to put the rest of his points on it, but he controlled himself. 1 point might just be enough. He didn't have unlimited points. He needed to check what it could do first. Instinct would end up being the trump card he needed against high-level instinct. It was Gafrasti N. Valves who named the dungeon the Underground City of the Ancient Gods. As a man who studied the ancient Poanxinia dynasty, he spent his life looking for the fallen city. There were barely any records left of the place, and strangely enough, its ruins hadn't been discovered. According to Ponsonian history, the current royal capital, Ponsonia, was rebuilt by the legitimate successors to the royal family after the collapse of the dynasty. The restoration took a long time, and nations regained their strength. Gradually, the old Ponxinia lost much of its territory. Afterwards Ponxinia changed its name to Ponsonia. For convenience, ancient Ponxinia referred to the kingdom before the collapse, Ponxinia for after the fall, and then Ponsonia after the restoration. Gafrasti quickly deduced that this underground city was the ancient Ponxinia, in other words, the city of the gods. What he wanted to do in this place, Hikaru didn't know. Perhaps it was just his curiosity as a historian. But Hikaru had a hint. The current royal capital was modeled after ancient Ponxinia. That explains the similar design. Hikaru said as he was eating breakfast. They were having a sandwich, as it was almost expired. From noon onwards, they would mostly be eating preserved foods. You're saying this dungeon is the old capital? That's just weird. Why would anyone build a city underground? Why does a map of this place exists when this place hasn't been completely explored yet? Now that you mention it. Because Gafrasti thinks this is the old capital. He happened to have a map of the place and he was here to check if it matched. I see. But why would they build a city underground? This is just my guess, but I think there was some sort of an accident. Hikaru recalled the poem verse. Ponxinia vanished on day of dawn. Completely vanished. It's just a strange word to use. Like the royal capital just disappeared. But if this place is the old capital, then there must have been some sort of an incident that caused the city to be transported underground. Transportation magic hasn't been put into practical use. Sure looks like it, Hikaru said, nodding. In this world, there were gods, spirits, souls, and magic. But the laws of physics on Earth applied to this world as well. If we assume that magic is simply an undiscovered energy back on Earth, then can't the existence of gods and spirits also be proven scientifically? Roland used the art of crossing worlds to bring Hikaru's soul to this world. Silicate Anne of the 4 Stars of the East could have a Japanese soul within her as well. This was a kind of transportation. Maybe it's not being put to use, but I think it's possible. Perhaps the energy-related problems were offset and solved by magic. No, sorcery. Making transportation possible. The Eni here doors in another world all along. The whole capital was transported underground? Exactly. Anyway, we'll know once we've explored this place. That sounds like it'll take a long time. It won't. We'll be done by the end of the day. Wait, really? Of course. Hikaru smiled. Back in the capital, you could walk all the way to the castle in one day. Fortunately this time, no one will be stopping us. Relatively powerful undead monsters resided beyond the wall. Poison ghasts - superior zombie-type monsters, flocked together, releasing poison from their purplish bodies which turned darker and darker as they evolved. Hikaru and Lavia took a detour to avoid them altogether. Like the book said, living heads were basically floating heads. It seemed like they could see a light as they closed in on the magic lamp they had on. But they couldn't see Hikaru and Lavia. After spinning their heads around for a bit, they flew away. There were dark slimes as well. Black puddles on the road. The roads were dry, so Hikaru knew they were not ordinary puddles right off the bat. He tried sticking a twig into the puddle, and slowly it melted. There was no need to kill it, so he simply ignored it. Things will be different from here on. Ignoring monsters along the way, they made good progress. Beyond the first wall was the first residential district, and now they were about to pass through the second wall, to the noble district. Unlike the Ponsonia royal capital, there was no second residential district here. The roads were paved with stone. Doors were shut tight, with no signs of buildings being ransacked. Up until now, there were indications that adventurers had looted the place. Campsite remains and broken doors. Yet there were no corpses around. Did they turn into undead monsters? But there were no such signs in the nobles district. A dead noble stood still, wearing clothes, with a design Hikaru had never seen before. It was nonetheless extravagant, adorned with gold threads. Dash. The monster muttered something and mana shot out from its hand. Gently, the mass of mana floated away to the other side of the building. Hikaru kept his eyes fixed on it, and from there a dead citizen appeared. "What's that?" Levi asked. "It looks like it's reusing dead monsters." Hikaru inched closer to the dead noble and stabbed it from behind. He could kill them in one shot, it seemed. I ranked up. His soul rank went up fast, perhaps because dead nobles were superior versions of dead citizens. They strolled through the streets of the nobles' district. Each house, rather, mansion, was huge. Through the open windows, Hikaru could see undead monsters walking down the hallways. He checked a few of the buildings. Various works of art, vases and paintings, were left untouched. The treasures, however, were inside vaults sealed with magic. Hikaru couldn't open the safes, but he could see where they were with mana detection. It was similar to Levi's magic prison, the only difference being the mana in the vaults was still flowing, at least for the last 600 years. They must have some sort of a system that consistently provides magic. The poem mentioned something about compiling powerful sorcery spells. It would be an incredibly powerful spell if it lasted 600 years. Would it last forever? There was no such thing in Hikaru or Roland's memories, at least. Is Gafrasti looking for this spell? Coins and jewels not inside vaults were scattered about inside some of the nobles' houses. They picked those up. The design on the coins were peculiar. Hikaru 15 wasn't sure if he could use them at all. 3 hours had passed since they set out in the morning. "I can see it, Hikaru. It's the royal castle." This way. The castle loomed in the darkness, surrounded by a ditch. The only way in was a bridge. Hikaru noticed the undead and quickly pulled Levi behind a building. His instinct was telling him to run. Hikaru peered from the shadows. More than 100 zombies, with swelling muscles and over 2 meters tall, stood in a row. Drug. Hikaru only saw them in files. Drugs were undead monsters with extremely high physical abilities and acute senses. One could destroy a whole house on its own. Their commander was a dead knight wearing silver plate armor, eyes fixed on the road path to the castle. What now? I'm not sure. It wasn't like they were lining up closely, but if they chose to push through, they would come within a 1-meter radius of the monsters. I could throw a rock or something to draw their attention. It would be great to decrease their numbers so I can scout. Then again, that would only make them more cautious. How about I eradicate them with magic? Levi proposed. Magic, huh? Not a bad idea. But there's 2 problems with that option. First, the monsters inside the castle will notice the commotion. Second, the bridge might fall. Yes, I might destroy the bridge. Levi said. I guess we'll just have to go through the front. The front? It's okay. I think. Hikaru pulled up his soul board and put 1 point each on life, mana, and group obfuscation. He now had 0 points left. If this wasn't enough to pass by unnoticed, he'd just have to kill more dead nobles to increase his level and max out obfuscation. Although they wouldn't be able to clear the place within the day. Levi, when I squeeze your hand twice, I want you to turn off the lamp. Then when I do it again, please turn it back on. You want to turn off the light? We're up against drugs. Oh, right. They have keen senses. Hikaru noticed they could detect light back when the living heads floated around them for a bit. They had to turn off the lamp so they could pass through the drugs and the dead knight. Don't let go of my hand, Levi. Just stay behind me. They both started down the wide path that led to the castle. Are we really going through the front? Levi wanted to ask, but thought better of it. Hikaru said they'd go, so she just had to believe in him. She adjusted the brightness of the lamp to light up only their feet. The moment Hikaru squeezed her hand twice, she turned it off. Darkness enveloped her. The faint silhouette of the castle seemed to melt into the dark. Levi saw green lights in the drug's eyes. Tiny as a needle's eye, they were clear in the darkness. Hikaru's footsteps were slow, but sure. Levi didn't know that it was because of his mana detection. Then, She almost let out a shriek as she stepped on a stone, twisting her ankle. Taking a breath, she walked forward once more. Metal clanged. Hikaru stopped. They should be less than 10 meters away from there. Dead Knight. What now? Are we turning back? Lavia wanted to ask, but she couldn't open her mouth. Not right now. The wind had stopped blowing, and she was sweating. Once again, the sound of metal rang. Lavia felt Hikaru's grip on her hand loosen slightly. He walked forward, and she followed. How many meters are we from the Dead Knight? 5, 3. Another sound. Lavia flinched. The sound came from just beside her ear. She almost admired herself for not letting out a sound. Hikaru quickened his pace and she matched it. Horrible stench assaulted her senses. It must be the drugs, she thought. Hikaru stopped, turned left for a bit, then straight, then right. Lavia realized he was avoiding the drugs, though she didn't know how he was able to know their exact locations. Then Hikaru stood still and turned around to face Lavia. All of a sudden, Hikaru embraced her in his arms. They moved slowly, half a step at a time. The stench was becoming unbearable. Feeling nauseous, tears welled up in Lavia's eyes. Are the drugs really that close to each other? Maybe I should have just blasted them all to oblivion with my spells, she thought. Hikaru's grip loosened. Pulling on Lavia's hand, he walked faster than ever before. She knew they had made it past the monsters. The stench was gone as well. Hikaru squeezed her hand twice. I know. We made it, right? Lavia squeezed back once again. He squeezed her hand twice. I'm fine, just exhausted, she answered. He did it once more. It was hard for you as well, huh? Are you worried about me? Grinning, Lavia squeezed twice. So you have that side of you, eh? Hikaru stopped. Can you please turn on the lamp? He whispered in her ear. The royal castle's design was different from the current one. It would probably take an hour to go around the place. Let's check the inside. Hikaru said. Lavia, it's nothing. Let's go. Hikaru thought she refused to turn on the light earlier. When he finally asked her directly, she finally did. Lavia held his hand with one hand, while holding the lamp with the other. She turned her face away from him. For some reason, she was beet red. Dead nobles roamed about inside the castle, but there was no sight of a Dead Knight. Hikaru took the opportunity to kill them all and gain 3 levels. With this, his soul rank was now 27, while Lavia's was 24. Where do we go from here? The throne room? Lavia asked. They were having bread, dried meat, and dried fruits for lunch. Inside the palace grounds, dead nobles that Hikaru killed with one strike were sprawled about. Clearing a dungeon means getting the treasure, Hikaru said. Yup, exactly. Lavia was suddenly eager. In that case, we have to find the storage first. I'm also curious as to how this city collapsed, so it would be great if we could find clues to that. Clues? Are you planning to interview the undead or something? That would be our last resort. They'd notice us if I did that. I think the royal capital sank underground and then everyone turned into undead monsters. I wonder if anyone left some records of the events. It's possible. A king has a secretary. They probably have a record of what happened. Where can I find it? They're mostly top secret matters, so the records would either be in the king's office, or in the archives exclusively for the royal family. So we have to check out the throne room. Tossing the last piece of dried fruit in his mouth, Hikaru stood up. All right. Let's look for the treasure first. This place isn't like the nobles' mansions. I want to find something valuable. They entered the castle. Undead monsters wearing maid and servant outfits stood still. Will they attack if they sensed a living human being? Hikaru thought, but he didn't want to find out. The stone-built castle was easy to walk in as they went down the hallways. There were figures of people who worked in the castle here and there. It's really strange. There's too few guards and knights around. Although not entirely zero, there were barely any around. Other than the Dead Knight and drugs out front, not a lot of them could be seen. They couldn't possibly defend the castle like this. Hikaru closed in on a lone dead knight roaming about. His dagger couldn't pierce through its plate armor, so he looked for an opening. The undead, however, was wearing full body armor, and while its face was exposed, Hikaru couldn't see its neck. Will a stab on its face do it? Nah, I don't think so. His one point on instinct was telling him it wouldn't work. In the end, he gave up on the idea as he really didn't need to kill it anyway. When they got close to the location of the treasure, Hikaru knew where it was right away. One area was teeming with mana like the ones in the nobles' houses. There would have been no point in coming here if it couldn't be opened, but Hikaru had a plan. So this is the keyhole. A huge, double door loomed in front of him. Made of white stone, a dragon-like monster was carved into its surface. The keyhole was just at his eye level. The room's guard should have the key. Hikaru said. I think so. Is that it over there? I think it is. A dead noble stood beside the door, wearing what might have been a dazzling attire 600 years ago. A bunch of keys dangled on its right hand. Hikaru inched closer to the undead, killed it with one strike, and took the keys. He then thrusted what looked like the right key into the keyhole. What was that undead doing here? It's all too convenient. Lavia said. You have a point. Anyway, the key fits, but I can't open the door. Hikaru pulled out the key and tried the other ones, but they didn't fit. He was sure the first one he used was the right one. The material used for the key matched the doors as well. There's a dent in the middle. There was indeed a dent in the key's handle. It looked like something had to be embedded in it. Bummer. I thought I'd find a great weapon in the treasure room and then use it to fight the boss. I guess it's never that easy. In fact, maybe the boss has the thing that makes this key work. Boss? You mean like a higher-up? Hikaru used a gaming term without thinking, making Lavia confused. Let's see. This place's boss would be the king himself. Hikaru said. They returned to the front of the castle. First they made their way to the audience chamber where the king would most likely be. After climbing a lengthy set of stairs, they arrived at the door to the spacious audience room. The carpet was covered in dust, like a blanket of snow, from years of neglect. It was impossible to discern its original color. The hallways didn't have as much dust as their undead regularly roamed about. He's here. Hikaru's mana detection saw him. Should I turn off the light? Lavia asked. It's okay. There are only dead nobles around. If you say so. Lavia was not completely convinced, but she left the lamp on and turned it towards the room. Dead nobles stood in a row on both sides. Up a few stairs was the throne where a lone undead was perched. Resting its chin on one hand, its empty eye sockets was turned in their direction. Diamonds were sewn into its loose robe, which never lost their gleam after 600 years. Even covered in dust, they still shone bright. Hikaru could hear voices like the sound of a violin on the verge of breaking. They came from the dead nobles lined up. The voices were faint, but in this silence, he could hear them quite clearly. He drew closer to one of them and listened carefully. Like the dead citizens, all they could do was groan. What's going on? Lavia, who was dumbfounded at first, finally came to her senses. I think they're having a discussion with the king. I can see that, but what they were discussing, he didn't know. Was it something that's been going on for 600 years? Or did the topic change every time? The king just glared at them, seemingly bored. The king's ring, Hikaru muttered. What? It looks like it fits the hole in the key. On his right hand was a ring. The king wasn't mummified. He still had flesh. And the ring was stuck on his finger. Hikaru, are you going to take down the king? Lavia tried to put it mildly. I won't. Not now, at least. What do you mean? I feel like he'll notice us if we got close. I can probably do it alone, though. That was what his instinct was saying. It was an extremely useful skill to have for sure. He only had 1 point on it at the moment, so that was all he could sense. If he put more points into it, he might be able to know exactly how close he can get. Nevertheless, It was plenty enough right now. Hikaru didn't know if the king had instinct like him, but he knew that if they got close with the lamp on, they'll get busted. That was a huge advantage for him. Am I just a burden? Lavia asked. No, sorry. That's not what I meant. Even if I took the king down, the dead nobles will be in an uproar. We need your spells then. The two of us will clear this dungeon. I see. If you say so. Anyway, we might have to look around some more. They headed deeper into the chamber to look for the archives, passing by an undead that looked to be the secretary. With his mana detection, Hikaru knew there weren't any undead from here on out. All of a sudden, he felt a chilly wind blew by. Wind? The air in the dungeon didn't circulate that much, but he felt it stir since they got here. Lavia. It says archives right here. What? Hikaru stopped in front of a door. Lavia held out the lamp. An old language? I can only read a bit. You can read it? Lavia asked. I can. It was all thanks to Roland's memories. The door was simple, with a physical lock. Hikaru thrusted his dagger in and kicked it to break the lock. It didn't look like they wanted to actually close the place up, so Hikaru was able to force his way through. It smells like ink. The smell of gall ink permeated the room. The kind that was used during the age of parchments, made from iron salts and tannic acids from vegetable sources. It was used in Europe as well. In this world, plants used for gall ink had a peculiar, acidic smell. The magic lamp illuminated the wonderfully bound books on the shelves. A few parchments were spread out on the table at the center of the room. It seemed like a place where they made books as well. The ancient Poinxinia dynasty's archives. This place has so much archaeological value. It might make Gafrasti cry from sheer happiness, but Hikaru didn't see that much value in it. Let's check them out. It's not like you can't entirely read them, right? Hikaru asked. Yes. I can't promise anything, though. All right. Let's split up. There's no monsters around, so you can let go of my hand for now. Okay. The moment Lavia let go of his hand, something terrible happened. What? The room suddenly grew bright. It wasn't just the room. The light spread out down the hallway, and illuminated the whole castle. What? What's going on? Calm down, Lavia. Hikaru pulled her closer and activated group obfuscation once more. But the light didn't go out. There was no doubt that the light automatically went on after detecting a human, a living creature, inside the building. In Japan, sensors that lit up when a human was detected were common, but he hadn't seen one in this world. It was clearly a lost technology from the ancient Poinxian dynasty. Hikaru didn't have the time to think clearly. The ground trembled. Crap. What now? He noticed a wooden window with no glass and opened it. What the? The window was facing the opposite direction from where they came from. One would have thought that there would be a nobles district, then a first residential district, and then the town. But there was nothing there, only a vast, barren land, with no walls in sight. With the castle shining bright, he could clearly see the plain spread out for miles. The room they were in was 3 to 4 stories high, overlooking the castle walls. He could see unmoving figures in the distance. They didn't look like undead monsters, however. Another quake. Hikaru saw it. In the distance, about a kilometer away, was a giant emitting purple light. As soon as he spotted the giant, Hikaru quickly closed the window. He had a hunch that staring at it for any longer would be bad. The mysterious light that illuminated the whole castle vanished and it was dark once more. Hikaru's mana detection saw the undead monsters confused for a bit, but now they were back to being stationary. In the room lit up only by a lamp, Hikaru and Lavia sat down on plain chairs that were still sturdy even after 600 years. Did you see that? Hikaru asked. Yes. Was that a giant? Did you read about one in novels? There are no books about giants. Ah, but they appear in myths. Giants are the god soldiers. Oh, soldiers of the gods, huh? They exchanged glances. I think I know the reason why the capital sank underground with its citizens turned into undead monsters. They incurred the wrath of the gods. They were both silent. It's horrifying how I can't deny that possibility. Gods exist in this world, after all. In Hikaru's pocket was a guild card in which he received the gods' blessings. Let's forget about the giant for now and check this place. The trembling stopped. As he had suspected, the tremor was a response to the light. First Hikaru checked the parchments on the table. He couldn't keep holding Lavia's hand, so he had her touch his nape instead. Group obfuscation only worked if their skin touched. Year 30, month X, day X. Minutes of the Imperial Council meeting. 2 days after the capital's transportation underground. Oh, I hit the jackpot right away. It's about the transfer underground. Hikaru read it out loud so Lavia could hear it. Meeting to discuss how to deal with the giant attacking our holy city. His Majesty's intentions are unknown. The Minister of Military Affairs and the generals want the city to be returned to the surface and fight the giant. The Minister of Finance says the nation's financial status is dire after all the expansions to the city. The Holy Mana Supply Facility's operation is not going well. The Minister of Internal Affairs has a status report on the citizens. Many express deep gratitude to His Majesty's imperial decision. While the supply of Holy Mana is frequently interrupted, it doesn't affect their daily lives. Meeting suspended. A thunderous roar was heard, like the sky itself was torn asunder. The Minister of Magic says something is trying to break into the holy city, but repelled by the barrier. The Minister of Military Affairs orders the knights to be on alert. A deafening roar rang out once again, this time much louder than before. The text ended there. Does the something that's trying to break into the city refer to the giant? Lavia asked. If that's the case, a lot of things make more sense. The reason there's not a lot of knights and soldiers around is because they were sent to fight the giant then got killed. It sounds like they think too highly of themselves, using the word holy a lot. They had the technology to transport a whole city underground. They thought they were superior beings. The text mentioned returning the city to the surface. It was safe to assume that transporting the city underground was their own doing. I gotta say, it's incredible how they used magic to transport a whole city. Unfortunately that technology was now lost. Why did that giant attack the city? I don't know what Holy Mana Supply means either. Why did citizens turn into undead monsters? Is it really because of the god's wrath? Lavia asked. I have no idea. We might find the answers if we look some more. The earth trembled once more. Dust fell from the ceiling. I thought that giant stopped. It might have noticed us. Wait, Hikaru. What's this? Lavia said, pointing at a scroll on the table. Holy Dynasty's family tree. What about it? What's it doing here? I think it's because they were in a state of emergency. That's a great point, Lavia. Hikaru unraveled the scroll. A family tree diagram was indeed written on it. Names, who they were married to, those who left the family. What's this? I feel some sort of magic in this scroll. Is it important? Plus, normally the name of any royal family member would end with Gipo and Xinia. But there were also those that left the family then returned, or nobles that married into royalty. Their full names were written clearly as well. The father of the last king came from a different noble family and his name was written everywhere. Valves. The historian, Gafrasti N. Valves, was clearly related to the man. Hikaru. A rumbling sound echoed. They peeked slightly through the window and saw the purple giant slowly turning itself towards their direction. It doesn't look like it's exercising. Is it headed here? Probably. Lavia. I want you to be prepared. Of what? Prepared to kill the king. Oh wait. I guess he's already dead. Killing the undead king was what he wanted to say. Lavia's expression stiffened. Okay, if you say so, I'll take him down. Thanks. To be more precise, I'll kill the king, while you deal with the undead. Okay. Hikaru rolled the scroll and stuffed it into his bag. He had no idea what it was doing here, but Gafrasti most likely wanted it. There was no harm in taking it. and they had no time to check other things anyway. Holding hands, they left the archives. A detector that sensed humans, light that used something like electricity. Those were things Hikaru had not seen in this world before. People used magic lamps, but they used batteries. Just like flashlights, not electricity from some wall sockets. Electricity supply. Holy mana supply. The floor shook, a sign that the giant was moving. They both returned to the audience chamber. So we're going to kill the king then head to the treasure room? Exactly. We can't fight that giant. Our best option is to run. Hikaru was almost sure the giant was what created the undead. There was no way a kingdom who called themselves holy would commit group suicide, turning all of them into undead monsters. The giant destroyed a wide area. It was no doubt extremely powerful, beyond human comprehension. Soldiers of the gods. A huge foe like that was out of Hikaru's hands. He knew he couldn't defeat it. Lavia. We're here. They stopped right before the audience chamber. Hikaru could hear the faint voices coming from the dead nobles having a discussion. They didn't move from here even though a giant had appeared nearby, counting on their army to do the job. Perhaps it was arrogance from having obtained too much technology. And before they knew it, some sort of force kicked in, turning them all into undead. I'll kill the king alone. You'll stay here as you chant your spell. They'll see you once I let go of your hand. But you can just use your magic then. Oh, okay. Don't hold back. I'll be fine. Really? I promise. I'm extremely cautious. After all, Hikaru's grip loosened. You're such a liar. I don't have any intention of dying, and I've calculated the risks. Your spell has a wide area of effect, but I can hide behind the walls. I see. I'll be fine no matter what kind of spell you use. She recalled the aftermath of her fire magic usage last time. Lavia looked worried. I'll trust you. Lavia smiled. She looks fine, Hikaru thought. Lavia started chanting her spell. A spirit, heed my call. A raging fire is what I desire. Fire to burn down all living things, all creation, even the laws of the universe. A magic circle formed with Lavia at the center. With group obfuscation still active, the undead were not aware of what was going on. Now, Hikaru bolted. Dance, spirit. Every last one of the monsters turned to Lavia. Hikaru clicked his tongue. He didn't expect a fast reaction from them, but he didn't want to stop now. I offer you my mana, so sing, spirit. Hidden with stealth, Hikaru made it in front of the king. With his dagger of strength, he stabbed the man through his chest. Strength left the king's body. Alone, even the king could not sense Hikaru. He felt his rank go up. The dead nobles were going straight for Lavia, but stopped when they noticed the king was dead. Quickly, Hikaru removed the ring and deactivated his stealth. It's nice to meet you, everyone, and farewell, Hikaru said, grinning, before turning around. Take back our once pure world and burn everything down to ashes. The dead nobles rushed towards Hikaru, but he was much faster than them and quickly made it back to Lavia's side. His 2 points on power burst was doing wonders. A huge ball of fire formed overhead from the magic circle. Flame gospel. The circle shattered to pieces like glass, casting flashes of light everywhere. The flame serpent swallowed the dead noble's whole. As soon as it landed, a gust of hot wind swept over the place. Hikaru carried Lavia, who was exhausted from the mana consumption, to the hallway. The audience chamber turned bright as midday. The splendid carving on the ceiling. A battle between angels and demons had seen light for the first time in 600 years. But it didn't last long. The flame that burned the undead, the king included, had been extinguished. The wind carried with it the smell of something burnt. It wasn't the scent of roasted meat. More than that, it was the smell of carbonized corpses. Can you walk? Yes, I feel a lot better than before. Perhaps it was a good thing that I set my job class to Challenger of Magic Principles. While the power of her spell decreased, it consumed less mana. The Flame Magus class was too strong. I feel like my rank went up a lot. A mass slaughter of dead nobles. Then again, they were already dead, so the term slaughter didn't really fit. Probably. We'll check afterwards. But first we have to get out of here. He's coming. The tremors were getting closer. Hikaru grasped the ring he took from the king tightly. As Lavia said, her condition wasn't severe. Hand in hand with Hikaru, they walked at a brisk pace. They could feel the giant getting closer. How far was it? The giant knew someone is in the castle. If Hikaru used group obfuscation and left the castle, they would be fine. He didn't have to worry about his skill not working. If the giant could see right through it, it would have calmed the instant they entered the place. The best way to get out of this situation, then, was to run. Man, I can't really run knowing I have the key and the treasure room is just around the corner. They could just return later, but there was no guarantee the giant wouldn't destroy the treasure room. After all, it was a giant. When he looked at it through the window of the archives, they were pretty much at eye level. The thing was more or less 10 meters tall. All right, let's try it. Hikaru inserted the ring he took from the king into the dent in the key. It was a perfect fit. I knew it, he said as the key shone for a bit. Yeah, Lavia exclaimed. They exchanged glances, then Hikaru thrust the key into the keyhole. Ah, it's not moving. What? Are we missing something? Hikaru thought about it for a bit before letting go of Lavia's hand. Suddenly everything went bright. There was a mechanism in place that made the lights turn on when a living human was detected. Not wasting any time, he immediately grabbed Lavia's hand once more and turned on group obfuscation. In the meantime, something was happening before their eyes. A ripple of light came from the keyhole with the key still stuck in it. The door shook, its surface seemed to undulate. So that's how it works. When no one was around, the power in the castle was turned off, just like electricity. It was surprising how it still worked after 600 years. Although, perhaps it still worked because no one had used it all this time. Slowly, the door opened. At the same time, the rumbling was getting closer. Hikaru, it must have responded to the light. Damn, this giant is sharp. Let's go. The door was open just enough for one person to go through one at a time. It was plenty bright inside. The room wasn't really huge, just long and narrow. Items were packed on the shelves that lined both sides. The aisle was wide enough, but items were also displayed on the center which made the place feel cramped. Let's just get the good stuff, Hikaru said. It feels like we're robbing the place. The difference between a thief and an adventurer is that the latter steals from monsters. Anyway, Hikaru glanced around. This place is incredible. Yeah. After staring at the darkness too long, the light was too bright for their eyes. That might have contributed to their awe. But even if that wasn't the case, the room was still as impressive. A box made of gold overflowing with precious stones. A necklace with a pearl the size of a thumb. Full armor made of scraped crystal. Carelessly leaning against the wall was a spear, shining bluish-white. Even the books were adorned with gems. 5 crowns placed alongside each other. A cloak with diamond ornaments. The room was basically like a king's walk-in closet. It was dazzling. Blinded by greed was a fitting phrase. Lavia, let's take what we want. Just pay attention to the weight. Are you sure? Can we really do that? I thought about getting permission, but the guy couldn't talk, so nothing we can do about it. There are no undead around, so I'll let go for now. They split up and took every treasure they could. Hikaru walked deeper into the room. If this were an rebounds per game, the best stuff would be in the deepest part of the room. 3. By the wall on the farthest side were 3 pedestals. In the center was a table about 50 centimeters in diameter. A velvet spread out on it. A pale blue, square crystal sat on top, only slightly smaller than a baseball ball, with sparks running around inside it. The metal plate on front read Holy Mana Ball. Poking it seemed fine. Hikaru wrapped it in the velvet and stuffed it in his bag. Next was the treasure on the left. He froze for a moment. No way. He certainly didn't expect to see something like this here. A grip made from what seemed to be scraped ivory. A silver piece of metal, so smooth he could see his own reflection. Barrel with 6 chambers. Hammer linked to the trigger. A real gun. A revolver sat there. Hikaru reached for it and took it. Heavy, he thought. It was the first time he's ever held one. Elaborately made. It wasn't a model gun. After checking it wasn't loaded, he pulled the trigger, and the hammer made a clinking sound. Shiny silver bullets lined up beside it. He grabbed them and loaded the chambers. Can I shoot it? It would be loud. I can't try it here. What's this thing even doing here? This here is technology beyond current capabilities. Wait a second. A member of the 4 Stars of the East is clearly Japanese. There was another reincarnated being as well. Even before 600 years ago. Maybe he or she made it. But there are no guns in this world. Did they make it themselves? But they're never taught how to make or use it? Is that possible? It's easy to copy once you've seen it. Hikaru then realized something. Taking the bullets out from the chambers, he could feel mana flowing in them. If this gun was something that couldn't be recreated, then it would be an extremely precious weapon with only 6 rounds. Like the previous item, there was a metal plate placed in front of it. I can't read it. Sorcery. Gray. Ted by Lugans. 1 of 4. Wait, what? Hikaru hadn't a difficulty reading ancient language up until now. That only meant that it was probably an even older language, or perhaps other language was mixed in. Then, Hikaru's instinct sensed danger. Lavia, get down. She looked confused. Hikaru dashed towards her, tackling her to the ground. The wall to the treasure room got blown off. An arm emitting ominous, purple mana peeked in from the hole. The giant. Grab. Hikaru pulled Lavia's arm to help her up. Can you run? Why yeah. They dashed out of the treasure room. Hikaru could hear the wall crumbling behind them. Is that a giant? How did it get so close? Lavia said. He could ask the same question. Hikaru wanted to beat himself up so bad. I thought I could sense if it came closer by the rumbling. That, and I didn't pay attention to my mana detection the moment I found the revolver. It's my fault that giant got close to us. The giant most likely approached carefully so as not to cause tremors. It should have been slow. Hikaru would have seen it with his mana detection. Lavia, set the lamp to maximum brightness. What about the undead? They're not around. His mana detection didn't sense any undead. They had fled because of the giant. The giant knows where we are exactly. Hikaru was almost sure about that. That much was certain when it decided to approach us quietly before attacking us. Why, though? Because I deactivated group obfuscation? No, that's not it. Hikaru was holding Lavia's hand at the moment. His skill active. The moment they left the room and got out of sight from the giant, stealth should have taken effect right away. How does it know where we are? The magic lamp lit up the hallways of the castle. Hikaru turned round and saw the giant that had destroyed the treasure room. You've got to be kidding me. The giant dashed through a hallway too narrow for its size, destroying pillars along the way, not stopping. Over here. Kaya. They entered a small passage, rolling over. The giant was rampaging through the place. Get up, Lavia. Oh, okay. Holding each other's hands, they ran. They had no idea where they were going. All of a sudden, Hikaru felt a gaze. Purple-colored eye was peering into the passage they went through. An arm stretched out. Being more than 10 meters away, Hikaru felt relieved. Yet the arm was reaching for them, stretching like rubber. It almost had them. Here goes nothing. Hikaru pointed the revolver at the giant's arm and quickly pulled the trigger. A metallic sound rang out. Not even reminiscent of gunpowder. A blue trail shot out from the muzzle. The moment it hit the giant's hand, it instantly got covered in ice and repelled. What the hell? It's not a gun? That looked like magic. Hikaru. Look. The passage was too small for the giant. All it could do was glare at them. While Hikaru couldn't see everything clearly, about a meter above the creature's head was a sphere-like object that looked like an antenna, giving out small sparks. A chill ran down Hikaru's spine. This is bad. That thing screams danger. I can't let it use that no matter what. He readied his gun. Could he really hit his mark? He couldn't get closer as the creature's arm was there. What are the chances an amateur like me can hit my target? There's one thing that can compensate for my lack of experience. Throwing. Hikaru summoned his soul board. Physical strength, strength 1, weapon mastery, throwing 2. He poured every point he got from killing undead. Physical strength, strength 1, weapon mastery, throwing 10. Heaven shot. The new skill could wait till later. Hikaru aimed the gun once more, and this time he knew where the bullet would hit, like he had a laser pointer on. He pointed the gun at the sphere above the giant's head and took a shot. This time gray light burst forth. A rock sprouted at its point of impact, covering the giant's head. Not enough. The light above its head didn't stop. Light spilled from the rock's cracks, sparks coming out like some broken gas stove. Over here, Lavia. Hikaru grabbed Lavia's hand and ran once more. Right after they turned a corner, he felt a flash behind them. What? Cautiously, he turned around. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Hikaru. Look, Lavia said, pointing at his cloak. The cuffs had melted. The smell of putrefaction hung in the air. A giant with a special attack that caused decay. The massive number of undead in the dungeon. Is that what created the undead? It was downright ridiculous. With its light properties, it could be fired in any direction. Holding back the chill he felt, they started making a run for it again. Hikaru could hear the earth rumbling not far. The giant was chasing them. There's only one escape route, the entrance to the castle. They left the building and arrived at the open area. The bridge was just up ahead. The whole place was deserted, the dead night and drugs nowhere to be seen. Countless undead had filled the area before and now they were gone. Did they run away? Do the undead fear the giant because it turned them into what they are? Damn it! That thing's fast. The giant made it to the open square, destroying the castle along the way. The creature looked around and noticed Hikaru and Lavia running towards the bridge. Hikaru's ears hurt, as though his eardrums were being stabbed by needles. The giant's roar shook the whole castle. Walls near the giant collapsed. The castle, having stood for 600 years, was starting to crumble. It's heading straight for us, so it does know where we are. They kept running. Hikaru, I'll keep it occupied if I use every bit of my mana, Lavia said, her grip tightening. It might not be enough to kill it, but I can at least slow it down. In the meantime, you get out of here. So just leave me behind and... Ouch! Hikaru flicked her forehead. Lavia scowled at him with teary eyes. WHWH, what was that for? She exclaimed. No. What? What would happen to you if you didn't kill it? Besides, you used plenty of mana a while ago. What happens after you fired a powerful spell at it? You wouldn't even be able to stand. And you're telling me to run then? Hikaru sighed. That just won't do. I went through a lot of trouble rescuing you. I can't let you throw away your life that easily. But at this rate, we'll both be dead. That's not gonna happen. They made it over the bridge. The giant was running at an incredible speed. Hikaru. He stopped, turned around, and aimed the revolver. The giant was crossing the bridge, each step causing it to creak. He pulled the trigger twice. The first shot was an orange flame, the second a glaring lightning, each hitting their own mark. The bridge, with its foothold, collapsed. The giant fell down the dry moat. The ground trembled along with a loud rumbling. All of a sudden, it was quiet. Did you kill it? Lavia shone the lamp on the debris. The ditch was 30 meters deep. Even if the giant jumped, it wouldn't be able to reach them. They couldn't see its body through the clouds of dust. Then, a purple light flashed. An arm shot out from underneath the rubble, blowing away debris. Hikaru tilted his head to dodge pieces of debris flying towards him. A giant? More like a golem actually. When the dust settled, what Hikaru saw was not a body made of flesh, but only a puppet with joints. On the surface of its body made of rock was a strange pattern with purple light flowing through it. In contrast to its massive chest, its hips were narrow, while its face was modeled after a human's. It didn't have a nose or a mouth, only eyes that glowed. And on top of its head was a sphere object that Hikaru failed to destroy. The device that created the undead. Let's go, Hikaru. It'll be a while before it can get out of there. Hikaru? Don't tell me you're actually thinking of taking it down. He smiled at Lavia to calm her down. Yes, I am. Good. Wait, what? The fact that it's not using that flickering thing over its head means it has a cooldown. Or it couldn't use it anymore. It looks like it doesn't have a reliable long-range attack as well. It'll try to get out of there, but that'll take some time. But we can't take down something that huge from here. So you want me to use my magic after all? Like I said, if you used your spell and that thing survives, we'll be in deep trouble. I don't have the stamina to carry you all the way back to town. Then our only option is to run. That's a fine idea, but it'll probably still follow us. If it comes to the surface and heads to town, it'll be a disaster. I want to kill it right here. How are you going to do it? Lavia asked. Hikaru had a hypothesis that he wanted to test out. If it worked, the giant wouldn't follow them. It might even be enough to kill the creature. If it failed, they would just escape. Although, the town might have to be sacrificed. The ground shook underneath, accompanied by a rumbling that echoed throughout the place. The giant was on a rampage, trying to climb out of the ditch, gouging out the earth to create footholds. It didn't seem like it received much damage from the fall. Hikaru took out the holy mana ball wrapped in velvet from his bag. Hikaru winced at the ear-piercing roar. I knew it. It's after this. The key to the technology from the ancient dynasty of Poensinia was the holy mana. Hikaru guessed holy mana to be similar to electricity. After seeing the revolver, it was not hard to surmise that someone from Earth was trying to recreate modern science in this world. What was the holy mana ball, then? His best guess was a battery with stored holy mana, i.e. electricity. No, it was more than that. After all, it was this small device that gave power to the whole castle. The treasure room was bright a while ago, but after the giant attacked, after they left the room, it turned dark. If the light's power supply was cut off, it was natural to assume that it was because Hikaru removed the ball. It was still bright when he took the revolver, though. That only meant that after he shoved the ball into his bag, there was still some leftover power running. Then there was the giant. Hikaru thought it attacked them, who were under the effects of stealth. But if it was after the holy mana ball, then everything made sense. The treasure room itself must have concealed the presence of everything inside. The moment he opened the door, the giant immediately knew where the ball was. At the same time, it noticed someone, Hikaru, closing in on the device, so it approached carefully. After that, his group obfuscation wasn't as effective because of the holy mana ball he was carrying. The giant was chasing something even brighter than a magic lamp. You're after this, right? The holy mana ball was a mass of energy. Hikaru didn't know why the giant wanted it. He only knew that if he parted with it, the giant wouldn't follow them anymore, or it still would. But it didn't matter. If he let go of it, he could use his stealth once more. Lavia, step aside. Okay. She moved 20 meters away from Hikaru. After seeing her took distance, he unwrapped the velvet and showed it to the rampaging giant. In it was a square object, sparks darting about inside it. Even though ball was in its name, it was actually shaped like a square. Something that gives power. Please don't tell me it's a nuclear generator. Carrying it around would do more than just expose him to radiation. Hikaru threw the device at the giant, velvet and all. Slowly, it made a parabolic trajectory. The giant's head moved. It was looking at the holy mana ball. I didn't say anything about returning it, though. Hikaru aimed his revolver at the holy mana ball and pulled the trigger. The Root Hubbard Adventurers Guild was quieter than usual. Rather, a chilly atmosphere permeated the room. There's many adventurers here. Is there anyone who wants to accompany me to the underground city of the ancient gods? I said I'll give a hefty reward. Gafrasti said, raising his leather pouch filled with coins. But the adventurer's reaction was worse than he expected. They had heard his conversation with the C-ranked adventurers he was with. We can't really throw away our lives for money. Those rank C adventurers really hated the job. There's a new monster, right? Even rank C adventurers couldn't react in time. What did it do again? Steal a map? I'm concerned about how it disappeared afterwards, leaving the map behind. It's hard to deal with intelligent monsters. People thought that the young adventurer who sneaked close to Gafrasti and stole his file was a new kind of monster, for some reason. That was part of the reason why the rank C adventurers didn't want to go further. Gafrasti was displeased with the cowardly adventurers. Is it the money? If it's not enough, I can serve elves. Aglaya, who was standing behind Gafrasti like a shadow, tapped his arms lightly. Let's go outside. I sense something strange. Gafrasti trusted Aglaya's hunch. As soon as he heard what she had to say, they stalked out of the guild. The only thing that mattered to him was the underground city of the ancient gods. He glanced at the direction of the dungeon. There was still plenty of daylight left. In other words, the sky was bright, and yet he could see a dragon-shaped lightning soaring towards the heavens. What? Something happened. That much he was certain. Let's go. Aglaya. Yes, sir. They headed to the dungeon entrance without any adventurers with them. Ugh. Damn it. What the hell was that? Covered in dust, Hikaru slowly stood up. Hikaru. I'm over here. Lavia. Are you okay? What about you? Clouds of dust still whirled around them, but Lavia rushed to his side. Hikaru checked his body in the meantime. It hurt in places, but his bones weren't broken. Soon the dust settled. They were both dumbfounded at the scene before their eyes. The ditch was half destroyed. The outer walls, just like the castle itself, had pretty much collapsed as well. Wow! Hikaru recalled what happened earlier. From his revolver, he shot a light so pure that it almost felt divine. He had expected that, in a sense. So far, he'd fired ice, water, rock, earth, fire, and lightning, air. There were 6 bullets. The last 2 would then be holy and evil. But what happened afterwards was totally unexpected. The bullet shattered the holy mana ball. The next moment, a thick electric current, how that fit inside such a small device was a mystery, burst out, gushing incessantly like some kind of a waterfall. It coiled itself around the giant's body and killed it. Hikaru felt his soul rank go up, but he didn't care about it at that point. The current swelled. He ran with all he got and Lavia followed his example. An explosion of light. Everything was too bright. It was difficult to keep their eyes open. The shockwave sent Hikaru flying and rolling on the ground. Surrounded by white light, he saw what he thought was a dragon soaring towards the heavens. You broke the seal. Well done, puny human from another world. Hikaru thought he heard those exact words. Lavia, did you hear that dragon say something? What? Dragon? Lavia cocked her head, clearly oblivious to what he meant. It's fine. It must have been my imagination. It wasn't, but it was still not time to tell her that he was not from this world. Hikaru. Lavia's voice was shaking. Hikaru glanced around and saw the undead that had been hiding until now coming out in droves. Turn off the lamp. Okay. It turned dark all of a sudden. Lavia moved closer to Hikaru. He embraced her and activated group obfuscation. But the monsters didn't actually have their eyes on them. They just walked on forward. Wait. I can see them with my naked eye? Hikaru realized he could see the buildings even though it was dark. He looked up at the dungeon's ceiling. At the skies. The dragon earlier had torn a hole above. It was high enough that there wasn't a lot of light, but still better than complete darkness. Undead streamed from the city and the collapsed castle. They all gathered in one spot, by the edge of the crater. Standing still, the monsters looked down at the holy mana ball. No. the giant. They were looking down at the giant that turned them into undead. That thing's decay attack was something else. We managed to somehow dodge it by hiding, but these people weren't so lucky and were all turned into undead. Although there's no evidence the giant marched directly to town. Hikaru had a guess. Perhaps the giant had enough power to turn everyone into undead without fail. But it could only use it once. Or maybe there's someone else up there controlling it. He shook his head slightly. There's no point thinking about it. This all happened 6 centuries ago. They watched the undead without saying a word. The countless undead gathered around the crater just watched in silence as well. Did they resent the giant even after death? Or did they have something to say to the giant? Or to the one who created it? Light shone on one area of the crater, and from there, it looked as if believers were offering their condolences towards a fallen saint who had passed away, unable to fulfill his ambitions. Let's go, Lavia. Okay. Turning their backs on the ruins of the castle, they walked away. They passed by undead in town making their way towards the crater with group obfuscation on. They didn't notice the 2 of them. Green slimes, monsters that weren't humans, hid themselves. Mana detection couldn't even see them. After about 2 hours of walking, Hikaru finally spoke. They had not met another undead for a while. This is bad. The air seemed to warp. A rumbling sound echoed in the distance. What's wrong? This place might collapse. What? It might have been the dragon tearing up a hole above, or Hikaru taking the holy mana ball and destroying it. Either way, the sound of something collapsing came from afar. It didn't stop. The whole ceiling was collapsing. Let's hurry. Oh, okay. Spurring on their exhausted bodies, they broke into a run. Lavia looked like she was having a really hard time keeping up, so Hikaru secretly added 1 point on her stamina. She had more energy now. By the time they made it back to the entrance, one of the private houses, the sounds of crumbling became clearer. Fortunately, it came from the direction of the castle. Hikaru used his mana detection to survey the surrounding, but no one, not one adventurer, was around. There should have been adventurers besides them who were exploring the dungeon. They must have realized something was wrong and escaped. Lavia entered the narrow passage that led to the mausoleum, and Hikaru followed. He looked back one last time. Hikaru, I thought I'd learn a lot of things if I explored the dungeon. Mysteries would be unraveled and I'd obtain vast treasures. I thought that was the best part of dungeon clearing. The rumbling was getting closer. He could feel the vibration on the wall through his hand. But that was not that case at all. I had no idea what that giant was. We found this holy mana thing, an unknown technology, and in the end, the dungeon's collapsing. Yeah, it was really different from the novels I've read. Hikaru turned his back to the dungeon and started on the path back to the surface. A few levels up, they met each other's gaze. Lavia, what is it? I want to take a bath. What? It's been a while. I want to soak in some hot water in a bathtub. I'm all dirty. Lavia smiled softly. You sure like to indulge yourself once in a while, huh? She said. Would you like to join me, dummy? Lavia quickly turned round and started walking. Are you mad? Sorry. Hikaru apologized. Let's pick up the pace. This passage might collapse as well. You're right. We can't take a bath if we're caved in. Ah, what did you say? Let's hurry. Wait for me. Right after they arrived at the mausoleum, a strong wind blew through the passage. The entrance must have been blocked then. Hikaru's first dungeon exploration finally came to an end. The sun hung low in the horizon. The desolate mausoleum stood there, basking in the glow of the sunset. Over 10 adventurers gathered around outside, waiting for Hikaru and Lavia. What was that tremor just now? It sounded bad. It's natural for a few cave-ins to happen underground. I think it's safer not to get close until it settles down. That last one was terrible. Oh, there's another one. They stopped talking and looked puzzled the moment Hikaru and Lavia stepped out of the mausoleum. What are these babies doing here? Their eyes spoke louder than words. I thought you escaped a long time ago. The guild official in charge of the entrance noticed Hikaru. Whoa. This kid went into the dungeon and the guild knew about it? Well, he's ranky, so he met the requirements. What? The adventurers looked surprised. Hikaru and Lavia passed through them, drawing curious stares. I guess there's really people who pay to get promoted. One of the adventurers said in a mocking tone. Look at them. They're filthy. The undead probably scared them and they just ran around the place, hiding. Yes, that makes sense. They do look dirty. The adventurers burst into laughter. Hikaru let out a small sigh. That was all. He was too exhausted to deal with them. Looks like we're right on the mark. Once again, they laughed. Hikaru thought about ignoring them, but his feet stopped. Are you the last one? Did you see what happened? It was Gafrasti N. Valves and his companion, Aglaia Van Houtens. Sir Valves, you don't need to talk to this boy. I'm sure all he did was run. He doesn't know what happened inside, the guild official said in a soft voice as he approached Gafrasti. By nature, the Adventurers Guild was an independent organization separate from the government. Still, they asked certain permissions from the kingdom, so sucking up to nobles was necessary. It would appear that Gafrasti was out here asking questions to those who came from the dungeon. Did you see a dragon climb towards the skies? The adventurers looked exasperated and seemed to mock him. They weren't aware of what happened. Gafrasti desperately asked Hikaru for answers. Gafrasti N. Valves, Hikaru said. You know me? Hikaru took out a scroll from his bag. Aglaia stepped in front of the old man as if to protect him. She might have thought Hikaru meant harm. What are you doing? Try anything funny and I'll cut you down. Aglaia snapped at him. Gafrasti just stood there befuddled, mouth agape. This is Sir Valves. Pushing Aglaia aside, Gafrasti approached Hikaru in staggered steps. He tried to grab the scroll, but Hikaru quickly pulled it back. Give me that. How much will you pay? We risked our lives for this. Surprised, Gafrasti thrust his hand into his pocket. I only have this much with me right now. But if this scroll is really the one I've been looking for, I'll pay you double. Hikaru peered into the pouch. It was filled with dazzling, white coins he hadn't seen before. Silver coins. There's 1,000,000 gallons in here. You're going to give me twice the amount? The guild official's eyes widened at the number. Hikaru was just as surprised. He had expected the old man to offer a huge payment, but he didn't think it would be this easy. Sorry. That's too low. I'll pay you 10 times more. 10,000,000 gallons. The guild official and adventurers couldn't keep up with the absurdity of it all. They just stood there, their breaths taken away. Even Hikaru was astonished that the man increased the amount like it was nothing. This scroll is that important to him, huh? He had a rough idea that Gafrasti was going to use this scroll. Indeed, it could be an ace up his sleeve. The payment was appropriate. Its value could be even higher, but then he wouldn't get paid till much later. Sir Valves, is this scroll the thing you've been looking for? Aglaia asked. Yes. Gafrasti replied, nodding. Okay, 10,000,000 gallons sounds good to me. Can you deposit it into my guild account? Hikaru said, taking out his guild card. He left the job class field blank. All they needed was the branch where he was affiliated and they could send the money. Gafrasti noted it down. I promise the money will come. So, about that scroll. Sure, you can pay me later. Hikaru tossed the scroll. Gafrasti received it in a panic, sinking down to the ground. Don't throw it. It's worthless to me. I won't be staying in this kingdom for long anyway. Gafrasti looked like he realized something from Hikaru's words. I see. How much do you know? Just to guess. I don't really intend to find out. Aglaia helped Gafrasti up. Is that so? I wanted to ask about what you saw inside. So you're leaving, huh? Don't you need to check the scroll? It's fine. If it turns out to be fake, I won't pay you. That's all. It sounded as if the initial payment of 1,000,000 gallons was nothing but small change to him. Okay, bye. I'm sure we won't see each other again. Hikaru said. He was about to leave when Gafrasti stopped him. Wait, where are you headed to? Don't tell me you're going to Quinbland. Quinbland. The Empire currently at war with Ponsonia. I haven't really thought about it. Then can I ask you a favor? If you accept, I'll add 1 more million to your payment. What is it? I want you to go to the allied nations of Forestia, meet someone, and give them a message for. Aglaia cut him off. Sir Valves. You can contact them the usual way. That takes too long. This is an urgent matter. Besides, this boy. No, this adventurer has a vague idea of the situation. She will listen to him for sure. Gafrasti took out a handkerchief with a magnificent embroidery from his pocket. My name is on it. You can show it to verify your identity. I suppose it's fine. Taking the handkerchief, Hikaru accepted the request without proper consideration. In any case, he was set on leaving Ponsonia. He hadn't thought about where to go from here. The allied nations of Forestia was one of the countries adjacent to Ponsonia. He'd planned to travel the world anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to drop by the place. Gafrasti would add 1 more million to his payment as well. So who am I meeting? Hikaru asked. Zofia van Houtens, Minister of Internal Affairs and head of the cabinet. She's a lady of character. Van Houtens. The same family name as Aglaia, who had a slight sour look on her face. Okay, Hikaru nodded. It didn't matter who it was, if all he had to do was meet with them. It was a simple mission. All right, then. Bye. Oh, right. Hikaru added. The dungeons completely collapsed. There goes your source of income. I guess you better move somewhere else. He addressed the adventurers. The adventurers looked at each other. A few of them rushed towards the mausoleum. The young adventurer was now gone from sight. Gafrasti, who saw him off, laughed. He accepted my request without hesitation. He looks like an ordinary boy. Sir Valves. What's going on? Who was that kid? The guild official asked, confused. All he knew was Gafrasti gave the boy a huge sum of money. Let's see. Gafrasti unraveled the scroll and glanced at its contents. It was exactly what he was looking for. I'd like to ask you to do something, sir. Gafrasti whispered to the guild official. What would that be? For the official records, I want you to report this. Adventurer Hikaru cleared the dungeon underground city of the ancient gods. What? Gafrasti N. Valves, a historian, will attest to it. This scroll can only be obtained in the deepest part of the dungeon. I'm sure of it. Wait, what? Gafrasti fingered his pocket, but he gave the coins he kept in there to the boy just now. Aglaia took out a few gold coins and handed it to Gafrasti, who in turn gave it to the official. I'm counting on you. I can't accept this. It'll take up your time. Just think of it as a handling fee. I'm not telling you to lie. I just want you to spread the truth out there quick. I see. Very well. The official was beaming, having received casual income. He didn't believe for a second that the boy he made light of cleared the dungeon, but a noble said so and he took on the task. That was more than enough to submit a report back to the guild, not knowing that it would be related to an event that would shake the very foundation of the kingdom at a later time. It's just as the kid said. One adventurer came out of the mausoleum. The entrance is completely blocked. We can't enter the dungeon like this. Is this for real? All the charting we did is now useless. The adventurers were in an uproar. Let's go. Gafrasti said. Yes, sir. The historian and Aglaia made their way to Root Hubbard. We'll be busy from now on. We're letting everyone know the correct history of this kingdom, after all. He said more to himself. A wind too cold for early summer blew by. This was the first time the name Hikaru appeared in the Adventurers Guild official records. Hikaru, member of the Pond Adventurers Guild of the Kingdom of Ponsonia, together with one other person, had cleared the dungeon underground city of the ancient gods. He didn't belong to any party. The historian Gafrasti N. Valves testified to his achievement and presented a scroll that could only be found in the deepest part of the dungeon as proof. Its contents will be released to the public after inspection. The adventurer was rewarded 11 million galans by the Ponsonia Royal Family Relics Research Society, depositing the money to his guild account. News of an adventurer clearing the dungeon quickly spread to other guilds. For most of them, it was nothing more than a simple report. But Pond was different. They cleared the dungeon with only the two of them. What's going on here? The first one who received the news was Unkin, the guild master, whose voice cracked from surprise. The receptionists were the next to know. What are you doing, Hikaru-kun? Well. What an achievement. I wonder when he'll be back in Pond. Jill and Gloria were unaware that the boy had already left the kingdom. I knew it. He's from another world too. Silicate Anne of the 4 Stars of the East had her eyes on the name Hikaru as well. The people concerned anxiously waited for a follow-up report. 1 month had passed and nothing came. The boy didn't return to Pond. An incident shook the kingdom of Ponsonia. A noble who claimed to be the rightful heir to the throne had appeared. At the same time, the allied nations of Forestia raised doubts as to the legitimacy of the current Ponsonian royalty. This interfered with Ponsonia's conquest, who was winning the war with the Quinbland Empire. History books in the future would not show that a boy and a girl were behind all these events. A woman, wearing long-sleeved shirt, and cardigan that reached all the way to her knees, walked the halls. It was rare for women to wear tight pants in this world. Only a select few did. Those in the army or engaged in manual labor, so they could move a lot easier. But this lady donned tight pants because she was fond of them. Over 170 centimeters tall, she wore high-heeled shoes simply because she liked doing so. She didn't care if her ample chest pushed her shirt outward, or that her big buttocks were further emphasized by her tight pants. Her bluish-gray thick hair, tied up on top of her head, fluttered in the wind as she walked. Each step of her heel made a sound on the polished tiles. Officials and servants bowed their heads deeply in respect as she passed by. Soldiers, donning leather armor, if Ponsonian knights who were heavily equipped saw them, they'd most likely laugh, greeted her with a salute. "Hey there. Is Her Majesty inside?" "Yes, Mom." Her light-hearted manner of speaking made her easy to talk to, but the 2 bodyguards only blushed. Hidden behind her glasses were almond eyes the same color as her hair, undeniable seductiveness in them. She didn't put on lipstick, but her naturally red lips were more than enough to bring out her beauty. She was oblivious to it all, however. "I'm going in," she said, raising her hand slightly. "Yes, Mom." "Zofia Van Houtens has arrived." The soldiers opened the wooden door. The woman entered. Beyond it was the office of the ruler of the allied nations of Forestia. While it was still early summer, being located north of Ponsonia meant it was chilly. When under the shade of the sun, pillars were cut from large wood, the table and chairs for entertaining guests, as well as the office desk were all made of wood, specifically the kiwi tree, its beautiful wood graining earning it the moniker lines drawn by the gods. 8 people were inside the room, 7 standing and 1 seated. The one sitting behind the desk was a small girl. She would be around 10 years old, if she was human. "You're here." Beautiful blonde hair was not a rarity in these areas. Her red eyes, sparkling like jewels, indicated she was a member of a certain clan. "I am glad to see you well, Queen Markido, ruler of the allied nations of Forestia and representative of the spirit elves." The Queen, Markido, looked greatly irked as she watched Zofia kneeling down on one knee. On the other hand, the 7 people in the room seemed pleased. "No need for formalities. Rise, the rest of you may leave," Markido ordered. They smiled. That meant a no. They were all from different nations. 4 of them looked like they'd fit in Ponsonia. One had the same red eyes as Markido. There was a large, hairy man and then one with pale skin. They all wore what looked like native clothes with different designs. There was no uniformity at all. "Your Majesty, we're delegates from the 7 nations loved by the gods, and we're here to protect you. Did you hear me?" I said leave. Does my voice not reach your ears dangling with earrings? Indeed. The man who spoke had countless rings on his ears. He looked extremely displeased. I don't think you have the power to protect me when you let someone from another country so easily sneak into this room. I hope you don't regret this. All 7 of them trailed out of the room, glaring at Zofira, who was still on her knees. Her head hung low. Perhaps she knew, but she didn't pay them any heed. As soon as the door was closed, Marquido walked from behind the desk to the visitor's chair. Although it looked simple, her dress was made from high-grade fabric. Her plain-looking bracelet and necklace were imbued with magic to protect herself, though she didn't see it. What do you think? Every year those people seem to make light of me, even my fellow countrymen from Kira. The Queen said. Well, the fact that they get replaced every year and they all still act the same means the problem is with you. What? You're too young. Zofira stood up. Her tone suddenly informal, then prepared some tea and sat in front of Marquido. What? I'm older than you, you know. See, that's what I'm talking about. You act like a child. You want some? Yeah. Put lots of sugar in it. Zofira simply shrugged her shoulders as if saying there you go again, acting all childish. Marquido didn't notice, however. She might act like a child, and she might be belittled, but she was the legitimate queen of the Allied Nations. Zofira, on the other hand, took her seat as a cabinet minister, the highest rank among state officials when she was only 22 years old. There were many circumstances as to how things ended up this way, but there was basically one deciding factor. Marquido was a descendant of the Kirill royal family that ruled a small nation in Forestia. The Allied nation ruler was chosen by rotation, and by the time it was Kirill's turn, Marquido had the highest magical prowess within the royal family. That was all. She still had 4 years left in her office. Zofira was born from a family of government officials. She was extremely competent in her job. No one came close to her in this country. When the Allied nations were under financial trouble, she launched tax reforms that turned everything around. Both women took their positions around the same time. What awaited them were the 7 delegates, 1 from each nation. Officially, they were advisors, but in essence they were there for surveillance. The Allied nations' existence hung in a precarious balance. The 2 ladies were the object of jealousy and envy, so their paths inevitably intertwined. This tea is so good. Your tea is the best. There's no government official better than me at brewing tea. Marquido chuckled. Her pointy ears, a feature of the spirit elves, a species of elves, twitching. It was a habit of hers when she was in a relaxed mood. So, did news about Bonsonia's current situation reach you? Marquido asked. It's basically chaos. And that's putting it lightly. Which is understandable. After all, the legitimacy of the current royalty is being challenged. I doubted Sir Valves when he contacted us 5 years ago. I thought he was a delusional old man. The fact that he took all your advice means he's quite the character. I agree. He probably wouldn't have made a move unless he found the lost city. History known only to a few select family members. Marquido squinted, recalling the only time she met Gafrasti. Back then, she had only been in office for a year. Exhausted from all the unfamiliar government affairs, Zofira told her that Aglaia insisted for the Queen to meet the old man. Sometimes Aglaia's hunch led to incredible events. There's a document in the dungeon that shows the king's legitimate bloodline. If we find that, we can overthrow the current king. The impostor. Gafrasti asked for Marquido's support. For the ladies, Gafrasti's plan to overthrow the king wouldn't pose much of a problem. There wasn't any risk to them either. The present king was planning to invade foreign nations. His first target was most likely the Quinbland Empire. If he lost, he would no doubt march his legions towards the allied nations of Forestia next. So Zofira gave Gafrasti advice. First, he would request funds from the king to explore the dungeon. He would need to entice the king by promising the lost technology of the fallen dynasty. Even if they couldn't obtain it, There would surely be treasures to take. Gafrasti's family was in dire financial straits to be able to explore the dungeon on his own. Next he was to take Aglaia with him. Gafrasti's family was pretty much isolated and he didn't have any supporter or bodyguards. Aglaia would help him a lot. She also acted as insurance, to kill the old man in case he misused the super technology from the dungeon and turned on Forestier. Last was the means of contact. The king of Ponsonia was a greedy and corrupt man, but he was also extremely distrustful. If Gafrasti suggested exploring the dungeon, the king's eyes would be on him. Being in contact with Forestier would be extremely dangerous. The best way to do it was to send messages through dozens of people. Aglaia would be in charge of that. Gafrasti followed every last bit of advice he was given and his efforts bore fruit. Although it was all really just a case of good luck, the historian did the best thing by getting the Adventurers Guild involved in the dungeon exploration. The Ponsonia Royal Family Relics Research Society, an organization approved by the king, acknowledged that the underground city of the ancient gods had something to do with the ancient Poinxinia dynasty. Even if the king denied Gafrasti's claim, the scroll from the dungeon containing the royal family bloodline would then still be checked by the Adventurers Guild, an independent organization. The Adventurers Guild should be aware by now that they got dragged into their kingdom's insurrection. Was the guild official in charge of the dungeon entrance aware that the king resented him because of the report he submitted? Quinbland must be relieved. This will prevent Ponsonia from making any moves for a while. I just hope Servalved doesn't get killed. Your cousin Aglaia is there to prevent that. There's no guarantee she can handle things alone. After all, Ponsonia has that boy. Yes, him. Silence fell. They recalled the time a boy, wearing a sun god mask and a black cloak, appeared in this very room. One night, about a month ago, Marquido and Zofira were having their usual talk in the former's office. Is there any reason why the budget for national defense decreased? I know your optimization for every department project is going great, but there's no need to cut budget, is there? Ponsonia is dangerous right now. The budget, I wanted to increase it, but there's not a lot of people. What do you mean? Forestier had known happiness for too long. They treat the skirmish between Ponsonia and Quinbland like it's none of their business. Even if we recruited soldiers, no one would sign up. So there's too much money for so few personnel? 51% of the national defense budget goes to personal expenses and provisions. No one could consume the increased funds. Maybe we should temporarily switch to mandatory conscription. What do you think? It's worth considering, though it should only be used as a last resort. Okay, launch a review committee. I'll be the president, and you will execute our decisions. Fine. More work for me, I guess. Yay, don't say that. You can have more. Are you Zofira van Houten's assistants if you want? They both turned at the direction the voice came from. A boy, at least that was what they assumed, clad in hooded, black cloak and wearing a sun god mask stood there. Where did you come from? Zofira quickly got up and stood in front of Marquido. She was unarmed. Bringing weapons in this room was not allowed, but she was willing to put her life on the line to protect her queen. Please be quiet. I can kill you both before anyone arrives, the boy said, anticipating that Zofira would call for the guards. He stuck his hand from underneath his cloak and showed his dagger. What do you want? Zofira was prepared to die. The intruder had infiltrated all the way here. Her first priority was to let the queen escape. The future they were building for Forestier would all go to waste if both of them died. You didn't even answer my question, the masked boy said, a bit exasperated. Marquido pushed Zofira aside and stepped up front. This is my office. I won't let you have your way. Answer me. Who sent you? Ludenshire, or is it Ponsonia? Zofira was surprised. It made sense to her that Ludenshire would send an assassin, one of the nations that comprised the alliance. They were on bad terms with Kiri, where Marquido came from. But the boy reacted to the name Ponsonia. Markido might have guessed right. Someone just asked me to give a message to Zofia Van Houten's. A message? You sneaked into my office and now you're saying you have a message? Now that's funny. If you want to talk to Zofia, get an official appointment. The boy sighed. Are you stupid? Wow. Markido's face turned red. No one called her stupid in front of her face, save for Zofia, at least. You dare mock me? I told you to be quiet. This is the Queen's room, isn't it? There's a peephole in the ceiling and your conversation was recorded. What? Surely he wasn't a guard. By the looks of it, he was a complete combat amateur. I knocked him out cold, so you better get him later. The women looked at the ceiling. Someone was up there? They didn't notice at all. Aglaia would have if she was here, but she was with Gafrasti right now. They hadn't seen her in 5 years. If they could sneak into the ceiling easily, there was no doubt someone on the inside was involved. A chill went down Zofia's spine. They talked in whispers because of the possibility of their conversation being heard outside the door. But who knew how much the infiltrators heard? Anyway, you want me to get an appointment? Do you really think a busy cabinet minister would meet a young boy from a foreign country? Even if she did, I wouldn't want to talk to her in a place that's being watched. They couldn't tell if he was telling the truth, unless they checked the ceiling. If it was true, they wouldn't be able to offer words of rebuttal. Let's get down to business, shall we? Ignoring their uneasiness, the boy tossed a handkerchief of fine quality on the table. I have a message from Gafrasti and Valves. I got what I was looking for. The day of dawn will soon be upon the current dynasty. Taken aback, Zofia and Markido exchanged glances. The meaning of the message was clear. Gafrasti found something that showed the ancient Poinxinia's royal family's lineage. He was going to challenge the legitimacy of the current ruling family. It made sense now that the boy reacted to the name Ponsonia. He was sent by none other than Gafrasti. Why didn't Gafrasti use the usual method of contacting us? He said there's no time, and they need to hurry, or something. The bluish-gray-haired woman with him was concerned about the same thing as well. This boy knows Aglaia, Zofia thought. I don't care if you believe me or not. I only came here to do my job. Wait, you didn't answer my first question. How did you get in here? We didn't notice anyone enter the room. Zofia felt the boy's faint smile under his mask. She trembled slightly at his enigmatic presence. Your security's full of holes. Anyway, I have a question for you as well. Will you answer it as payment for the delivery of my message? What is it? This boy was powerful. Right now he wasn't a hostile, but he exuded an aura that indicated he didn't care about Forestia. They couldn't trust him. But fighting him was not a wise option. If what he said was true, he could kill the queen any time. What does Day of Dawn mean? Come again? The question was so unexpected that Zofia had to ask him again without thinking. It's a term that was in a poem about the fall of the Poinxinian dynasty, but I don't know what it means exactly. Literally dawn would mean daybreak, but if the dynasty collapsed at dawn, you wouldn't add day to it. The boy said. That's true. The boy had his gaze fixed on Zofia. Unfortunately, she didn't have the answer to his question. Just like Gafrasti, he was probably quite well informed about the ancient dynasty, but why he was interested in that particular term, she didn't know. I only know what I heard from Gafrasti. That's fine. Tell me. Deep inside, Zofia was puzzled. If Gafrasti asked him to come here, why didn't he just ask the man? Do you know that Poinxinia was a very advanced society? Yeah, the one who developed the technology they used was called the Sorcerer of the Dawn. This person was shrouded in mystery. The people who adored him or her had a custom that still persists until today. On the dawn of this person's death anniversary, they would offer their most prized possession at an altar, or something. That's quite a detailed information. There's a place where the custom is still being practiced. That's all I know. The boy seemed interested. Where is this place? Zofia didn't feel like telling him. but Markido nodded slightly, and so she answered his question. Scholazid. It's a university city where the pride of Forestia, the National Academic Research Institute, is located. I see. Sure enough, he sounded very interested. He cleared his throat before speaking again. That's all. I don't have any more questions for you. Wait, what's your name? Zofia called out to him, but the boy simply opened the door and stepped outside. She followed the boy in a hurry. What's wrong, Lady Zofia? The two soldiers standing guard jumped to their feet, surprised at the woman's menacing look. Zofia looked around, but all she saw was the same old hallway. A boy wearing a black cloak passed through here. Did you see him? No, we didn't. What? She was dumbfounded. The soldiers saluted in a hurry as soon as Markido approached Zofia. It feels like a nightmare, the queen said. Are you okay? Yes. There's no sign of a spell on me either. Markido checked her bracelet, a magic item. At any rate, word will come from Maglaya later. If what that boy said was true, we should make moves where we can. Markido said, but before that, there's someone in the ceiling of my office. Arrest him right away. She ordered the soldiers. The person lurking in the ceiling, who was out cold, was captured. There were 4 other spots being watched as well, and every last one of the spies there was unconscious. Later, the mastermind behind the spying was arrested and Forestia's internal government improved just a bit. Hikaru and Lavia arrived in Forested, Forestia's capital, yesterday. Hikaru went out today to take care of the job Foresti had requested of him, which meant they've finished what they came here for. Hikaru had some questions regarding the queen and the cabinet minister. Why were they alone in that room? Surely that would be dangerous. At first he thought they were short on staff, but there were plenty of workers in the building. So they couldn't trust even their retainers? There was that guy in the ceiling as well. Sneaking into such a place isn't easy. That's proof that there's a traitor in the central government. The faces of the citizens were bright. It felt like the capital, a city with different races, was doing extremely well. But on the other hand, one could say they were too used to peace. It seemed the people were not concerned at all, even though the neighboring kingdom, Ponsonia, was at war with Quinbland. Whatever, it's none of my business. Hikaru pushed the thoughts to a corner of his mind. Is it really okay? Lavia suddenly asked. What is? That we're indulging ourselves. Words one wouldn't expect from a former daughter of a count, but still understandable. They were staying in a suite room in one of the best hotels in Forested. After all their food was brought into the room. Yeah, it's fine. Might as well while we still have the money. Hikaru became quite rich in the blink of an eye. Once Foresti confirmed that the scroll he delivered was genuine, the historian deposited 11 million galans into his guild account. The 1 million was for the message he was supposed to deliver to Zofia, but the old man paid it in advance as well. It felt just a bit weird being trusted. Combining with the silver coins he received back at the dungeon entrance, Hikaru, in a way, became rich. Money left, 919,010 galans, plus 11,200,000 galans. All right, now that things have settled down, it's time we think over a few things. Hikaru said as he took a sip of his coffee. Coffee in this area was quite strong. It was either black with no milk or sugar, or mixed with liquor. Lavia couldn't take it and had herbal tea instead. Wanting to be out of the kingdom as fast as possible, they moved in a hurry. The roads were jammed, with merchants who were against the war leaving as well. With many people around, they opted to check their dungeon loots at a later time. Fortunately, they could relax now that they were in Forestia. As for Hikaru's package, he paid the Root Hubbard Guild to forward it to Forested's Adventurers Guild instead. They'd be staying in the capital for about 10 days and decided to live extravagantly in the meantime. Okay, let's check what we got. Hikaru placed the revolver on the table that was clearly too big for just the two of them. There was only one bullet left, most likely charged with evil-type magic. This is the only thing I took. Hikaru said. Is that a wand that shoots magic? A wand? Ah. I guess that's what it looks like for you. For him, it was clearly a gun, but Lavia didn't know about them. How does it work? You use bullets with magic stuffed in it beforehand. They're for single use only, though. Hikaru removed the magazine and took out all 6 bullets with his mana detection. He knew there wasn't any magic left in 5 of them. No mana left. Though unlike ordinary bullets, these ones look the same before and after firing the shot. I wonder if they can be recycled. Hikaru handed one empty shell to Lavia. Can you load this with magic? How? He didn't know. Try chanting, I guess. That's dangerous. If I did that and I couldn't load it into the bullet, I can't really cancel the spell. Yes. We'll just test it out somewhere else, then. Or we can ask someone to look into it, someone who's an expert in magic items. The boss of Pon's Thieves Guild came to mind, but he did not intend to go back to Ponsonia. Have someone look into it? You mean hand that wand over? Please tell me you're not doing that. They can't examine it if I don't give it to them. Also, it's a revolver, not a wand. You're giving away something as precious this? I've never seen a magic item as powerful as that. Is that so? I suppose you're right. Can't really hand over something valuable. You don't believe me? I really think it's valuable. I do believe you. Actually, I don't care if the person we asked to study it steals the thing. Your spells are much more powerful. It won't matter much. You're trying to dodge by complimenting me. That's not fair, Lavia said, puffing out her cheeks. Hikaru was grinning, thinking how cute she was when angry. Seeing his reaction, she got even more mad. Lavia, I'm thinking of going to the Academy City of Scholars once we receive my package. What do you think? We can probably get the revolver examined there. Scholars, isn't that where the educational institution that this country's prime minister has been reforming in recent years located? Educational? Not a research institution? It's both, apparently. They look for new talents and develop cutting-edge technology. Adventurers are accepted as well. I just heard that from somewhere, though. An educational institution for adventurers. It might be worth checking out. Hikaru planned to develop his stealth. If he could find an expert in stealth, he'd ask to be trained to further polish his skills. Right now, he relied only on his soul board and job class. Still, those were more than enough. It would be even better if they could teach me how to unlock things. It was one of Hikaru's weaknesses. He could sneak into places with his stealth, but he couldn't enter a locked room. His only choice would be to destroy the lock. Oh, Hikaru, you're asking me, but you're raring to go. Ah, my bad. What you said really piqued my interest. That's all. You don't want to go? You don't have to mind me. That won't do. You're out of Ponsonia. You're free now. I go wherever you go. I'll follow you forever. Forever? Ever. Forever and ever. Glad to hear that, he said with a wry laughter. I told you before. I'm a very heavy burden. I remember. He nodded. You're actually quite light. Whatever you say, right now we're rich. Yes, it's unfortunate what happened to the treasure room, though. You would have made a fortune if you got it all, Lavia said, propping her cheeks with her hands and sighed. Whoa there, Miss Lavia. You're saying it was unfortunate, but I recall seeing you carry tons of stuff from there in that short amount of time. Didn't you say it felt wrong because we were basically robbing the place? Did I say that? Lavia's bag was on the table. When Hikaru went to take the revolver, Lavia was busy scouring the place for items. Inside her bag was another bag made of leather, full of jewels. There were so many, in fact, that it would have been impossible to carry in both hands. Diamond, ruby, emerald, chrysoberyl, garnet, rose quartz, etc. They were big as well. The gems themselves might even have the same value as the money Hikaru had right now, although they would have to carefully consider who to sell it to. The Pièce de Resistance, however, was a massive book, about 6 centimeters thick, the size of A4 paper. Carefully bound with leather, The gems embedded on it glittered brightly. It was locked, so they hadn't opened it yet. Tearing up the leather would make it possible to browse the contents. But that would be a waste. This is actually what I really wanted. Lavia said. You say that, but you took a lot of jewels. Now you're rich as well. Huh? These are all yours. What? What? Wait, what? But please let me read the book at least. Okay? Sure, but the jewels and book are yours, Lavia. I told you. We're now out of Bonsonia. So we're equals. No, we're not. Leaning forward, Lavia placed her hands on top of Hikaru. I don't mind if we're not equals. I wish to remain that way, if possible. I want to be under your wing forever. Lavia. She was firm about her decision. Hikaru heaved a sigh. All right, but you'll have your own money you can use freely. Okay? That's fine by me. I'll allow it. And one more thing. Hikaru raised his index finger, and pointed it at Lavia. We are buying clothes tomorrow. You don't have to wear outfits made for boys anymore. Her days of disguising as a boy would soon be over. Hikaru planned to get her a guild card as well. Unlike the guild card, the soul card from temples didn't have a money deposit feature. Is that an order? It's not. I'm sorry, I don't really know how to put it into words. Hikaru blushed a bit as he scratched his cheek. I'm asking you out on a date. Lavia stared at him. She got off her chair and walked briskly towards Hikaru, clinging to his arms. What is it? Do you want to go or not? Let's go. She didn't let go of his arm for a while. Lavia was sleeping, a happy expression on her face. Hikaru sat down on a chair in their hotel room. Now, then, gotta think over a few things, he said as he summoned his soul board.